Copy. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of round 1 of the VSRS, the Vic State Race Series here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. As you can see behind me, conditions are absolutely perfect for racing throughout today, and we have 20 highly competitive races coming your way throughout today's broadcast. Tickets are available at the gate, but if you can't make your way down to Sandown, we hope that you sit back, relax and enjoy all of the action on Blendline TV.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan, as the sun rises in the sky here at Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower. We're about to deliver on that exact promise. It's been here since the very late 60s, and it has always been that 2 long straights and some wiggly bits that join it in between. I know all the race engineers around the track now are just absolutely throwing their hands in the air and said, oh really, is that all it is? A couple of long straights with some wiggly bits. Isn't that pretty much any racetrack, I guess? Unless you look at a Nürburgring map. I guess that's the one that's not so straight. But a very, very big welcome to those that have made their way to the track here and joining us on the Blendline coverage. Fantastic coverage on the live streaming. The good thing about the live streaming is if you're watching it now and you're thinking about what you might do for the day, you've got plenty of time still to come to the track. 9:10, the first race for the day, the Porsche 9/4. For race number 2, 20 minutes. This will be the trophy race, if you like, for the weekend. All the morning races here this morning, the longer race. 9:40, we'll see the MG and invited British Sportscars. At 10:05, the Formula Ford will have their race 2 for the day, and we're looking forward to having a guest commentator in the booth for that one, so we'll hold that one close to our chest, a guy that knows his way around Formula Fords very much so. Saloon cars, Hyundai Excel for race 2 for the weekend, the historic touring cars. They put on a great show yesterday. They're very keen to get back out on track, as did the Sports Sedans, the big bangers of Australian motorsports. Their new sponsor, the Groove Train Eastland, coming on board with them, and they were pretty eager to impress their new championship sponsor yesterday. Formula V's on track. Great call from Dan McCartney and Steve DeVries yesterday on the Formula V's, as they did also with improved production. A tremendous job from our commentary team, and a tremendous job from all of the categories, everybody keen to get racing. And of course we had our national treasure, Dave Amor, up here for the HQ race to call that yesterday, and he will join us right throughout today. Of course the program goes all over the afternoon again, but certainly this is the points allocation race, if you like, or the trophy race for the weekend. Is the Sunday morning race, allocated 20 minutes, and that time actually starts not from when the checkered flag, or sorry, from when the light goes off on the start line and we start racing. It actually starts when they leave the marshalling area where they are now. They'll get the 1 minute board, and that is when the race time starts. The popularity of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is such that we have had to draw a line in the sand and say, right, we need to get these races done and dusted, and the fair way to do it is allocate time to the category. And if we get safety cars or red flags or anything like that, everyone still gets all of their things to get across the line. The biggest announcement, and I'll apologise beforehand if I offend anyone this, but definitely the biggest announcement with the State Series this year has been the sponsor. 888 Home Loans coming on board as the sponsor for the Victorian State Race Series, and we're really proud to be displaying the 888 Home Loans logos on all of our race cars across all of the categories, and it's fantastic to have Cam and his team. And I guess in the history of Australia right now, mortgages is the big thing on everybody's lips. So if you think you can get a better deal, and in fact you will get a better deal, go and speak to the team at 888 Home Loans. They can certainly have a look at what you're currently on and give you a comparison with one of their products. Let's look after the people that look after us in motorsport. And there's Joey Kellogg. Have a look at that. He is pumped, ready to go. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is a guy that is absolutely as pumped as Joey Kellogg in the 1-800 Lasagna 944, and joining us for all this weekend anyway, so we can get him a helmet back on his head and a race car under him, is Jack Atley. Jack, welcome to day 2, race 2, the longer race for the weekend for the 944s.
Thanks very much, Darren. Absolutely sensational to be back. What a stunning morning we've got here at Sandown International Raceway. Very excited about this one, but of course the big news from yesterday was the 4-time champion Cameron Bella going out of the race on race 1, so losing those points, although he was leading the race at the time. I spoke to Bella Motorsport, and in particular the king of Bella Motorsport, Andy Bella, who runs that operation. He said they have fixed the car overnight. It was actually a gearbox problem. They had a linkage problem with the gearbox as Cam was flying down the straight at close to 200 kilometres an hour, has actually had a gearbox issue which has popped that engine, but they've fixed it overnight. They've been working all night. Overnight, Cam is back, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what he is going to do from the back of the pack.
Well, when we look at the grid sheet, it's the rarest of occasions where you see Cam Bella rear of grid. It's normally front row, either left or right, 1 or 2 on the grid for where Cam starts out of. The excitement I mentioned around the Triple Eight Home Loans announcement. Triple Eight Home Loans has actually been part of the 944 category for a couple of seasons now, but their sponsor this weekend is 1-800-LASAGNA. Phone number, of course, 1-800-LASAGNA, their new restaurant in Thornbury. Get down there and have a look at that. And here we are with Joey Kellogg, the guy that runs the 1-800-LASAGNA business and restaurant, and terrific to have Joey Kellogg with us. In fact, he had a bit of a landmark race yesterday, coming home in 4th place. Let's have a look at the grid and the way they line up. Chris Lewis-Williams took the W yesterday, and we'll start from the P today. So you get a W and you get to have a P. Chris Lewis-Williams will embody all of that in the Tyre Power vanilla car. Adam Brewer right alongside with Mark Medino, another great result there for Medino. Joey Kellogg right alongside in the car that we've got the onboard camera with. Tim Wolf next and Andrew Jackman. Tim Wolf and Jackman. All these guys really good. It's just a bit of a mix-up at the front of the field. Richard Howe, and I've got to say, he's probably the only one that may have gone back a spot or two from his normal starting position. Mark Torbitz has said it's just a horsepower battle for him. He's down on power. I saw him talking to the guys at Yokohama today, and I said, they don't do engines, they do tyres. And so Mark's out there. Carter Fox drove great yesterday. Looking for the big things out of car number 7. He's starting out at P9. Keith Mariner, the green flag at the back. Lyndon Watson, certainly expecting more from himself in the number 5. Vlad Kennedy, Peter Doherty, Jamie Mitchell, Andy Tudor, and Cam Bella right at the back of the field. We can't even see Cam Bella in the Aqua car. Let's have a look as they get off the line, and away they go. It's Adam Brewer that gets away beautifully in the ABI Technology car, but they grab a second cog, and it's the 77 looking up the middle there. He just feigns over to the side. It's going to be the sideline car. The ABI Technology car is going to sweep around the outside. Whether CLW in the 37, Chris Lewis-Williams gives him room, but he crowds the corner nicely there. Look at Joey Kellogg. He gives it a little bit of a crowd in there as well. On the 77, they all just start to jostle down into turn 2. This is sort of the treacherous part of the first lap at Sandown, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It really tightens up down into 2 and 3 because they all know they want to get the big drive out of this corner here, turn 4. You can see them getting up on the ripple strip there. In fact, that was Jimmy Mitchell getting a little bit wide coming out of there. They really want to get the drive out of that corner and heading up this back straight.
I tell you what, Jamie Mitchell's had a good start there. He's got himself a couple of spots up off the run down to the first corner, and again it's Mark Torbitz that's just struggling on that horsepower front. He is really just getting, I guess, sort of walked away from in a straight line. We know what Mark's like with his hands and feet when the corners come in, and he's excellent at that part of it. But when you put your foot down here at Sandown, you need the mechanical package to respond to your every command. And if in a category like this, if you're 4 or 5 kilowatts down, you're going to be left wanting. We'll come around for the first lap, and it'll be yesterday's race winner from Tyre Power in the Benalla. It is Chris Lewis-Williams leading the ABI Technology entry down across the strike for the first time. Bedino in the 44, and then Joey Kellogg in the 1-800-LASAGNA entry.
I was just going to say, without a doubt, you hit the nail on the head there, Daz. It's a one-make series, so you can't just throw a lot of aerodynamics at these cars to improve your performance, or you can't throw a lot of power out away from the next guy. It's effectively, as the great Murray Walker once said, the car in front is completely original apart from the car behind, which is in fact identical, I believe, or something along those lines.
Exactly right.
So it's very tough series to get ahead if you're down a little bit in power or you're down in a few different areas. But that's also the beauty and the real challenge of the category. So, yeah, it's tight racing all round.
The interesting thing is after one lap, there's only 11 seconds that covers the whole field of 16 cars. So they are very, very closely matched. And here we got a bit of a run for car 5. Looks up the inside there. And that's Lyndon Watson looking to improve after having a bit of a spear off yesterday. In fact, you'd have to suggest that he's logging onto the back of the 55 because he's trying to push his way through the field there as well. So Cam Bella already up to position number 8.
Unbelievable. And
Lyndon Watson trying to stay with him to follow him through as well, because Lyndon is also trying to regain positions. The number 20 there of Andrew Jackman runs pretty wide there, the Pullmaster entry, and will come across the line. It's still Chris Lewis-Williams. He's got half a second lead over Adam Brewer in the ABI technology entry.
Yeah, incredible performance. I mean, Cameron Bella there, I was just banging on about all the cars being effectively the same. What it comes down to is driver ability. And you can see in the Aqua car there, the number 55 of Cameron Bella coming up onto Timmy Wolf, the West Australian, in the Pipecraft car. But this is the skill of a Cameron Bella. He's a 4-time champion. You can just see already he is scything his way through this field. But you've got to hand it to Chris Lewis-Williams, Adam Brewer, and Mark Ferdino up the front of the field at the moment, having a really good run. It's also great to see Lyndon Watson really picking up a lot of places. He came off a really strong performance towards the end of last year, especially at Island Magic at Phillip Island. So those two guys, Bella and Lyndon Watson, are really gunning for the points, and you can see there Bella's picked up another spot already.
Lyndon Watson as well just puts the number 20 down a spot there, so Andrew Jackman goes back one to Lyndon Watson, and he's been quite parochial, I guess you'd say, in the fact that he wants to get himself well and truly inside the top 3 in this title hunt, and in fact he wants to peel the sticker off the side of his car that says number 5 and wants to put the 1 on it, as does Adam Brewer. Yep. They've both pretty much put their hand up and said, yeah, we're having a good look at this year, and really want to put everything that we see every time we go head to head with Cam Bella, and we want to make sure that we're with him and be able to stop his progress, because the Bella thing and what Jamie Westaway was able to do over the last 2 seasons would not let Bella get away on cold tyres. Jamie readjusted his entire style to be fast over those first 2 laps and get in front of Cam Bella. That's what Cam has mastered.
Without a shadow of a doubt. This is the real opportunity I've been talking about, is when you haven't got a Jamie Westaway sitting at the front of the field this morning or yesterday or this round, and you actually haven't got a Cameron Bella up there as well. This is the time where these guys know they need to nail these points. These Lewis-Williams, Adam Brewer, Mark Ferdina, Joey Kellogg. This is where these guys are really attacking. We're on board now with Joey Kellogg, and you can see heading up over the rise at the back straight here at Sandown. You're touching on 200 k's an hour. Going through there in 5th. Some guys drop that back to 4th. You're back on the gas, over the ripple strip, hard on the brakes, down into the 3rd gear, flick it in, turn it left, and drive it out of this corner. You want to get to the bridge, you're going to change about now. 4th gear there, straight line, braking in a straight line. Whoops, he wasn't quite braking in a straight line there, Joey, but you want to brake in a straight line. Tip it in, and he knows already, you can see he's got the pressure of Cameron Bella right behind him. He knows that that guy is not going to mess around. So, yep, we're into it.
Certainly are. The 77 there got his hands full. He's got Cameron Bella, multiple champion behind him, and he is giving him all the respect he deserves and saying, no, you stay behind. I got the 1-800 lasagna. I've had a good feed. I'm feeling really good. Carb loaded, ready for the weekend's racing, and you can just see him a little bit soaring away at the wheel there. So maybe just set the angle for the corner, because we know that's how Cam Bella does it. It's just one deliberate movement of the steering wheel and flow the car nicely.
Totally right. Yeah, it's the flow. Again, coming out of turn 4 there, you're going through there a 3rd. That's down to 4th gear. You want to straight line this corner a little bit, bang up into 5th about now. Heading towards that, there he goes, into 5th gear. So that's top gear, you are flat to the boards. You can actually see the dash lights. Now when they will flick on the right hand side, just above Joey's steering wheel, that's when he needs to change down. But at the moment it's a lift, dab on the brakes, through this corner, which is very fast, with the 4-time champion sitting right behind you, hard on the brakes, back to 3rd gear, tip it in and drive it out.
You know, the interesting thing that Joey didn't do, and that was reach up just about this height, sort of above your shoulder, grab that mirror, rip it off the window and throw it on the floor and go, I don't care what the champ's doing behind me. I'm going to go and race with him because I am absolutely here and can give him a red-hot run with it. Let's see how the straight line handling comes into it. Let's call that horsepower.
Yep.
And this is where the 77 and 55 will start to do it. We've got a 44, a 77, a 55 and a 66. And that's for Dino Keller, Bella and Tim Wolf from 4th back to 6th. Bella looks to the inside. How good's that? The 77's got the power he needs to keep in front in a straight line.
He is holding his own there against Cameron Bella, but he's doing well. Wow. Yep, Bella off the track.
Touch there. Bella is getting a little bit feisty with it, isn't he? He even put some a signature down the side of the 77. You want to know what the champ's autograph looks like? There it is right there. I tell you what, last lap around, Mark Medino was all 4 wheels over the back of that ripple strip there at turn 4, and that's what slowed his progress down up the back straight here. The mirror's still intact.
For sure.
Still hanging in there.
And Cam, he knows that he needs to get a slipstream up this back straight, and of course Joey's trying to get on the back there of Mark Verdino, who's doing well in third.
If Campbell is still behind him in the next straight, we'll see if we can get a look at that shot again. He's got one of those really big type of NASCAR type of rear vision mirrors.
Yeah.
And you can actually see Bella with the headlights on in the rear vision mirror. It's
Bella
good to watch him going over the bump.
Has got the lights ablaze, as I say. The mirrors are huge. The rear vision mirrors are huge, and there's a lot of race cars, the side mirrors, for want of a better term, are not that effective because they rattle around them. There's so much vibration going on. But these mirrors are actually really effective. You do need to be aware. There's Carter Fox making a great move, by the way, over Pete Doherty. You need to be aware of who's around you at all times. So that's why these mirrors are so big. But he'll be able to see Cameron
Richard
Bella.
Howe with issues there, just getting out of the way of Carter Fox and Pete Doherty there. So the veteran.
That's a shame.
Look at this. Bella has gone through. So I would say he's lined him up on the run onto the straight.
Yep.
Flowed it nicely and got that extra couple of kilometres an hour on Joey Kellogg in the 1-800 Lasagna Mobile.
Yeah.
And got past him that way. So Cam Bella now makes his way into position number 4. Here we go. That was down at turn 2.
Yep.
And there looks to be something we're getting pointed out on Kellogg's car, front left. He's going along all right.
Might have got
We're
tapped.
right at the front now. This is Chris Lewis Williams and Adam Brewer, the ABI technology car here. They're going
close.
down into turn 9 now. We've got 6:45 remaining, so we've probably got about another 4 laps to go in this one, as we've got Bella now all over the back of Verdino. So Verdino is what's standing between Cam Bella and a podium. Interesting enough, Tony Westaway is overseas this weekend, so if you're looking for Tony, and I believe Jamie Westaway has taken a sabbatical away from 944s for the season, and Matty Metzazelma will be joining us, I think, for rounds 2 and 3. So if you're looking for those guys, have a look at this. Adam Brewer looks to the front.
Wow.
Makes a very nice move, emphatic move on Chris Lewis Williams there. In fact, Chris Lewis Williams, I think he might have been caught by surprise a little bit with that move because the way he responded on the little shoot down to turn number 2.
Great move under brakes there by Adam Brewer. I mean, that's really a fantastic gutsy move going into turn 1. But yeah, he's caught Chris a little bit out of surprise. How is the performance of Cameron Bella? I mean, where has he come from? He's come from the back of the pack.
Lewis Williams has got himself positioned beautifully now. That's the inside to the run. And they give each other plenty of breathing room as now Chris Lewis Williams takes the advantage and moves over in front of Adam Brewer. The good thing that Brewer knows is that he can race him down the straight and have a braking duel with him. And they will certainly be riding this one out. I tell you what, there's still enough time. In fact,
Yeah.
you look at Cam Bella, a 1:24.87. These two guys out front are doing a 25.83. So he's nearly a second a lap faster than them. He's 5 seconds a rear. I'm not sure that we're going to get another 5 laps out of this for him to get onto the back of them. But at the moment, these two are battling, so they're not going to be setting fastest lap times, that's for sure.
Correct.
Cam Bella, there he is in the back of shot. He has got clear road in front of him. I don't think Mark Rodino has got any fight left for Cam because he's sort of driven away. Here we go. Brewer looks to the inside again. He did it last time round. Lewis Williams is watching in the mirrors this time and went, yeah, no probs, I see you there. I don't actually have to take any defensive move. I just have to concentrate on flowing my 944.
Yep.
and that's exactly what he does.
Totally right, Daz. Through those series, through that kink there, those series of corners, you really want to flow the car, get it close to the wall there on the right, next to the Pertex sign, drive it out of the corner. Looking back a little bit through the field, you've got Andy Tudor and Carter Fox, who had a fantastic run yesterday. He is really lifting his game, Carter Fox. He's only a young guy, but he's learning every time he goes out. So I spoke to him this morning. He said he's very excited for today, and he's already picking up a few spots there, and he's doing really well, and he's looked like he's just got Andy Tudor, the West Australians, under brakes. That's tight going into turn 1.
Riviera, sponsored outfit from WA, the number 15, just gets on the brakes and says, righto Carter, I can see you got a good run on me there, and lets him ease on through. 46 now, Jamie Mitchell coming under fire with Carter Fox. He's got a few over the last couple of laps. In fact, he's made inroads on 3. This will be his 4th one to start to impress on as we come up to complete lap number 9. Chris Lewis-Williams now has the lead back out to 0.3 of a second. And we're just watching this battle at the top of the hill. Oh, look at this. Brewer.
Oh, got him
Adam
again.
Brewer into the inside again. Geez, got that manoeuvre lined up beautifully.
Yeah.
And on the exit, gets at least 2 car lengths as he puts the power down. So that's what he wanted to do. Ballera, 124.67 is the fastest lap.
That is real confidence under brakes there by Adam Brewer, going in there and taking Chris Lewis-Williams. But you can see the bright green car looming very, very closely. A 124.6 is 0.6 of a second off the all-time lap record here. So he is on record pace.
Interestingly, he's exactly a second a lap faster than the 2 cars in front of him. Look at this. This is the battle. Get out of my slipstream is what Brewer was sending the message here. He's got the spot that last lap round Chris Lewis-Williams occupied. The inside run to the top of the hill, then down. They plunge under brakes. All of the weight of the car thrown to the front. These cars beautifully from the factory are 50-50 weight split, so they brake so flat down into Dandenong Road.
Correct.
And Lewis-Williams now looks to the inside. It's a run down the inside there, not being able to pull it off. That's good. CLW let the gap go there, and that's going to harm the run to the top of the straight there. Adam Brewer, 4 wheels over the back of the ripple strip. CLW a better run onto the straight. He gets the inside look, and Brewer will be ruining that out over the ripple strip there. He's lost himself a good 4 or 5 kilometres an hour in that run, and Chris Lewis-Williams, I guess, pulls an Adam Brewer on him and gets through on the inside at turn 1.
Yeah, you really get the slipstream down these long straights at Sandown. So with a couple of laps to go, these guys are absolutely fighting tooth and nail at the moment, but you can get the slipstream going down the straight. So coming out of there behind the guy in front, you really will pick up an extra kilometre or 2 without a doubt, and both these guys know that, and so does that guy there, Cameron Ballard. What a performance by him. Mark Verdino coming through there as well in 4th, had a really good run, but again, this is the key with Sandown, getting this drive out of these corners, up these long straights. That is flat to the boards. You're clocking well over, just on 200 kilometres an hour as you crest that hill, down into Dandenong Road. And you can see Cameron Bella, he has got the eyes on.
Mark Verdino has done a terrific job. He started out at P3. He's actually P4, so he's gone back a spot. But the only person he has surrendered that to is Cameron Bella. So there's absolutely no shame in that. Mark Verdino is driving a terrific race. Yep. Have a look at this here. Brewer to the inside at the Dunlop S's.
Got him, tight there. Again, you can get
now
under brakes.
The thing, Lewis-Williams has just done what Brewer did the last lap. Have a look who's in the background.
Mate, it's a 3-way fight. As soon as you make the slightest mistake, Cameron Bella is going to be all over you. Dare I say it, can this guy win this race? He has come from the back of the pack.
He's going to get onto the back of Brewer here. He's going to try and stream on through. Have a look at this. Brewer holds that line. He's got CLW. CLW just eased on the steering wheel there. He saw Cameron Bella. Good driving there by Chris Lewis-Williams. And, does it again. In fact, this is nice racing. This is exactly what you want to get. Room to move, room to make a manoeuvre, but certainly holding onto your track position. Yeah, we're going to be coming down. Cars are on their last lap now. Let's have a look at this. You know who I don't want to be? Adam Brewer in the lead of this race right now.
Absolutely. He has definitely got the eyes on all the mirrors all around him. He's got a big white Chris Lewis-Williams car on the right, and he's got Cameron Bella firing it. These guys are going to have a lunge. There's no doubt about it. They all want to win this race, and with a couple of corners to go, it is still Adam Brewer holding on. Chris Lewis-Williams getting in nice and tight, but he's locked a brake there. Cameron Bella's coming back at him again. They're all over the place.
I tell you what, Al, the guys that have been in the front of this race, Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer, just messed it up coming out of turn 9. Who looks under brakes at the inside there? CLW says, all right, we're going to have this. It's going to be a three-way run.
Oh, he's got him. They've got in the grass. This is Bella. This is unbelievable. Bella has come from the back of the pack. He's going to do it. He's won it. That's incredible.
In fact, the timesheet says CLW, Chris Lewis-Williams is our winner, and Cam Bella into P2. So the two guys that led this race went to the dirt. Here comes Joey Kellogg now to the line there, and it's the 1-800 Lasagna car. He's pretty happy with that. A P5. There's
What a
Chris
race.
Lewis. Oh no! Have a look at this.
He's done it.
The timesheet's been changed. Judge of fact has put Cameron Bella as the race winner. So they would have gone to the photo, and Cam Bella gets it by, note this, 0.0106 of a second.
Never in
Let's
doubt.
see.
Never in doubt.
Let's see. Yeah, never in doubt. Cam Brewer. And testament to Cam, because he was the only one that kept it on the track coming around the last corner on that race.
What a performance.
Gee,
That's
Adam
amazing.
Brewer will be ruining that in the ABI technology car. Chris Lewis-Williams will be scratching his head going, what occurred there?
That's
And
incredible. Yep.
I'm going to say we need to take a close note of that. 0.0106 of a gap. Let's see at the end of this season if any race can be that close. I bet you if it is, it'll be Formula V. They like to finish like that. They like to finish nice and close to each other.
Yeah, that's a
So
bumper
the
bar.
1-800 Lasagna 944s call it race number 2, and it goes to, hang on a minute, the timing's gone back again. No, sorry, that's points for the weekend. Cam Bella, Chris Lewis-Williams, so points will be Chris Lewis-Williams 66, Adam Brewer 60, Mark Medino 55, Tim Wolf 48, and we've still got one race to go. And we have got this bit of delightful footage, and I reckon we might see this a few times this year, Jack Atley.
Wow, amazing. All three of them heading into that tight corner. They're all hard under brakes. They all want to win. There's only one corner to go. Now you've got Adam Brewer off in the grass.
CLW
Chris Lewis-Williams
off.
on the grass. Bella sees the opportunity, ducks to the inside. I reckon he's got this by about half a bumper bar. I don't know who's won that race from that angle, but that is as close as it possibly gets. And this guy, as I said so many times, has come from the rear of the grid.
Jack Atley, what a great way to start day 2 of this year's championship. The 888 Home Loans Series has come alive in race 1 for the day. We will be back in just a couple of moments with the MGs and invited British sports cars.
Down here in the MG paddock, joined alongside by the defending champion from 2022, Mike Trathen. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. That's good to be here.
So, take us through your success last season. That must have been a pretty good feeling at the end of the year.
It was brilliant. I didn't expect it at the start of the year. I built a new motor for it, and it's basically a 1275A series with a BMW K1100 motorcycle cylinder head on it. And I was very surprised at the horsepower I got out of it, so I had a great season and very happy.
So MGs obviously offers quite a variety of cars and entrants, but something like this, it's a little bit smaller than some of the big V8 giants. How does it feel to be able to catch them in the turns but watch them sort of sail on down the road? It must be a little bit unique for you.
Oh, it's great. It also, the competition and on the track you get cars passing as well, so that the passing is really good. And it's fun to be out on the track with different types of cars and creates interest, and you come back in afterwards and you talk to your fellow competitors about who did what, and yeah, it's a really good series to be part of.
And what are your ambitions for this year, season 2023?
Well, I'll try and defend the championship and have some good finishes, and fingers crossed, who knows.
Sounds good. Mike Trathen, thank you.
Thank you.
Without too much further ado, this is what we love about the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. First of all, we love the fact that 888 Home Loans have joined us for the season, but secondly, we love that the cars have just left the track from the last race, and we have now got the MG and invited British sports cars coming on to the track for their second race for the weekend. And of course, one of the things that I guess the invited British sports cars part of this race meeting is that they've got the front row locked out with a Jag and a Triumph. Right alongside me, frowning at all the invited British cars, is Paul Vernell, an MG stalwart, of course. And Paul, welcome. And hey, how's that Porsche race? Good way to start the day's racing, isn't it?
Happy Sunday, Daz. What a way to kick it off. It's great to have some energy straight into the day. It's going to be a huge day on track. Hopefully you're tuning in on Glenline or you're sitting over at Red Hill with a picnic getting settled for some great racing. Big fields for the rest of the day. It's going to be great.
Cars just making their way around. Let's have a look at this grid. It is the Mike Roddy Jaguar XJS that is leading the field around with Trevor Lindsay in that magnificent little Triumph. Car number 86, always cool to see that sort of equipment on the racetrack. The Triumph GT6 pretty much came into its own yesterday, the South Australian entry, and looking very, very good for a result here today. It's going to be interesting to see if it can take it up to the car with exactly half the amount of pistons that more than what he has got. But front row lockout, I invited British cars, and then we go to the number one, Michael Trathen, who we just saw Callum Brannigan chatting with. And Paul, pretty much like everyone in this event, they're in it for the right reason. There is passion that just, when they talk, there's an extra level of I'm going to say grunt about their voice. The passion just comes out, doesn't it?
It's the beauty of state level motorsport, isn't it? That every single person in the paddock is passionate about what they do and their car and their pride and joy. So great to hear from Mike, fantastic ambassador for our category. Overnight, we have Robin Bailey coming from rear of grid as well. He had a fuel pump failure yesterday that stopped him getting out. They're fixed. Look for him from the back of the grid. He'll have the eyes on. He'll want to catch the big Jag. John Makem, our sponsor as well, back on the grid, starting from the back in the midget. And the two Triumphs, you'll be pleased to know, are out. So the Ondarchis, Alistair and Keith. Keith had just a 50-cent piece, as always, brake, and Alistair some electrical issues. So, yeah, coming from the back of the grid. Keith will have his eyes on. He was having a ball. He was so happy. Very rarely does someone DNF a race but get out smiling because he was chasing the big Jag.
Danny Siama will be out of P4 in the MGB GT V8, the more standard looking version. Michael Wood, Jefferson John Cox next. Then we've got Anthony Vollebrecht, Hank Zwarteveen. Yeah, I'll get that. You can trip over that as much as I can. Alana Ondarchi, then Rodney Gibb, John Illingworth. Phil Chester mixed up in that field there as well. Look at the wheels spin on the Jag, and check out, he gets gazumped by an MG midget, last year's champion. Will blast him away. Have a look at Robin Bailey. He's picked up the camera's notice right there, and he's getting waved through there. That's good to see. These guys are going to go three wide, so Robin's going to have to show some patience as he runs down into turn one. It'll be the GT6 of Trevor Lindsay that leads him through turn one.
Yeah, Robin's made probably half the field up on the run to turn one. Not unsurprisingly, he will have his eyes on, and look at how busy it is in the mid-pack. This is what MG racing is all about. We often look at the front runners, but look at this. You got MGFs, Triumphs, ZTV8s, MGBs, everything in the middle here.
Rodney Gibb in the 32 there. He had a bit of an issue yesterday. Good to see him that finished the run yesterday. There's Ondarchi in the number 40 Stag. He's obviously just feeling his way out with the issue that was on board there. 5-second penalty to car number 36, and that is Zwarteveen. And he will serve that, or that will be just come off the race time at the end of the event. And there's Bailey down to turn 9, he's 32. Look at this car yesterday, and on the flashes as well, saying to Phil Chester, "Come on, mate, I got a lot more power than you. How dare you drive in front of me?" Here's the 78. He's doing a good job yesterday as well, pushing through the field, and that's Gordon Bunyan in the Spitfire. A couple of Triumphs on his back door there as well. Looks to the inside, the 45 blocks it up. Just manages to fight on. That's Alistair. He's come from the rear of the grid. The GT6 has still got it. Robin Bailey into P2.5 almost.
Yeah, so he's caught the field pretty quickly. Good for Trevor Lindsay out in front, and Danny Siama. Look at that up the inside of Mike Trathen. That's good driving by Danny. He is having a ball this weekend. Absolutely loving it. That car on radials, little baby 3.5 litre V8. So for him to be up there is doing really well, as we see Trevor Dunford off at turn one. Doing a bit of rallycross. I'm not sure an MGF's the best rallycross car, but he'll give it a try.
Oh, you give it a couple more inches of shock travel, you could certainly do it. Have a look at this. What a sight. Robin Bailey with the whole under tray broken off and goes skyward. Lands on the edge of the track there, so that'll be the aero effect underneath his car. And that has absolutely ripped the under tray right out from under that car there. Aero flex, we saw it bouncing. And I would suggest he hasn't put a Zeus clip in somewhere quite as tightly as he thought he may have.
Yeah, hopefully he's picked up on it. Otherwise, he could understeer quite a lot. These cars, even though they don't look super aerodynamic, those aero bits do help a lot. So a lot of front end grip out of that has gone. As he drives down in front, he should probably have the legs to stay in front, but let's just hope he doesn't.
I would suggest he'll be feeling that. That will certainly be sending a vibration through the front of the car. It's not affecting him greatly at this point in time. It will, I guess, overall. He's turned into the top of the hill, and that's where it's going to be most vital. And interestingly now we can see right through underneath the car, whereas it goes, the under tray on that car goes almost a metre back to where the gearbox mounts up. So it gives the air a very clean run under the whole front of the car and helps to keep downforce on those front wheels. Probably Phillip Island, it would be a big issue, but here, whoa, yeah, there it goes. Mike Roddy got a good look at it, didn't he?
There was a little duck then.
Screen.
Yeah. Saw his head duck. He thought, oh, I got a splitter coming here. So
got a blacked out screen for half a second there, and away we go. This is looking back to just outside the podium. Bits of fiberglass still littered up there, and we run up the back straight now. There's the MGB GT V8 that Paul was just touching on, of Wood and John Cox, and we have the Triumph coming through here as well. Here's another midget mixing it up with the 48 there, and getting on through very nicely indeed. Just looking 48.
Yeah,
where
so
it started from.
yeah, Tony Vollebrand.
7, sorry.
Yeah, having a good battle there with Henk. It's good to see two completely different cars having a good battle. They're probably going to get just slightly held up by the Triumph through the tighter corners, and then the V8 cubic inches are going to come in the straight. So this could be a good little battle heating up, and just behind we've got Rodney Gibb and Keith Ondarchi coming through the field, so they're going to catch them pretty quickly. Good to see Keith having a pretty clean run coming through the field here. He'll be keen to probably just get some points on the board, I'd imagine.
Well, now that he's felt the car under him, it feels good. Feels like the car he put on the front row of the grid yesterday. He'll be out after it gets up the inside now of the 32, and Keith just keeps it nice and straight. Gets it the braking done all in a straight line and turns the Stag in, having a brilliant old time. Have a look at this now. The Jeffson John Cox 95 just getting a bit of pressure, as Corbinell said, in a straight line. The V8 Triumph, that very unsubtle rear lip spoiler or wing, it's certainly giving a lot of rear downforce.
Yeah, it's good to see Tony Vollebrand got past. He's lost it up the back straight, but he did get past, so that's a good little battle there. Tony, the president of the MG Car Club of Victoria as well, so great to have Tony out there having a ball. His son Richard is also running around this weekend, so family affair.
Look at that rear deck wing on that Triumph. Oof. That'd be certainly here at Sandown, probably not too much of a distinct advantage, but again at a faster flowing track like Phillip Island, almost coming together there. This is for position. And although the number 40 is certainly going to be faster in a straight line, showing the respect of these guys that are running just outside the top 5, but well and truly inside the 10 as we see the 40 open it up, and that big V8 goes streaming down the inside of the front straight past the like-minded Triumph, if you like, albeit about a decade apart in release to the market.
Tony Vollebrand will be feeling very, very small right about now. He's had 3 V8s attack him for the last lap, and he's lost a couple of positions. You can see him here all over Rodney. I'm not sure around the outside of turn 4 will work, but great to see them having a ball. Tony's probably having a lot of fun here, but there'll be a bit of frustration every time you hit those long straights. You see the big V8s walk away.
Interesting just watching big sedan there on the I'm going to call them the Le Mans flashes there. not sure that he's totally in control of that. I think the car might have taken that over for him. Here we've got a car, Danny Siama, parked over the ripple strip and going the long way around to get back onto the track. The flaggies will have said to him, yeah, there's a decent gap now. Go, Danny. So we don't have to wait or come under the control of any safety cars. Good shot of the mid-pack here. And starting to see Andrew Watson there in the number 34, the MG ZR160. And we get a good shot of the number 6 of Rose. And some more traditional MG fare, I guess you'd say, with open top midgets and MGBs.
Absolutely, and we've got John Maycomb on screen there. I've got to apologise. Michelle Maycomb is maybe a little unhappy. I said John bought another midget yesterday on air. So Mitch bought the car. Michelle, I'm sorry. I apologise. Hopefully I'll be invited around for dinner next time now. But yeah, so sorry, Michelle. And congratulations,
there is
Mitch.
distinct advantages and disadvantages of going on air, Paul, and that is you can make a mistake, but then you can apologise and make it up for it. Let's hope they enjoy their new midget, whoever ends up behind the wheel.
Absolutely. No, great little battle here. Great, absolutely.
Has the Spitfire.
Yeah, throwing it in the corners. Probably a little bit underpowered compared to some of the cars around him, but Gordon Bunyan is throwing it around. Looks like a lot of fun. Chasing Greg White, another stalwart of the category. Greg having a lot of fun. We didn't see much of him yesterday, but he's doing well today.
Interestingly enough, these guys started 13, 14, 15 on the line, and they're still with each other, albeit that they've gone back a couple of spots because both the faster cars of Hondachi and Robin Bailey have gone through.
Yeah, so this is a great little battle. This is what MG Racing is about.
We're just seeing that Robin Bailey is withdrawn.
Yeah, it's showing that he's in the pits. We haven't seen anything about that, and he's dropped off the timing box. So yeah, we're just getting the information through that the loose bodywork on the front end of that car, we did see the splitter go flying up into the air. Obviously, the trackside marshals have reported that back to race control, and that gets pretty much everyone trackside, all eyes on car number 50, and he has gone to the pits before the meatball flag or the black flag with the orange disc in the middle is shown, and that is a mechanical issue, and I'm pretty sure Robin would have been okay with that. He was well and truly aware that something had definitely gone wrong in the front of the car. Yeah, hopefully he's got another spoiler in the back of the car, and we see him come through the field again this afternoon. He probably had a lot of fun up until then, but yeah, a bit of a shame. Just those small little things, and it could have been something much worse. So luckily, he's still got the.
How's this battle between White, Bunyan, Watson, Rose,
yeah, so good.
Maycomb, all weighing in on this, and this is for 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 on the road.
And this is fantastic. And Andrew Watson in the middle there in a modern car, and John Maycomb probably got a big smile on his face. He missed the racing yesterday, but no doubt he'll be sitting there going, this is what it's all about. This is why I'm here today. So this is great. And just behind Richard Vollebrett, Tony's son, whose first run for a while. He's been away, young family, coming back, trying to get back into it this year for a couple of rounds. Keeping up with them here. Look at this, Peter Rose looking to try and make a move. Great to see Rosie there. He's had a bit of a rough run with some mechanical problems in the last 12 months, but this weekend having a good run, and he's right in the mix and keeping everyone honest, which is great. So Gordon Bunyan's trying to put the pressure on, but also look in the mirrors as we see Henk's Waterveen here, and the MG ZS, a bit of a unique car with a V6 engine. So probably got a little bit of horsepower on Henk, but very different cars, will drive very differently. John Illingworth having a ball in that car chasing Henk.
Certainly great to have quite a few South Australians join us here in the Victorian Triple 8 Home Load Series this weekend.
And yeah, we were expecting Peter Mathwin coming over from Adelaide as well. There was another one, but unfortunately had a bit of an issue on, I think it was Thursday. So not here this weekend racing with us, but intends to be at Winton. So we'll have another Adelaidean.
Interestingly enough, yesterday Mike Roddy a 124.74, a 124.98, so quarter of a second off his fastest lap, a 124.98 is what he's done in this race, a 124.74. It was his fastest lap yesterday in the magnificent Jaguar. Getting some good shots here now throughout the field. Hank Zwarteveen, and that V8 Triumph in front of John Cox. And this has been a race-long battle. It's been over 8 laps so far. We expect we're going to get 12 laps. And of course, yeah, Zwarteveen has got that 5-second start line infringement penalty hanging over his head. So we just see the Triumph going by. And again, applying the straight line handling beautifully there. Have a look at this battle. This has been waged for quite some time. And at the moment, I don't think the 45, the number 9 there of Greg White, is holding anyone up. I think he is legitimately
I think he's just
quick.
the front of the train, isn't he?
Well, here's some proof on how fast you can go in MG and invited British cars.
Well, there's 3 MGB engines in that Jag, so
yes, there is.
But yeah, Peter Rose, I see, he's made himself up towards second in this little pack as well. So great drive by Rosie there.
78 Gordon Bunyan in the Triumph, and looking left and right in the 34 there.
John May come up the inside. Big move on Andrew Watson, side by side through turns 3 and 4.
I bet you he's given us a bit of righto, boys. I'm sponsoring this. The Bennett Signs.
Give me some airtime.
British sports car. He's getting some time there. So puts a move on, and for Bennett Signs, we thank him very much for being part of the fun here this weekend with MG and invited British cars. And I reckon all these guys are just fanning out to just get a good look at the back of that Jag going up the straight in front of them, saying, yeah, I saw the back of that car.
Or it went past them so fast it moved them that far.
Well, the good thing about it didn't tear the stickers off the Bennett Signs cars, so they're well applied.
Yeah, so we know he knows what he's doing with sign writing.
That's right. Remember one pretty much exactly the same as that, a guy, Jeff Smith, in a blue car, and he had a multicoloured extravaganza. Jeff did. Raced him in one of those, what they used to have in the old days, a butcher's picnic race.
Yeah, yep. It's great to see some of the midgets coming back. We sort of didn't have a midget on track for a couple of years, and they're coming back out, which is great. I think Mike Trathen's done wonders by doing well for the little midget and showing David can beat Goliath.
We look at that yesterday, a 125.90 was less than half a second off the Mike Roddy Jag. So if you've got a midget that is set up, tuned and running well, and I would suggest he spends a lot of time preparing that car, does Mike Trathen.
You see Gordon Bunyan just going over the exit curb at turn 1, so he's pushing hard. John Macon's probably got the eyes on going, I sniff an opportunity here. Time's going to run out, so he's going to have to pounce. But
the really good thing about these open midgets and MGBs is that you can almost see the driver either make their mind up or change their mind looking straight into their visor. And we're on the final lap of this race. As we see the number 10 Jag being driven very nicely this weekend by Mike Roddy. And I guess, although he has won race 1 and he's set to take out number 2, it's really cool that we've been able to have this car come to the track, isn't it?
Oh, it's so cool. I think, if you're a fan of Australian motorsport, it's such a significant car. To see Mike out there, and he drives it so well. I mean, it's fair to say he's probably not driving at 110%, but it is, and the sound of the thing, if you hear, just listen to it on full noise. Well done to Mike. Great to have him part of the field.
Fantastic there, Phil Chester getting across the line, not for P3 on the road. In fact, he'll be 14th. But Trevor Lindsay, round of applause for cars 1 and 2. That is a ripping drive in the GD6 Triumph. And Mike Trathen, here he comes to the line now. We'll take position number 3. Of course, the cars, Phil Chester, White, Rose, Bunyan, Watson, Vollebrecht, all getting across the line, but they're filling positions 14 through to position number 20. Here comes Keith Ondaatje, was showing in position number 6. Got
Should
a couple
be
of
P5 here. He's got Mike Wood on the last lap, so good run back down to 5th.
Danny Siama gets through, and Keith up 1 on that last lap, but up some 20 positions from the start of the race. So good drive, a measured drive, albeit he's trying to make up some places. He certainly hasn't lost any friends along the way. Sometimes when you're charging from the rear, you do tend to extend a friendship gratitude, that's for sure. Here we go. These two have had a race-long battle, and at the moment it's the Triumph that will lead Zwarteveen home, but gets it wrong coming out onto the straight. Uses the power though and the 95 just grabs it at the line. But Swartoveen he'll drop another couple of spots because he's got a 5-second penalty coming through there as well. The 44 through there as well. Alana Ondaatje getting through for a good result there in 13th position as well. So Paul, Mike Roddy takes the win. Trevor Lindsay, Mike Trathen, Danny Siyama, Keith Ondaatje, Wood, Gibb, Bollebreg, John Cox and Swartoveen round out our 10.
Thanks very much for this morning, Daz. I look forward to seeing you this afternoon. And if you're watching on Blendline, get down here, get a ticket, go sit on Red Hill, have a picnic, and enjoy Vic State Racing, some of the best grassroots racing in Australia.
Certainly is. For 888 Home Loans, we thank them very much. And of course, Bennett Signs. Great to see their entry out there on the track today as well. The MG and invited cars will be back on again at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Formula Ford are the cars next on track. Back in a moment.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
I'm down here in Altatech Racing Garage, and I'm joined alongside by one of their drivers, Matthew Holmes, who is a little bit older than some of the other usual junior drivers you might expect to see in Formula Ford. He is, of course, up from Tasmania, and he is also a paediatrician. So we'll touch on that in just a few moments. But, Matthew, you've actually got a long legacy of racing in the Victorian State Race Series. Could you go into that a little bit more in detail?
Yeah, absolutely. So I love coming over here to race. Started racing over here about 10 years ago in Formula V's. Did that for about 3 or 4 years, and then finally got into my dream class of Formula Ford, which I love. So really competitive racing, which is great.
So what brought you up to Victoria?
Really the competition. Firstly, they don't offer Formula Ford in Tasmania, but just the depth of the field over here. Love the racing style. It's really hard and cutthroat, but really good when you achieve a good result. And also managed to land with a really good team over here as well. It's been really supportive of me, which is great.
So last season, 2022. This season as well, what are your ambitions for 2023? Obviously, you've got plenty of experience in Formula Ford now, and the results are starting to come to fruition now.
Yeah, absolutely. So last year, I ended up third in the championship, so that was really, really good. I think this year, just try and get a couple of race wins to start with, and then hopefully win the championship at the end of the year. That's kind of the end goal, I suppose, with Altatech.
And as I understand, you got a new partner on board for this year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So running with Altatech as a racing team, and then got Dream Street Lending, who have come on board starting this round as the first round, which is a really exciting opportunity for us. So really happy with that.
No worries at all. Thank you very much, Matthew Holmes.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great to have Callum doing these interviews around the track for us. We have got a guy that absolutely set the historic Sandown on fire at Formula Ford's joining us now, and it's great to have him back with all of his knowledge and years of experience. He'll be calling this race with Paul Ziddy. Phil Brannigan, welcome to the commentary booth. We're going to have a quick look at the Sandown track.
My God, what an introduction. I'm never going to be able to live up to that introduction, but thank you very much. Good to be here at glorious Sandown, and we're going to have a quick track map. There's the straight bit at turn 1, and Paul Ziddy, you've done a few laps around here in various cars. It's a bit of a challenge to getting this place right.
Yeah, look, it's seemingly a simple circuit, but very technical. So we've come sort of turn 1, we're now through onto turn 4, the one of the more critical corners that leads onto that uphill back straight. And in a Formula Ford, well, I imagine most categories would be the same. Fastest part of the circuit is actually the top of the back straight, where you go into what used to be known as Rockman's Rise. We see Johnny Martin's got the lap record in S5000, 104.553. He won the championship with us in 2006 and is here doing driver coaching and data for Jack Bussey and for Harrison Sellers. So a great grid of Formula Ford and Formula Ford 1600 cars taking the track in perfect conditions. You don't get conditions better than this at Sandown Raceway.
No, you don't. It's blue sky, sun's out. Guns out. Almost said buns out. We don't want buns out. We want guns out. We've got some gun drivers on the pits. Lachlan Strickland taking pole position.
Yeah, his first meeting, a great result for him. There was a little bit, as there often is, with young drivers, all very keen. A little bit of argy-bargy in the last half a dozen corners in yesterday's race, and Lachlan did very well to stay clear of that and take the W.
So alongside him will be Jack Busey, Edison Berwick out of row 2, alongside Harrison Blanchard. We'll be talking about him a little bit later during the race as well. Jared Farrell alongside Cody Mains-Ruddy.
Yes.
You'll be going through some of the cars, and Damon Woods on the 4th row alongside Elliot Cleary.
That's correct. Zach Lobko and Thomas Davies round out your top 10. We then we cannot overlook the Formula Ford 1600, the Kent car that has been the workhorse engine for Formula Ford since 1967, and Richard Davison has taken the win there, backing up his championship last year. Peter Fitzgerald starts alongside him on the front row.
Not that Peter Fitzgerald.
No, the other
Right.
Peter Fitzgerald, the other one.
Not that Richard Davison.
That Richard Davison, the very one, the one and the only. Could there be two?
There could be two. He's about to become a grandfather again. Good news during the week from
Indeed.
his son, Will, and his delightful wife. But Formula Fords taking our interest. Race 2 of the Victorian State Racing Series. Round 1 here at fantastic Sandown. Who will win the sprint to the first corner?
That's right, we're waiting for we've got the green flag at the back. We're waiting for them to come under starters orders. Red lights on. Out, and they're off racing, and it looks like Lachlan got the better start over Jack Bussey, who is getting swamped on that long run down into turn 1. Quite a long run from start line, that drag race into 1. And someone's lost an engine cover, we can see in the background. No harm, no foul. It looks like it's gone clear.
Yeah, a bit of Biffo Bears there back in the pack, but a good start by all the cars who made it away on the front row of the grid. And just look at the pack of young drivers, and some, I guess, not so young, learning their craft and finding the fast way around 3.1 kilometres here at Sandown. Onto the back straight. Bussey leads from Strickland and Blanchard.
Yeah, good start from Harrison Blanchard. Oh, and it looks like Fraser High, I think, is...
Car 17.
They're separate incidents we can see here. That
Right.
engine cover is not related to Fraser, who is stationed there. Hopefully he's out of the way and won't impact racing as... Oh, someone's got it. That was one of the drivers got a little bit loose coming up over the top. So they run down to complete the opening lap. And we've got some great shots of the trees right there. They come onto the straight to complete the opening lap, and they come across the line. We have got, yes, as we thought, Lachlan Strickland from Jared Farrell, from Harrison Blanchard, Edison Bezic, Jake dropping down to 6th by virtue of that start. And that's the nature of racing here at Sandown Raceway, that long drafting up the back straight, the tardy start. He's just been swamped on the opening lap, and he's got all the work to do to come forward.
Yeah, but it's all come up, it's all Strickland at the moment, isn't it?
Indeed.
From 1.5 seconds out there in the Miguel. So it's a great to see drivers from other parts of Australia coming down to Sandown and taking in the State Racing Series as he leads up the back straight. That lead is still about a second and a half. The Miguel slippery through the air, as all these modern generation 90 and O-spec cars have been. And you've had a bit to do with that over the years.
Yeah, the evolution of Formula Ford over 50 plus years, they look quite different from where it all started. They're a much longer and wider car than they were initially, but the fundamental still applies, that you're looking at mechanical grip only, no aerodynamic downforce, relatively low power, low grip, which is why it's such a great breeding ground for the young drivers who come through and excel.
Lachlan Strickland's lead's been cut, definitely, so we see that Jared Farrell has closed that gap to just over a second. So Strickland leads from Farrell Beswick in third place. Lobco, who picked up a good position there on that lap, as one car walks its break into turn one. Lobco has really made some ground. He started on the fifth row of the grid, and he's a guy to keep an eye on in the number 7 car.
Yeah, and Eddie Beswick making good progress as well with the quickest lap on the last time around. They've taken half a second out of the leader. At this rate, a couple of laps time, we should have a good battle there for the lead, which is what this category is known for.
Here's a replay of the start. Keep your eye in the middle of the back of the pack or the back of the field. We'll see contact, and watch for a flying engine cover, perhaps.
Don't know that it's necessarily contact per se. It could be.
There it is.
What I can see there is that's probably indicative of one of the quarter turn Zeus fasteners not quite being done up correctly. The wind gets under it. And I think that was Peter Fitzgerald's engine cover.
Car number 17, so not ideal. It's nice to have all your bodywork attacked. But at the front, that was something that happened further at the back. But at the moment, Strickland's lead has been cut further, down to 3.5 tenths of a second. Strickland from Beswick, the two. We're talking about my gal at the front, aren't we?
Well, no. Eddie Beswick is in a Spectrum chassis, running with the Synergy Motorsport team, and sweeping into the lead there. As we say, it was a bit faster than I anticipated. I said maybe a couple of laps, but this is now a four-way battle.
Five-way battle.
Five-way battle all the way. Formula Ford racing at its finest out here at Sandown Raceway. Again, the two Holdens Race lend themselves to this type of racing so well. You can see the chain there, the snake of Formula Ford, which it's famous for that, as everyone's trying to stay in the tow. The leaders are trying to break out of that tow, up over the top. A seriously fast corner, 230 kilometres an hour into that left-hand corner over the top. Slightly, as you approach it, it's just enough of a rise to be, we've got someone in the fence, it looks like, at Dandenong Road corner.
Okay, trying to pick up the number there.
Looks like car number
3. Harrison Blanchard. That's unfortunately for him, having a good run this weekend, actually showing some quite good pace as well. And he appears to be in the fence. Don't know whether or not we'll get a replay from our wonderful telecast partners. We probably will not, the way it seems. Thank you very much, telecast partner. Still a great battle for the lead between Beswick and Strickland side by side as they go through. But Lobco, having done the fastest lap of the race, has really moved through. So this 5-car battle between Beswick, Strickland, Farrell, Lobco and Boosie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've got a bit of a gap back to Main's Ruddy. There's Harrison Blanchard, second generation driver, though his grandfather actually raced at club level.
Yep,
safety
got a
car
safety
has been
car.
scrambled for Harrison Blanchard, of course, the younger brother of Tim Blanchard.
Absolutely.
And part of the Cool Drive family that are involved with supercars. They were the first team in supercars in 2023 to road their new spec Gen 3 race car.
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing those, of course, here at Sandown for the Sandown 500. There is the Cool Drive safety car.
That's somewhat ironic, isn't it, that the Cool Drive safety car is being deployed while they recover the Cool Drive Formula Ford.
Well, parts distribution is their business, and
Indeed.
there's a few parts that have been redistributed on the track. Out there in Box Hill, there's a massive warehouse. There's Harrison Ford, Harrison Blanchard. Harrison Ford. He's driving a Ford. Let's call that man Harrison Ford.
There we go. And he's hopping into, if only the medical car were the other brand, they could have been hopping into the Millennial Falcon.
Oh my. Paul Ziddy will be here all week. Please tip your waitress.
Yes, try the buffet. Take my wife, please. Somebody take my wife.
So this is unusual, Ziddy, because this race is actually timed. We don't have a preset number of laps. It's a 20-minute
Yeah, correct.
race.
That's something that we're trialling at this round this year after some meetings and some engagement with our customer base, the competitors of the Victorian Motor Racing. And this is now with my hat on as the chair of Victorian State Race Series Incorporated.
You've got a bid on, haven't you?
Look, we try to give back to the sport. It gives so much to us. Absolutely love it. So if you can do something to help, it's what we're all about. So we've had these customer engagement sessions, found out whether there's things we can do to make it better, and we thought these timed events might be a way to go. So What it means from a race management perspective as well is you're not juggling number of laps, and it allows them to, for example, right now there's not frantic running through calculators to see how many laps are left to go. Can we fit it in with the safety car? It's like, well,
just under 8 minutes.
We do the safety car, and when the time's up, the time's up.
So the order behind the safety car is Bezic ahead of Strickland, Farrell, Lobko and Boosie, the top 5. And while we're at it, while there are people out there on the circuit, we're getting some fantastic shots from our good mates here at Glenlight TV. And we're seeing different categories. Oh my God, there's a Swift. It's a DB1 Swift! It is indeed. From about the 1980s, as we all are. Speaking of the 1980s, back in the day, in the 1980s, I was at Sandown, I was at track marshal. So if you ever wanted to be a flaggy, before I had a glittering career in whatever the heck I've been doing for the last 35 years, wasting my life, I was here as a track marshal. The very first car we ever recovered from vehicle recovery was a broken down Formula Ford. And we were trying to get the guy to hold the
toe strap?
The toe strap.
Yes.
We were flat towing it back to the pits, and we were saying, put your helmet on, and he didn't understand because he had only just arrived in Australia and he didn't have much English. And when we got him back to the paddock, I said to him, what's your name? And he said, Thomas Mazera.
There we go. Yes.
Right here at Sandown.
And a good point you make there. The famous names globally, not just here in Australia, but globally, that started their careers. Generally, they start in go-karting as 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, but Formula Ford features prominently in their career pathways. And we've been very fortunate to rub shoulders and see some now household names, but back when they weren't famous, when they were just starting out. It's a wonderful category. We see the crane truck there. You'll notice if we have the vision stay there, that they'll pick that car up off the roll hoop. It's nicely balanced at that point, deposit it on the truck, get it out of the way, and they'll be able to return us to our regular scheduled racing program.
So we're going to have at least, I think, 2 more laps behind the safety car. So hopefully we'll get a dash to the flag, but if not, it's not the worst thing in the world to happen. And where else would you rather be than Sandown and 2023? There's going to be something new and old at Sandown in September. What's that going to be?
Something new and old at Sandown.
Sandown 500,
September.
It's coming back.
Ah.
At last. It should never have left. But anyway, Sandown 500 is going to be back at the circuit where it originated as the... Dear God, what was it? The Sandown 250. It was the Sandown 4-hour there for a while back in the day in the 60s, but then it was the 250 and then it was the Hang 10 400. And the dates of that are going to be moved around because of the Victorian State Racing Series dates. First round this weekend. Don't forget, round 2 is going to be at Winton on the 22nd and 23rd of April. Mark down Phillip Island for round 3, run by our friends at Pyark, May 26 to 28. Round 4 back here at glorious Sandown in August. Will it be 23, 24 degrees? Maybe not, but it will be the 11th to the 13th of August. Back to the island for round 5, September 22 to 24, and the final round will be at Calder. Now, how good is that going to be back at Calder on October 27-29.
We absolutely have everything. Fingers, toes, eyes. If you can cross it, we've got it crossed. That can come to fruition. Obviously, it's marked as TBC. We promote the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships on behalf of Motorsport Australia.
Yep.
And so for us to be able to undertake racing at Calder Park, it would quite rightly have to hold a Motorsport Australia track licence. So that's the process that the management of that facility and Motorsport Australia are discussing. Way above my pay grade. I just stand by in nervous anticipation that we may in fact be able to go racing there this year.
Wouldn't it be great? Calder. So many wasted out. Wasted? Yeah, okay, some people would say wasted, but I've spent a big part of my life out at Calder, at the track, at the Dome. So
at the Guns N' Roses concert.
Didn't go to the Guns N'
Roses. In the
car
park trying to get out of the Guns N' Roses concert.
I
think there's still some cars on the freeway now that are just exiting the car park from the Guns N' Roses concert.
There's some fans trying to get out of the pits, out of the public car parks after the aftermath of the 2019 French Grand Prix. But we won't go into that. But Calder Park, people forget, first permanent home in the Australian Grand Prix from 1980 onwards until it moved to 85 in Adelaide. Prior to Calder, Bob Jones stepping in and securing the new rights to the Australian Grand Prix. it was a regular, it was a nomad around the country, and it moved right around. We're getting an indication now. I was hopeful that there wasn't going to, we're going to go racing after this, but clearly the crane is still on the track, moving the Blanchard car to safety. So Beswick leads from Strickland, Farrell, Lobco, Bussey, Mains, Rutty, Collins, Fawcett, Woods, and Sellers.
Yes.
And leading the Kent class
is...
We're just waiting for the screen to flick over.
Yep, you'll have Richard Davison.
Richard Davison.
Yep, from
who
Grant
raced
Walker.
a 5,000 here back in the day, a Formula 5,000. Okay.
Yep, and lived to tell the tale.
And lived to tell the tale. All the Davisons raced 5,000s here.
Absolutely.
John raced a 5,000 here. Alex drove it.
And Harrison Sellers doing very, very well. Had an unfortunate incident in qualifying and was a rear of grid, was not able to get the car back together in time for yesterday's race. So he's come from stone cold motherless last to be inside the top 10 here as we go around behind the safety car drivers, trying to keep some heat in their Control Avon R-Spec road radial tyres.
R-Spec?
They're an R-Spec.
You can't call them that.
No,
sorry,
you
you mean capital R, the letter
yes,
R.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
And they replaced the Avon ACB 10,
they did.
Which we raced on in Australia for quite a number of years. Yokohama have been an incredible supplier, very supportive, very helpful to us from a technical perspective as well. And the tyre itself has just been superb. And here we are at...
I'm Brannigan, that's Ziddy, and that's...
Indeed.
And the pit crew.
That's why typically you hear us and don't see us.
I know, I've got a great head for radio.
Yes. But yeah, the Yokohama have been a wonderful supporter of the category, and the tyre itself has been very good for the category. Yeah, we can see that that's not the ideal wheel alignment that you want on your Formula Ford racing car to be going quickly. So that's unfortunate for Harrison. But once again, that looks, hopefully it is as it looks, which is largely cosmetic. The Ace team at Sonic will get that turned around, and I'm sure we'll see Harrison out again this afternoon for the race.
So safety car in this lap, the Cool Drive safety car, drivers keeping their tyres warm. Of course, they're perfectly entitled to do this, as you would expect. Not slick tyres, they have an all-weather tyre.
It's an all-weather tyre.
Some people say, why don't you have slicks? Because I think this is actually a better idea, and it's a matter of cost as well, because if you're going to have sets of slicks and sets of widths, you're going to spin up 2 sets of rims.
Yeah, and it also keeps to the hallmark of the category, which is again that relatively low grip, relatively low power. It teaches the drivers to maintain the momentum. And with the time remaining, I'm thinking we're probably going to see a one-lap dash to the flag. So Edison Beswick has done all that work to get in front. And again, the nature of the big straights here at Sandown.
Well, we actually don't know whether we're going to get a green flag or a checkered flag here, because we've just gone over 20 minutes. So we do think we are going to get
They're going to get
one more. There goes the green flag in the top left.
So Edison is going to have it all to do here. The last place you want to be is right out in front.
It might be two. We're just being told it could be 2 more laps.
He's made a good start though. Really good safety car restart. He's been able to get the break, which has pushed him through, held on to the lead. Looks like we've got, Jared Farrell was having a look to go to second, and that didn't quite work out for him.
And he might be losing a place to
now
Lobco around the outside.
Yep.
So with 1.5 laps to go as they go in the back straight this time, Beswick has just snuck away, and there's a big slide
up on that exit curb, and with only a 40mm ride height, when you end up like that, you end up a little bit like the turtle. It's just teetering up there. It's the heart would win in the mouth for a couple of seconds there.
So Beswick working very hard to break the toe here. He does not want to have Strickland right tucked under his where the rear wing would be if these cars had rear wings, as they come down to Dandenong Road with a lap and a bit to go. You don't want to be leading and have somebody tow past you at the back straight here at Sandown, which we've seen so many times. So does Bezic give up the lead? No, he's actually eked out.
No, he's done a fantastic job. The guys are racing pretty hard behind him, which may play into his hands. He's just got to put his. I mean, he's got no option. It's eyes down, head down, eyes forward, and just go as fast as he can.
Yep.
And what happens behind him will. But he's got. I think that's a winnable lead that he's got there now.
1.3 seconds.
Yeah, Eddie should have this in the bag. A great drive for him. And let's see what it's well and truly on for young and old behind though.
Farrell and Strickland side by side through turn one, looking in the battle for second. There's Obco, who's dropped back a little bit, but still trying to make up that ground. But he's got the fastest lap of the race, and they're side by side as they go to 2 and 3. And there's been a collision and the broken suspension, and that will be all she wrote in that part of the battle. But I don't think it's going to be
they're all still going. All still going. Not sure who that was that bumped wheels, but
Beswick got the back straight. It's Farrell and Strickland fighting it out for second ahead of Collins and Mays Ruddy.
230 kilometre an hour game of chess right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't blink.
That is a great racing.
Farrell's covered the line as somebody taking a shortcut there over the S's. Beswick comes out on the last run out of Dandenong Road corner. The checkered flag is waiting, but who is going to take the honours for second place?
That will be a well-deserved win for the Synergy Motorsport Spectrum pilot. And Farrell is holding on for a great second in his Spectrum from Strickland in the CHE Miguel. Great drive from Bailey Collins up into fourth from Mains Ruddy. Jack Bussey starting out a second, got swamped off the line, but has held on for sixth. We've got a replay, I believe, coming of the contact that we saw. It was all very, very busy down there at 4. I don't think there was much in this by way of intent. Just a lot of cars trying to occupy the same space. Someone gets, you can just see that there, bouncing off the curbs and pushes the car wide. I think that was unfortunate contact between Harrison Sellers and young Joe Fawcett. Is the way that looked to me, but again, I would have seen that as lots of cars occupying the same space, bouncing off curves, not really much in that, just unfortunate racing incident.
So, great run there, great drive over the last lap. Eddie Beswick takes the win in the feature race here for Formula Fords at sensational Sandown. The opening round of the Victorian State Racing Series for 2023. They will be back on the program coming up a little bit later in the day. I think we've got Saloon cars back next, but in the meantime, well done, Mr. Ziddy. You have been a fine operator to be alongside, and we'll hand you back to our regular commentary team.
Thank you very much, Phil. Always a pleasure to commentate with a Brannigan, especially the upgrade.
Down here in the Saloon Cars paddock, and I'm joined by the Victorian Club President, Daniel Johnson. Thank you for joining us, Daniel.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks for having us.
So tell us, in season 2023, what's in store for the Saloon Cars?
Well, we had a really great 2022. Numbers were building strongly. We sort of had the 20s in regularly in terms of number of entries. Got off to a pretty good start for round one. We had 21 enter, but a couple had to pull out last minute through some mechanicals. But we got 17 representing the category to put on a good show this weekend.
And grid numbers last year were incredibly strong. Is that an indication of what's to come this year as well?
Yeah, we've got tremendous interest in the category at the moment. We've got a few new people into the category, some jumping across from other categories. The real problem at the moment is actually finding cars to sell to people. So it's a good problem to have.
So I take it by your Falcon, you're a Holden man?
No, if I sat in on Holden, I'd have to have gloves, I reckon, so my hands wouldn't burn. But no, it's a great category. It's that traditional Ford versus Holden rivalry. The AUs are trying to keep up with the VTs, so we've got a few that are starting to work their way up, so it's good to see Kevin Stoopman, Andy McLeod, and we've got Brad Vaughan in the car this weekend in an AU, so it should be a really good showing up the front.
Plenty of excitement to come, and of course he's a staunch Blue Oval fan, so we say a big thank you to Daniel Johnson, or DJ as he's colloquially known around the paddock.
Well, have a look at that. That is the number 13 bellied out on the straight there. Not ideal, and that's not how you want it. That's Harrison Sellers in the Spectrum 014. Big congratulations to Edison Beswick in his Spectrum 014 for the win there in the Formula 4. It's great racing as always from that category. It's always one of the great entertainers in the sport. We add another brand now because we have saloon cars. We have Fords and we have Holdens. And I have got Dan McCarthy, who combined with Steve DeVries for a couple of massive race calls yesterday with Formula V and improved production. No pressure here, Dan. Let's see if we can get you up to that level again this morning. Sorry, mate, you have to work with me at this point in time. Big shout out to Peter Husband, who's joined us here at the track this weekend as well. A volunteer official back talking about Calder back in the days at the Thunderdome. And great to welcome Peter Husband to the track here. He's a big fan of sports sedans as well. So good to see him here at the track. And we've got the saloon cars lining up down there as well. Of course, I'm having some shout outs. Chris Neal from the 50 years of sports sedans fame, and a sports sedan stalwart from the very, very beginning is at the track as well. So we extend a big welcome to Chris and his friends that are here at the track with him today. So here is our grid for Day 2 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and the saloon cars on track there. Dan, let's have a look at this grid and how they'll start race 2.
So defending champion Sean Jamieson starts from pole position after a win yesterday. Alongside him, his teammate, despite being a different brand, Sean actually owns that car, driven by Brad Vaughan, Super 3 champion from last year. Tickford Racing Super 2 driver this year, very much a man on the rise. Both of those two South Australians. The first of the Victorians, the locals, is Daniel Johnson, who Callum was just talking to down in the lane. Alongside him in the 4th position, we have Kevin Stoopman. Behind that, we have McLeod in car number 82. Then we have Tonks car number 5, Tate in the retro liveried green-eyed monster that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, goes out of position number 7. Jayski goes from position number 8. Thomas in 9th. Shembury in 10th. Adam Lowndes got it all to do after a mechanical problem, a gear shift issue yesterday, so couldn't get out of gear, so he'll start from 11th alongside Prestipino. That's certainly a road to look out for, those two fast drivers, that's for sure. They'll be looking to move forwards in this race. Behind that we have Rob Knight. McSwain, unfortunately, is not going to be a starter in this one. We saw his bonnet come up into the windscreen yesterday. Unfortunately, the windscreen was shattered, or cracked, I should say. Not shattered, but cracked, and unfortunately couldn't get a replacement windscreen. So without a replacement windscreen, of course, not able to take part today. So there'll be a vacant slot there. David Lyons and Harris round out the field.
Of particular note there is the guys in the Pensioners Cup. In particular, a very big welcome to the top 10 start for our good mate Jeff Thomas, starting out of position number 9, and Brett Tate also in there as well. James Jeske, new to the category out of South Australia, and Justin Shembury, his first race meeting. There's the schedule for the rest of the day. Saloon Cars race number 2 will be on track in just a few moments. Hold on to your hats as the Hyundai Excels head out for race 2 at 11:25. The Just Cars, historic touring cars, will be on track. We'll be joined by Chris Ralph and Phil Brannigan for the historic touring cars. Sports sedans, the big bangers, the cars representing Groove Train Eastland. Get down there for a meal at the Groove Train at Eastland for a good feed there. They'll be on at 11:50. The Formula V's on at 12:20. Improved production for their race 2 at 12:45, and the HQs will round out at 1:10 the race 2 for today. Then we go right back to the beginning with 944s, MG and Invited British, Formula Ford, Saloon Cars, etc. for this afternoon. This morning's races are essentially known as the trophy races. Their 20-minute allocation time, whereas the races this afternoon will be over 15 minutes. We'll sort of take around 11 laps. We're sort of looking for 12 to 13 laps out of these races here this morning. There's the VN making its way down, and a couple of faster cars. Prestipino there, as Dan alluded to, in the marshalling area. And we're going to have a good watch. What row was that? That's the back row. So row 7 of the grid here is where we're going to see a couple of quick cars charging from. Look, I'm going to be a realist here and say, have they got a chance to get onto the back of Sean Jamieson and Brad Vaughan?
Probably not.
Not unless it rains or something, but they're going to give it a red-hot go. Adam Lowndes certainly has the ability to do it, and Prestipino has certainly shown us in the last season. Jacob showed us that his Holden could certainly do the goods. So we wait with bated breath as the cars come around the field, exiting turn 4. So they'll all be on the back straight, and they want to get a bit of a hustle on here because the race timer has started, and this is what the whole thing around that is. And we have just been handed, talk about it, the 11th hour, a new grid sheet. What is different is that we've got a couple of different cars off the rear of the grid there. Nothing in the first few rows has changed, but certainly a few more cars have been added on there. The McSwain, Knight, Lyons and Blake Harris cars all actually officially being shown on the grid.
Yeah, it was certainly a attritional affair yesterday, wasn't it? With only 9 or 10 finishes in the end. So yeah, there's several big names coming up from the rear of the grid, as we say. So Lowndes and Prestipino, 11 and 12, 2 to look out for in this.
Full credit to the Saloon car entries as well. To when they have an issue going away, they realise they've got the whole night that they can work through, and often we see race teams doing that. They fix the cars and they've got to the grid. We are at round 1. We've got 5, to be confirmed, 6 rounds in this championship. You don't want to come out of round 1 with just nothing.
Correct.
Against your name. You want to come out with something, particularly when the front row is being dominated by the Sedan Hotel race team, the MVG outfit. And we look now, here comes Jeff Thomas in the Falcon, Peter Tonks in that beautiful Phillip Island Cottages entered Commodore. I said it a few times yesterday, and I'm not going to stop saying it until it turns up one day and it's not beautifully presented. It always comes to the track looking magnificent. The win yesterday to Sean Jamieson, Brad Vaughan home in P2, Daniel Johnson in 4, Kevin Stoopman in 5, Andrew McLeod in 6, Peter Tonks in the Pensioners Cup, which is brought to us by Excalibur Screwbolts. There is the all-important green flag, and I would say that is Reece Carlton-Kylas looking at the plus 6 foot stature of our volunteer official at the back of the grid there. Plenty of lights flashing. We've got Victorian Fire and Rescue, we've got Medical, and we've got the big Jeep Recovery from Pyark Recovery at the back of the field. And away we go. It's Brad Vaughan clearly getting the jump there. An absolutely magnificent jump here. Prestipino going right to the inside wall here. He's got Jeff Thomas off the line. So he's got up a couple of spots there. Great start by Peter Tonks in the white, red and blue Commodore, smack bang in the middle of our screen there. But Jamieson tips it into turn 1. How did he do that? Brad Vaughan had a car length on him in the first 100 metres. He looks to the inside now. If this guy wants to make a name for himself in professional levels of motorsport, he doesn't want to give up any spots here. Johnson had Stoopman upside him. Stoopman had one of those 1% moves. Lowndes, have a look at this guy. The number 19, look where he is already. He has had an absolute ripping start.
Yeah, up from outside the top 10
11th.
in 11th up to, where is that? 4th, is that?
It certainly is. Boy, Kevin Stoopman took the 1% chance around the outside there. Daniel Johnson held strong. It was his line. And Kevin Stoopman, he's renowned for taking those 1% risks. And that's what makes him such an exciting and skilled race car driver to watch as he deals with the ripple strips right down the middle of his car. Lowndes in the number 19 started out of position number 11 up into P4 already, so had a ripping run down. No, it's 5-6 in fact, sorry. So he has got some work to do, but there's Prestipino coming through as well now. So Kevin Stoopman has got the 2 cars from the rear of the grid, arrived on him in the first lap.
Big moment again there from Stoopman next in last corner.
Prestipino retiring.
Oh, he made his way all the way up to 6th as well. He made up 6 positions on the opening lap, but to no avail. Once again, an opening lap retirement for Prestipino. We keep saying it, when he finishes well. His problem at the moment in these last few rounds late last year and this one already is simply finishing. As we see Rob Knight looking up the inside of Jeff Thomas in the Pensioners Cup there. It's Thomas that holds on around turn number 1 as they head down towards the tight chicane. Certainly a difficult section of road. Got to use a lot of curb in these cars. Oh, Thomas losing the rear end. Well
Jeff's just making sure he gets on the Blendline TV coverage there, giving it a bit of air underneath it and giving a bit of a wobble there. He knows how to get the attention of the cameras. The wily fox, he's been doing it for a while. And he is pushing on pretty hard, Jeffy. Got started inside the top 10. Fantastic to see him in there. There's Tonks and there's the green-eyed warrior. Number 21 moving up there as well. Now that's Blake Harris. Sorry, 91. That's not Blake Harris. That's James Jeske out of SA. Doing a great job in the VT. Slowing, coming off the corner there. The 21 coming through there. That's Blake Harris. And here comes the Excalibur Screwbolts car of Jeff Thomas.
Harris didn't take the start yesterday, but he's out there in this one and driving nicely. He hopes to be in a Falcon in the next round. Wasn't quite ready in time for the first round of the season, but as you see him make positions up, he should be in the Falcon for round 2. Up at Winton Motor Raceway in a couple of months' time. As we see Jeff Thomas there make up a position, and he might be followed through by Knight as they head down into turn number 1. Knight late on the brakes up the inside. Oh, a bit of a lock-up, unable to make the move. Jeske holds on. Jamison, fastest lap. Only a 10th faster though than his teammate. Only 6/10 the margin after the first couple of laps. He's unable to break away from Vaughan. Like we saw yesterday, it was a good challenge from Vaughan early in the race yesterday, but it was late on where Jamison just continued to pound out the laps.
Kevin Stoopman now ranges back up onto the back of Lowndes here in his Falcon. Seems as though the Falcons have found a happy hunting ground here at Sandown here this weekend. The long straights suiting the inline 6-cylinder performance. Interestingly enough, Dan, already this morning, the best lap time out of Sean Jamison in the race yesterday was a 1:24.31. He's got down to a 1:23.81 already on lap number 2. So he's got the goalposts and he's just taken them and moved them further away from everyone else. He's gone, yeah, you were within 3/4 of a second of me yesterday. Now I'm moving them a second out.
Yeah, and that gap has increased to 3/4 of a second on lap number 3. So yeah, the margin just extending ever so slightly, but those two have really gapped. Daniel Johnson in 3rd, the margin to him 5.8 seconds, and then it's the battle for 4th, which we are looking at in front of our eyes. Holden versus Ford, Lowndes versus Stoopman. You see Stoopman sliding out most corners, and we can see it again out of turn number 4. He's giving it everything. He wants to make his way around Lowndes, and I think, just looking ahead, I think Vaughan has closed the margin in the first half of the lap. He looks quite close there to Jamison as they go over the hill and down into Dandenong Road. Lots of personal bests on the last lap from the midfield. Oh, Lowndes, big twitch there. You don't want to have a back-end slide. Oh, Thomas is leading the Pensioners Cup, but he's off down at turn number 2. Strange position to be. I don't know whether he's looped it at turn 2 or whether he's lost it on the exit of 1 and come to a rest there.
I reckon he's had himself a bit of a tank slapper there, Jeff Thomas, and it's just gone around on him, and best to have let that go. I hope he hasn't bellied out there. I wouldn't have thought that a saloon car would do there, but this is great. Have a look at the front now. Jamo is coming under fire. In fact, that's gone back down under a second, 0.3 now. So is this Sean Jamison bringing the young fella in for a bit of gamesmanship, or is this Brad Vaughan showing the pace?
No, it's very much Vaughan showing the pace. 0.4 of a second faster and fastest lap of the weekend. As we go, safety car, unfortunately. A bit of a pause just as the race was heating up there. So we'll put a little pause on it as we see what happened. Thomas, all by himself, lost the rear under brakes, spins around, and unfortunately no drive. Can't get that Falcon moving. So the number 22 machine has come to a rest there.
Safety car just rolling now, so they'll be waiting for the field. They're coming around through the S's now, and that's at the other end of the track up towards turn 10. This is the rest of the field just coming past the stricken Jeff Thomas, and I'm going to say it for Jeff right now. He is going to be so sincerely sorry for causing this safety car. He's an absolute gentleman of a racer, and this is the last thing that Jeff will have wanted to have caused. But the good thing is he's getting the message out there for the sponsor of the Pensioners Cup, the Excalibur screw bolts, front and centre on the screen there, as there is Jeff walking over to the first line of defence. He'll be disappointed, and you can tell just on how he's holding himself there that that's not how he wanted anything to end up today.
No, he'll be disappointed with that, of course. He was the only finisher in the Pensioners Cup yesterday. Oh, he's nearly tripping over. Make sure you stay on your feet out there, Jeff. But yes, the only finisher in the Pensioners Cup yesterday. So this will allow his competitors to close the margin. So David Lyons and Rob Knight, who are both out there in this one, they'll be looking to claw back the points in this feature race.
Got Jeff and Beck alongside there doing the recovery, probably some of the best recovery people in the motorsport recovery business there. Jeff Rowley and Beck right alongside there. They will have that car out of sight rapidly, so we'll be able to go racing there again. Interestingly so, the start of this weekend, we had 21 cars entered for round one of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series. Unfortunately, 17 of them only took the grid, and several competitors withdrawing their entry at the last minute due to mechanical concerns. So we do see 16, 17 cars on the grid, and it has so far proven to be some great racing. The safety car we have now really is almost an innocuous type of incident, isn't it, really? It's Jeff Thomas having a spin and not being able to get the fire back into the belly of his Falcon. And as I said, I've already extended his sincere sorry to the rest of his field, because that's the kind of guy Jeff is. Great support this weekend from interstaters coming over from South Australia. James Jeske, Sean Jamieson, Brad Vaughan obviously leading our field away. David Lyons also coming over, and Andrew McLeod. Where's Andrew currently? Currently sitting 6th in this race, lined up behind the Cool Drive safety car. But great to see Andrew McLeod. He has moved from HQs into the Saloon cars, and he's parked up his trusty HQ for the time being. And I guess we've already touched on it, Dan, is the inclusion of Brad Vaughan, who's had a great year last year in the Super 3s, and has found a happy home here this time, this weekend, and the calibre of driver that he is, driving one of Sean Jamison's cars in the Falcon. And I reckon, what have we got? We've probably got another 5 laps. We'll see maybe 6 in this race. This safety car has brought them close together, although having said that, Brad Vaughan was right on his tail as well. Trophy class is also alive and well. Justin Shembry joining in that red VN Commodore, and there's the VN just at the back of shot there. Glenn Campbell, this weekend we've got Tonks, Knight, Thomas, Lyons. Glenn Campbell not being able to make it for the Pensioners Cup, as we're about to get racing, let's call it the second half of the Saloon cars.
Here we go, Jamieson, nice early restart. Gapped Vaughan nicely there, and in fact Vaughan's coming under pressure from fellow Falcon driver Daniel Johnson, and Johnson's drawn alongside and taken second position, and here comes Lowndes to make it 3 wide. Can Lowndes go from 4th to 2nd? He can. He's in deep. He's in very deep, but so's Vaughan. Vaughan trying to swing it around the outside on the grass, 2 wheels sideways, trying to get it stopped, back up the inside into turn number 2. Great racing on this restart. Lowndes out sideways, Vaughan out sideways, and it's Lowndes with the inside into turn number 4 that takes second position. And unfortunately there, Vaughan running wide over the curb has allowed Daniel Johnson to draw alongside onto the back straight, but not able to take position. So a bit of a reset. So it's now Jamieson from Lowndes, from Vaughan, and then Johnson in 4th.
Wow, what a restart there, and it is Brad Vaughan that I'm going to say was caught napping a little bit there. Jamo got away and led him into it. All he had to do was tag onto the back here, but Lowndes just had some awesome pace coming up the inside there. DJ also, he is looking very, very good. The guy that has been waving the flag for the Ford brand in this category for the last few seasons, and it's just Brad Vaughan that is in front of him at the moment, and you'd have to say the weight of experience that young racer has had over the last couple of years is the only difference between those two. But let's watch DJ, Daniel Johnson in the Team Johnson Racing yellow and black Falcon, and the last thing that he wanted to be experiencing this weekend is a charging Kevin Stoopman. But he's back in Saloon Cars, and it's a very big welcome to the Tyre Powers racer in Kevy Stoopman. Have a look at this. Brad Vaughan all over the back of Lowndes in the Pro Plum, number 19. The Sedan Hotels Falcon, number 55, looks to the outside, sweeps across. Lowndes, a little nip up on that right front, but that was because he was unweighted and trying to tip into turn 2 while still under brakes. And they are lining up very closely now behind Adam Lowndes.
Seems to be a real level of aggression. Oh, sideways moment there from, I think that was Harris, a bit further down the field. But yeah, real aggression this morning. They've woken up in trying to find a fight out there this morning. And Johnson drawing alongside Vaughan, but has to slot in. You can't really go too wide there. So 5-second penalty for car number 84. That's Tate for overlapping on the restarts. So a bit of a shame there. But yeah, got to stay in line before that start-finish line to restart the race.
I got to say, there's one thing about the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and that is that if you step out of line of the rules, there'll be someone on you. Absolutely. So it encourages compliance to the set of rules. It also encourages pretty hard racing. But if you're going to be on the wrong side of the rule book, you will certainly be picked up, as we now see. Those watching on the Blendline TV broadcast, which, by the way, has absolutely stepped up a notch in season 2023. You can see there the number 5 right next to that there. Vaughan to the inside now. This is going to be a move. A little bit of a touch there, and it pushes the tyre onto the guard of Lowndes, and he says, you know what, Brad, I've been doing this for some time, mate. You cannot hustle me out of turn 2 and 3 here at Sandown. The only thing was a couple of tyres touch each other there. Look at these two, though. Look at DJ and Stoopman. They're hardly waiting either. They're right there poised to take this spot. Vaughan looks to drive up the outside. Will the inline 6 have it over the V6 of the Holden? Goes very much wide up the top of the hill and drives right on by. Lowndes will have it all to do under brakes at turn 9. Let's watch. Grab a big deep breath, because watch Lowndes plunge here. No, he doesn't. He stays with it. He knows the strength of the Commodore. And it seems to be at the bottom of the main straight that he is able to sneak up here. I would suggest Brad Vaughan's going to crowd that corner and hold him off.
Yeah, it's now back to what we saw early on in the race. A Sedan Hotel 1-2, but Jamison now with a massive margin, nearly 5 seconds. In fact, well over 5 seconds now after that lap, because Vaughan and Lowndes are battling, as we see a fight for third. It's still going between these two, Lowndes and Johnson. Sounds like V8 supercars in the 90s, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It sounds like something we've heard many, many times before. And Lowndes in the Holden and Johnson in the Ford. It's fairly typical, you'd have to say.
Absolutely. Well, Lowndes runs wide, misses the apex there at turn number 3. It opens the door for Johnson, and he slides up there nicely. Oh, Lowndes out wide again. Oh, mighty close to the wall. Brilliant camera position there that Blendline have got us this weekend. We can just see how close the cars are as we see Stoopman draw alongside. He's got the inside, which is where you want to be. Over the hill here into the very, very fast turn, the fastest turn here at Sandown. You can't go too wide, and Stoopman pulls ahead.
Oh, grit your teeth, everybody, as the Saloon cars turn it on in race 2 for the season. A lock up on the left front there by Daniel Johnson. That'll have halted his exit speed a little bit there. Kevin Stoopman has an injection of enthusiasm. It's coming to him. He remembers how to do this. Great success in just about every category he's ever been in as Kevin Stoopman, a fearsome competitor, and I think this is what Adam Lowndes is starting to realise as we head off on the last lap for the second race for the weekend. We'll complete 11 laps for the Saloon cars here at round 1 of the 888 Home Loan Series. Down the inside looks Lowndes. Gee, the Commodore looks to have lacked a bit of impotence in the last couple of laps, doesn't it? Maybe he's asked a little bit too much straight after the restart of the tyre. Maybe it's maybe not responding as nice as he should Kevin Stoopman's ready for the refuel at the end of the race. Looks like the filler cap's open, so he's looking for a quick pit stop. Maybe that's it. Maybe Kev's short-filled it, and he wanted an extra safety car lap. He's looking for some fuel.
We see the battle for 6th position. Car number 82, McLeod ahead of Harris as they head onto the back straight. Here we are. Lowndes drawing alongside Stoopman, but it's the long way around. Unless you're almost a full car length ahead, it's hard to make the move there, and he has to slot back behind. And here we are, side by side once again, a little bit further back. Oh, brave stuff around there. Can he keep it within track limits? He can. A great move from car number 21. As we see, Sean Jamieson, 2 out of 2 to start 2023. He takes victory. A brilliant restart led to a comfortable victory in the end, with Brad Vaughan coming home in position number 2, 8.3 seconds behind. And 3rd position, had to fight for it. It was Daniel Johnson from Kevin Stoopman and Adam Lowndes. What a fight between those three. Looking forward to seeing them battle it out once again this afternoon. Harris took 6th on the final lap ahead of McLeod. Tate will cross the line in position number 8, but of course has a 5-second penalty for that safety car infringement, so he will drop a few positions.
I tell you what, Dan McCarthy, if that didn't get you sweaty in the armpits, the Saloon car race, you've got XLs coming up next, mate. So yes. You are going to be well lathered up after that one. Interestingly enough, just harking back to the results from yesterday, it was a 3-second gain on a green flag race yesterday between Jamieson and Vaughan. Throw in a safety car mid-race, and Jamo's driven out to an 8-second win. So only in those last 6 laps, he's been able to gain well over a second and a half on Brad Vaughan. That is going to play on his mind coming into this afternoon's race, that in 6 laps he can eke out 1.5 seconds a lap on him.
What I would say is the margin was almost 7 seconds by the time Vaughan got back to position number 2, and with Vaughan having the fastest lap of the race, I think it will be on between those two later.
Absolutely. Up next will be the Hyundai XLs on track. Stay with us here. If you're watching on Blendline, welcome. But drag yourself out to the racetrack. Come on. After the last 3 years, come and join us all trackside. Join us and enjoy it in all dimensions. We're going to be racing all day here, right up until well after 5 o'clock today. And we'd love to see your smiling faces here at the track. And those that have joined us, I can tell you, I had a bit of a wander outside. Lots of smiles, lots of sunshine. It's actually not too hot out there either as well. But as you can see, people up in the grandstand in the shade there. So come out to the track and join us here at the 888 Home Loans Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll be back soon with XLs.
Down here in the XL paddock, and I'm joined alongside by Ryan Phillips. He's the driver of this very svelte-looking Hyundai XL. Now, Ryan, could you tell us a little bit about your racing journey to get to this point now?
So I started a couple of years ago in the State Series, just building my way up. Built my own car for the first one, and just slowly progressed to a better vehicle. And this one's turned out pretty good. Ben from Bang Signs has done a good livery on this one. It's the 2004 Daytona 500 winner, so it's a Dale Earnhardt car. I'm number 8, it's number 8, so it was good to sort of do that car, and at least Mum can see it with the red roof. Makes her happy too. So.
You can see her smiling in the background there, but part of the appeal as well is the devil really is in the details. So the more you look at the stickers and the little idiosyncrasies of the livery, it really adds up to make a wonderful looking car for this weekend.
Yeah, Ben's pretty switched on, so he's even got like the outline of the roof flaps on the roof, so if you get spun in a straight line, like you don't roll over, and little NASCAR stickers on the side and the Federal tyre, so he's done a good job. I'm pretty happy to drive this car. So
you've come through the ranks through the past couple of seasons, but what's your appraisal, or what are you expecting for 2023?
I think just consistency, where last year I lacked a bit of that towards the end of the season, so it's just more consistent year, and it should have a good result in the end, I think. So it's a long season, lot to play out.
Ryan Phillips, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Down here in the XL paddock, this is Harry Tompkins, and he drives the battery stop Hyundai XL. Harry, welcome.
Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about your racing journey and how you came to be where you are today?
Well, I started watching like V8 supercars because of my dad. He loved it. And then I said, we took the go-kart out once. I hated it. And then I said, I'm only going to drive if there's a roof on it. So, so we got a car. And yeah, that's it.
The results have steadily been improving over the years, and you're one of the front runners now consistently at the pointy end of the field. How do you unlock the speed in the Hyundai XL?
You just got to ragdoll it all around the track, everywhere. You just drive it to the limits. That's all.
So these trade secrets you can't share with us? Is that what's going on?
No, I'm telling you all the secrets. It's just try and drive it as fast as you can around in a circle.
And are there any corporate partners you'd like to give some love to?
Oh, obviously Battery Stop. For their support over the past 3 years, and Tie Cab cable, and then obviously me mum and dad.
Thank you to the bank of mum and dad. We say a big thank you to Harry Tompkins for joining us down here in the paddock.
Certainly not giving away any trade secrets there. Very good from Tompkins. Really good interview. Thanks very much for that, Callum Brannigan. All right. Race number 2 of XLs there, feature race, not too far away. Alongside me, Dan McCarthy for this one is Stephen DeFries. How are you, mate?
Very good, thank you, Dan. It's great to be back after our efforts yesterday here on Saturday and Sunday. Well, the weather's just absolutely beautiful. I don't think you'd be any place you'd rather be, but at Sandown on Sunday. Look at the weather. We started out yesterday, it was pretty grey and overcast, but it turned into beautiful sunshine, and we didn't have the grey overcast things this morning, so we're right smack into it. Sunshine all the way through. Beautiful 27 degrees forecast here at Sandown. Not as hot as it's been in some years gone past. Remember, we've had some absolute stinkers where it's been close to 40 degrees ambient temperature, let alone what the track temperature's been on those days. But no, very much tolerable conditions for this weekend, and I think it's giving plenty of respite for some of those people in the paddock that remember those really scorching hot weekends before COVID.
We were lucky to get away with it because it was 40 degrees here for practice day on Friday. Many competitors saying just how hot it was because, yeah, they hadn't experienced it for several years. But, yes, very lucky to have nice conditions yesterday and once again today. The sun's got a real bite to it, I think, this
morning.
weekend.
Yes, it does. Actually, especially this morning. I was actually wandering around the paddock with my shirt collar up because I wanted to protect the back of my neck, because even though I've got the sunscreen on, I could still feel it. You're right, even for very early in the morning, 11 a.m, it's definitely got some sting in it right about now as we start to release the cars from the dummy grid. Now, just as a note, we've mentioned it a few times already throughout the weekend, the timed format for races. So this is where the clock actually starts to run. We've got our timer computer going here, and you can see now the 20-minute countdown timer has started. So the emphasis is on the drivers to get out of dummy grid safely at the nominated pit lane and paddock speed limit, which is actually 10 k's in the paddock. It's 40 k's in the pit lane until you get to the exit line. But then they've really got an incentive to hurry up, get around, form up, and then maximise the amount of laps they have available in the 20-minute time frame.
Absolutely. This race yesterday was quite an exciting one. Always is in Hyundai XL's big field of cars. Once again this weekend they continue to stream out of the little grid area. See just how many cars, all of them presented really nicely. Look at that 997 machine, doesn't that look good in the grey, green and a bit of black on there as well. That's Hodge. He'll be making his way from towards the rear of the grid in this one.
Certainly will be. Speaking off the rear of the grid, there are a couple of cars from yesterday's unfortunate incident that actually have made the start. They're starting rear of grid, so that was the coming together between Scott Wilson and Blake Tracy, cars 53 and 19. They were the last two cars just leaving the lane in your shot there. That's ultimately what caused the first race of the weekend for the XLs to finish under safety car conditions. So the winner of yesterday's race will take up pole position. Peter Faulkner in the number 46 machine ahead of Kobe Williams. Harry Tompkins, who you just saw on the interview with Callum Brannigan a few moments ago in the number 33 battery stock backed entry out of third place, with Dale Carpenter, James Lodge and Cadell Ambrose in positions 4, 5 and 6. Ryan Phillips, who was also in the interviews with Callum Brannigan there, position number 7. Then Larry Merrifield in 8th, Jason Kay 9th, and Christopher Stilo starts in 10th.
I like the junior on the entry list on the left-hand side. You can see P7, Phillips Jr. A little nod, as the livery is a little nod to Dale Earnhardt there. That's really good to see Dale Earnhardt Jr. It just shows that everybody has a passion for motorsport. Some people love NASCAR, other people IndyCar, a lot of people love MotoGP. So it's nice to see a NASCAR spec livery out there in Hyundai XLs.
It's also good to see that people have a little sense of humour sometimes at the racetrack as well. We've seen a few plays on words and some liveries. There's Scott Appledaw's another one of the Hyundai XLs that's gone and put a HRT Tirana spec type livery on his Hyundai XL, which of course he cross enters in improved production. There he actually is at the very back there, just on your right of shot, the white and red stripe over the roof of car number 32.
What's happening here? Third row of the grid being pushed back.
Yeah, Restart and Carlos just out there on the grid. I think just maybe checking if one of the cars might have been a bit too far forward in the box. Of course, you're not allowed to push, you're not allowed to hit reverse once you're on the starting grid. If you end up further forward, you've either got to get some assistance from the marshals, or you have to stay where you are and you'll end up copping the penalty for it. There was one straggler off the back. I think it might have been Blake Tracy that was just waiting to get into position. It was well off the back of the queue heading down towards Dandenong Road. So just waiting on the green flag at the back from the officiating crew. And it's happened, and away we go for race 2 of the XLs. And immediately Kobe Williams judging the start beautifully there, jumping about 2 or 3 car lengths in front of the pole sitter Peter Faulkner, but behind it's all Action Stations. First group of 5 away and 3 wide behind them.
As we see them stream 2 by 2 into turn number 1 as they were on the grid. You can see Tompkins up to position 3. They're all contact.
Cadell Ambrose and the 111 machine of Dale Carpenter, reminiscent of what we saw last year with Ian McLennan and one of the other improved production cars. I think it was Craig Piergros with a very wild ride across the outside of turn 1. Carpenter, who started 4th, he has gone almost back to about 6th last, so he's going to be somewhere around 27th, 28th place after that little excursion.
Quick recovery, and because the field's so big, he's not actually at the back of the field. It's quite remarkable, isn't it, after he's facing 90 degrees, the complete wrong direction at one point there on the approach to turn number 2. As we see Nash on the inside in car number 155. He qualified really nicely. I think it was the 4th row of the grid, but an issue off the line in yesterday's race saw him drop to pretty much the back of the field. So he's still recovering from that, because so much of yesterday's race was under safety car. His progress was almost nulled. Here's a replay of what happened. Look for the black and orange machine.
Oh, okay. I think maybe Ambrose might be in a little bit of strife there. I think there was definitely no room to move back on, but at the same time, where else has he got to go?
That's right.
In a situation like that. So he would have to have stayed on the grass for quite a significant period of time. So may very well be looked at after the race, but for Ambrose, he's still up the pointy end of the field. And for Carpenter, he's now got a bit of a recovery job to do. Here comes Nash again. So he started out of position 21, as you said, well out of position compared to where he qualified yesterday, and making his way through the field already up to 15th. So has gained 6 places. Looks like that's now 7, having just passed the machine of Seymour, who started in 15th. So he'd held his own at the start there. So 1 more spot for Charlie Nash.
Indeed, yeah, continuing to make progress as we see all the cars stream through. Ambrose also in that second half of the lap has also made up a few positions after the incident at turn number 1 that we just saw a replay of. As we see them stream over the hill. Look at all these Hyundai XLs, such a big field of cars. I believe the biggest entry list of any category this weekend. A big field of well over 30 cars, 34 in total. And there's battles all the way up and down the field as we see. Oh, big sideways moment. Can he catch it?
Left, right. Hotchkiss. Gareth Hotchkiss is going to come to a stop, sort of just half on that racing line, heading down into turn number 9. But I think he's probably, I'm not sure this was contact in that. The car looks fairly straight. Maybe just a little bit of a moment over the top of the hill, and fistfuls of opposite lock, left and right. Unfortunately, couldn't keep it facing the right direction.
He'll have a big sigh of relief. Not hitting anything there when you're that out of control is something you've got to bless, quite simply. So yes, he'll be very relieved. Oh no,
that's Phillips.
Ryan Phillips off at turn number 1.
He might be beached. I think that's gone in sideways there. I don't think that's coming out in any great hurry. This will be a safety car for sure. The Poolmaster Bayside number 8 machine, which we saw a little bit earlier, is a NASCAR-inspired livery on that car, is going nowhere. I would not be surprised to see the tow vehicles and the safety car being called for in the next few seconds. So for Peter Faulkner, it looks like he's actually gone back to the head of the queue here, so Williams hasn't been able to hold the lead in the last few moments. In fact, Harry Tompkins has gone through as well, so maybe there might have been a mistake for Williams, or was he potentially caught up as an innocent bystander in what has happened to Ryan Phillips? Whatever the case, Williams has not only lost first place in the last few laps, he's also recently lost second place.
Sorry, apologies. It's Ambrose in 5th. It was Carpenter, of course, who had the spin at turn number 1.
Another car touring the paddock. That's Bradley Packham, the number 50 machine. So plenty of mistakes early on in this second race of the weekend for Hyundai Excels.
Certainly is.
Yep, double-waved yellows. They're actually trying to recover the car under double-waved yellows. So this is an interesting decision.
See the recovery vehicle trying to hook him up and take him away.
Safety car boards are at the ready just in case. So there was a note I did hear in the drivers' briefings yesterday that they were going to attempt, where possible, to pull cars in under double-waved yellows if it meant that they could try and maximise the amount of lap time. If they had no choice, they would put the safety car out.
Fulton has gapped Tompkins on that last lap, or maybe under the double-waved yellows, because it looked quite close at that point. Oh, all by himself, lost the rear, and just trying to save it from that moment on. As we see the 888 Home Loans replay of Hotchkiss just trying to regain control of that Excel.
That was almost like drifting down the hills in Japan, isn't it? So have a look in the back of your shot here. Oh, that was all his own as well for Phillips. So maybe a failure of some particular reason or another there for car number 8. So 2 incidents, both on their own, and potentially very close to one of them very close to causing a safety car. But for the moment, it looks like the officials have done a fantastic job to get that car hooked up and potentially off the circuit at turn 1. So great thinking from the crew in the box above us. Here comes the recovery job from Dale Carpenter up the inside of Matthew Seymour. So he continues to storm his way back through the field. He was 17th last time around, so that would put him up around about 13th or 14th place as it stands right now. Have a look at that. So he'll be down a lap here, Ryan Phillips. So points-wise, importantly, he's going to collect some points, but the recovery crews have done an almighty job to get him out and keep this race flowing.
I don't think he will collect points. They're only down to P20, so he will be outside the points. I imagine unless utter chaos erupts in front of us in these final few laps, and the recovery continues. Carpenter now well inside the top half of the field. That's P13, I believe, passing Christie into turn number 1. There's a bit of a gap now to Nash, fellow mover up the field, is the next car ahead of him a couple of seconds down the road. But those 2 cars continuing to move forward at a vast rate of knots, which is really good to see. Be interesting to see where they finish come end of race 3 this afternoon.
Yes, Charlie Nash hasn't been able to make much more headway here. He's potentially looking at lining up another move, I'd say, in the next few corners. The next car for him is the 164 machine of Josh Sacco, and a bunch of other cars ahead. I can see Sala. You've got Chris Steelo's in here as well, and you've got the 2 car along with Stuart Bruckner. So there's some positions right for the picking for Charlie Nash. he can start to find a way through. Back to the head of the field though, Peter Faulkner has got his hands full with Harry Tompkins giving him the big hurry up right now. They come across the line to chalk up 5 laps completed. Was there a couple of cars that I just saw disappear into the pits? I think maybe Ryan Phillips looks like he's just come into the lane having been pulled out of the gravel trap by the recovery crews. As we see a change for the lead here, down into turn 1. Tompkins firmly and authoritatively up the inside of Peter Faulkner.
Oh, big double lock-up.
Straight through. Great situational awareness from Faulkner. Just waited, held the brake a touch longer than he ideally would normally do so. Tompkins went sailing past with fistfuls of understeer and brake lock-up. And Faulkner said, thank you very much, I'll have my P1 back.
That's all changed. So Lodge got through on Williams at the final corner for third on... at the end of that last lap, and a couple of corners later inherits P2. As we just saw Tompkins, both wheels locked, firing across the grass. No control once you lock both wheels. It's hard enough with one, but when you lock both up, you've got no control at all. You're just simply going where you're headed.
So Ambrose grabs another spot there as Tompkins is now left to fight it out with Kobe Williams, who's gone backwards from the front row at the beginning of this race. Now, how bad are those front tyres going to be for Harry Tompkins? Are they going to be bigger than the sizes of 50-cent pieces? Is he going to hit the brakes, and is it going to tyre going to rotate back to that spot and make it worse? He's going to have to be very careful with the brake application here aboard car 33.
More changes of position. Tompkins and Williams moving through on Ambrose now. So that top 3 once again reshuffling. And we can actually see Lodge with his personal best lap on that last lap, a 1:33.9, a couple of seconds faster than all of his competitors around him, because they all had strife or slowed down or in a battle. And here we come, Williams back up the inside once more. Tompkins falling back to position number 4. This is great racing in these first couple of groups of cars. And Ambrose now sitting behind, looking, seeing if he can get a run. Williams a little wide on the exit of turn number 3, and it's a change for the lead. Lodge now out ahead of Faulkner. And another change of position. Brilliant action in this second Hyundai XL race.
That's Caleb Heffron up the inside of Matthew Seymour there at turn number 1. And close confines going through the 2-3 chicane. And then just waiting in the wings is a number 35 machine of Craig Christie, tucked in there behind the Apex Pools car of Matthew Seymour.
See him head onto the back straight.
Shortcut for Peter Faulkner at turn 7 and 8. Now, did he gain a spot by doing that? If so, he'll have to give that back pretty quickly. Maybe he had a run on the back straight over James Lodge. We'll yet to see what the end result of that is. But they're not working together here. They're now fighting for positions 1 and 2. That's now allowing Tompkins, Williams and Ambrose to start to close the margin down. So they were either going to be relying on the top 2 to engage in dogfight, or they were going to have to start working together. So let's have a look over the top here. Turn 6 and 7. So, fistfuls of opposite locks. So, shortcut by virtue of a driving mistake for Peter Faulkner. So he actually had the lead going into turn 6. So didn't gain an advantage. Therefore is, I'd say, in the won't be in the steward's books for that one.
Lodge sends it. Oh, great move. Licked the stamp and sent it and pulled it off, and Tompkins is now there. So it's now a 5-way fight for the lead as Lodge is going to look to try and break away from this group of 4. But what a move down at turn 2. He wasn't right behind him. He sent it from a bit of a way back. Clean move, pulled it off. Really, really, really well.
Executed.
That's the word. Thank you. Executed move. I was trying to find the word this morning. And we see now Faulkner pulling out of the draft on the back straight, but decides to pull back in line as they head down into Dandenong Road corner. Is anybody going to look for position? No, they remain on. Tompkins with a double lock up again. He manages to pull it up before he gets to the gravel, but that's really costly. And that's exactly what you said. He's found that same spot on the tyres, locked up once again, and lost all steering. He's now out of contention for the victory, I'd think.
And then there were 4 at the front of the field, so it's gone from 5 to 4 pretty quickly. This battle continues between the Matthew Seymour and the number 64 entry of Caleb Heffron here.
Another lock up and another one off at Dandenong Road. Can he get out? No, I don't think he will. He's got to keep the momentum going. Oh, he has just about. Will he get out the gravel trap?
Yes, he will.
Great stuff.
So just keep the momentum going there. Just hope to God that the car was going to just claw its way out of the gravel trap. So final lap board is on display. Drivers will have seen it. So the lead group of 4 cars is going to fight hard here. Oh, that's a late Sandown. Major contact. Josh Sacco in
and a roll,
in Jason K. And there's a barrel roll in there as well. So they've both rolled. One's on its side, and we can't see the other one through the dust. And Tompkins is off. Tompkins is off. He's hit the fence, it looks like, at turn number 3 and 4. So red flag surely on display. And yeah, there is red flag at the start-finish line right now. So racing is nullified. Kay's done a full roll, and Sacco is on his side. Thankfully, it's driver's side up, not driver's side down.
So yeah, that was that. Simply the roll was because he went in the gravel trap sideways, and when you do that, it just flips over the car. Exactly, digs in, rolls over. So yeah, a very, very dramatic end to that race. And we'll go back a lap on the results. So that'll mean that Lodge is the winner from Faulkner, and that's actually a bit of relief for Tompkins, because that means he still finishes in 5th. That'll be great news for him.
Yeah, because we've pretty much ticked over most of the allotted race lap count, and on top of that, the time as well. I dare say full points are going to be awarded for this race. It won't be a simple case of they either declare it a no contest, or if they get to 75%, they'll probably get a full allocation here. So we're waiting to get confirmation that the driver of the second car involved in that incident, Josh Sacco, is indeed okay. So they were actually fighting, it looks like, over the last couple of spots inside the top 10. So 7th and what it was 9th, the 2 drivers are concerned at that point in time. And Stuart Bruckner was sort of like the innocent bystander, just all on the outside, just unfortunately witnessed that incident. So Jason Cahill got out of the car pretty quickly, straight over to Sacco's number 164 machine on its side, make sure he was okay. So once we get confirmation of that, we'll hopefully have another look at what happened here. There goes the Team Medical Australia car. We just saw the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad machine leave the lane there as well. But this is what we saw yesterday, wasn't it, Dan? We saw the intense racing in the pack, and we saw a couple of little minor niggles here and there. We saw the late race incident at the top of the hill at turn 6 between Wilson and Tracy, which ultimately ended the race under safety car. And we've seen another incident at the conclusion, or very close to the conclusion, of the second race today.
Seems like they start quite calm, but as the race goes on, the fighting out there intensifies, and it's come with 2 incidents late on in races and resulted in yesterday's race finishing under safety car and today's finishing with a red flag. So they certainly get the gloves on, don't they, and they get fighting out there in the last few laps. And yeah, with a field that big, contact is inevitable, but unfortunately quite severe contact in this case. And yeah, the rollover and subsequent red flag out on the circuit. So
yeah, it's unfortunately reminiscent of another rollover I think we had here 12 months ago in the Hyundai XLs as well, although that one, albeit, was a self-inflicted incident with the car in question catching the inside of the turn 1 curb. Here's a replay of what happened down at turn 1. Now I think this is just a mistake from Josh Sacco. He went for the pass on Stuart Bruckner and then just locked it up and got it completely wrong. You can see inside front locking there, and Kay had no idea. He had absolutely no idea that the 164 Sacco was up the inside and out of control. So and it looks like Kay's done a full roll there, and then here we go. This is a better angle of it. They both, it was almost synchronised, wasn't it?
Yeah, synchronised rolling.
Synchronised roll. Unfortunately for Josh Sacco, his roll didn't complete. He ended up coming to rest 3/4 of the way through the roll on the passenger side, and the 99 of Jason Kay ended up doing the full barrel roll. So
as we see the next category lined up on the out grid getting ready. Up next we have the historic touring cars. Something very different from Circuit XLs, that is for sure. As we see the XLs continue to stream back into the lane. A big field of XLs, as we say. once again, though, really good racing up the pointy end. There's at least 5 cars this weekend that can win out there. You know, we've got the likes of Tompkins. We've seen him fight up the front. Faulkner's been fighting up the front. Williams, Carpenter. It really is quite open this weekend. There's no clear outstanding driver this weekend in Excels.
Well, that's great to see. The driver of the second car involved in the incident, Josh Sacco, is indeed out of the car and being looked after by the Team Medical Australia crew. So we do thank them for all their hard work. They go to so many events around the country each year that I'd say a lot of them are very, very exhausted by the time they get to the end of a calendar year. So there they are, helping him over to the medical vehicles. Jason Kay will also go back to the medical facilities here at Sandown just as a precautionary check. And I dare say we're going to have a little bit of a delay here with the crews cleaning up at turn 1. So while we wait for the crews to clean everything up, we'll take a short break. There's the schedule for what happens for the rest of the day. Historic touring cars up next. And we dare say that'll be probably delayed by, I would say, at least probably 10 minutes or so, and we'll get some further updates in the next few minutes. Back shortly here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series, Round 1 from Sandown.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside here, and we can see the historic touring cars, which are going to have just a short delay. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me is a bloke that's been working very, very hard behind the scene over the last couple of weeks, Callum Brannigan, who has been working very, very closely with the social media and the presence of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Callum, there's been a lot of change, let's say, in the way state racing is being presented to the world, and you've been a big part of it along with the Blendline TV broadcast. This time last year we threw you in front of a camera and said, now talk and tell everyone about it, and this is a big part of the success is what you've been doing and getting across to the people around the world. How are we engaging with our race fans?
I think we're doing well. Firstly, thank you, Darren. Hello, viewers and everyone tuning in around the track. But it's tracking along well. I mean, my initial start here for Vic State Race Series was all the way back in 2008 when I was in year 10, and Motorsport News back in the day, Chris Lambden was running the Vic State Racer magazine, so they needed someone to fill a void and do the race reports. So that was always 400-word race reports for every single category throughout the weekend, and that was it used to be a print out addition to Motorsport News when it was on newsstands back in the day, and then on top of that, once it evolved into the E magazine as well, which Motorsport News was an E version as well, and the VSRS magazine supplement followed it as well. So that was my initial involvement, but since then, obviously, social media has grown from strength to strength. Now, the competitor base, to their credit, doing an amazing job of promoting their own racing and their efforts and everything they do behind the scenes, as well as at the track, trying to promote what they do and about what they love, because this is their passion and we love tuning into it. And in recent years, the VSRS committee have appointed a few people to try and pump up the tyres a bit more socially for Vic State Race Series. So Vic State Race Series on Instagram as well as the Facebook page are the two main conduits to tune in and get all the updates and news for VSRS. We're making a bit more of a push this year and a bit more of an effort to try and share the love. So for competitors, fans, anyone who's got content relating to Vic State Race Series, if you post it to your socials and you're following us, chances are if you tag us in those posts, we'll follow you back and try and share the love as well on our own pages, particularly between race meetings. So we've obviously got a 5 or 6 round calendar this year, all across all corners of Victoria, and there's always a lot of content to try and fill in between. So we're noticing that there's been a big increase in numbers this year. It's been a lot of effort from a lot of people behind the scenes. But having Blendline TV coming along as well, so the VSRS board, in conjunction with Blendline TV, broadcasting these meetings, and it's lifting the veil on what wasn't a well-kept secret. Everyone says it was the best-kept secret in Australian motorsport. It's always been here, but now Blendline TV and VSRS are making a huge push to bring the broadcast not only around Victoria, around Australia, but internationally. But it's also it's benefiting from having so many more people watching online, but it's also drawing more people to the track side as well, and all the categories are also following in tow as well. And you can see, if you're watching the broadcast, you can see an onboard camera is just one innovation that's become part of the category. The series.
We're seeing state series with onboard cameras now for the first time ever.
It's unbelievable, and also just seeing how close the action is. And the racing's like, I was standing down at turn 1 just before getting some interviews with some officials, and standing that close to the fence and watching the cars move around, especially saloon cars over the bumps or over the curbs. Just sensational. It's unbelievable watching those cars up close doing what they're doing. But also someone like yourself, Darren, obviously you're a very highly credentialed Australian commentary personality through Shannon's Nationals, and you watch that series grow from strength to strength. VSRS putting you on board as the commentator as well enabled it to take just incremental steps, and that's what it's all been about behind the scenes, is just taking little steps, pragmatic little decisions to try and just push it forward a little bit forward, never going backwards, always trying to move forward and grow it all. And you can see healthy grids here this weekend, and it's good to see so many people out here in the beautiful sunshine.
It is interesting because promoters tend to look at live streaming as taking people away from the track, and I guess as a case study, the board of the Victorian State Race Series have taken on a case study for everyone now to learn from. If you are putting the series on live streaming, it's getting to a different audience, and those people are going, hang on a minute, there's racing on.
Yep.
Let's engage with that, and it's really simple in the digital world now to engage with a race series, a race category, whatever it might be. And the effect that the promoters are finding is quite the opposite. People are coming to the track now because previously they were unaware that this sort of racing was going on. We've got 20 races here today with 10 different categories. If there's not something that, unless you're into motorbike racing, if you're into four-wheel racing, there's something that's going to push your button here this weekend. Formula cars, Formula Ford, Formula V, open wheeler racing, which is, let's call it the purist or the enthusiast end of things, but there is absolutely nothing to take the passion and the enthusiasm away from historic touring cars, improved production. Even XLs are coming on with their audience as well. All these categories have got a great place, and we're now telling the world about it.
Yep.
I got some feedback last night from England, from a Formula 3 mechanic up at 3 o'clock in the morning, watching Thomas Randall, who he worked with in Formula 3 some 5 or 6 years ago. He got up in the middle of the night in England to watch our little old Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So the digital world gives us a world of openness, and people can join in. Historic touring cars is a great category for that, because Mustangs and Camaros have been raced all around the world. Cortinas and Minis and BMW 2002s have been raced all around the world. Falcon Sprints, all of these things. So people can watch that race and identify with it. The interesting feedback I've heard from people in the US that blows their mind is like improved production and that sort of thing. They don't know what these cars, a Falcon, a Commodore, an RX-7, or whatever it might be. It blows their mind, and they log on. They're not logging on in the millions. They're not even logging on in the thousands, but there's certainly hundreds of viewers watching it, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's growing. It's growing. It's taking steps forward as well. And, last night's stats are pretty good in comparison to last year as well. And we'll watch that grow. And, today's keeping a keen eye on stats as well. But, for example, it's attracting corporate partners. 888 Home Loans on board it's a multi-year deal with VSRS Inc. So it's great to have Cameron McKinnon and the 888 Home Loans team on board for multiple years to support this as well. But obviously we would love to attract more corporate partners in the future and continue to grow this series and the efforts we have to be able to broadcast it. So the more corporate partners we have, the more ability we have and the more scope we have to grow. So obviously, for media inquiries, media@vsrs.com.au to all general inquiries. It includes corporate partners or for people chasing accreditation and trying to get access to these meetings as well. But vsrs.com.au is also the website to go to. And I'll just reiterate, it's Vic State Race Series on Instagram, and I think it's Vic State Race Series as well on Facebook page as well. So we highly encourage you to jump online. We know that you're a very tech-savvy dude, Darren. I've seen you with your smartphone and your iPad and your laptop and your...
It's all good to have a smartphone. You've got to be a smart user.
Your digital watch, and you're sporting a new set of frames there, so you're looking very smart and svelte, but we know that you're a digital age guy and you're in tune with all these social pages. So we encourage everyone tuning in from home to follow the social pages.
Callum, thank you very much. While we wait for the clean-up down at turn 1, we might just take a quick look. We've just been told there's an XL replay, see if we can nut out what went wrong here. And here it is. Oh, crikey, they went right off there. And I don't know what went wrong. I guess what happened is a car ended up on its side and another one rolled over and landed on its wheels. So dust up in the air. We can't really drill down too much on that. We're going to take a quick break because we are going to come back live with pictures of these magnificent historic touring cars. We've got Chris Ralph as the category expert who's going to join us, and Phil Brannigan is going to lead the way in the call for the historic touring cars for us this morning. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Down here in the historic touring cars garage, and this is Joe Collegia, and he's the driver of this absolutely beautiful Mustang that's behind us. But welcome, Joe. I guess we'll start with this particular Mustang. Obviously, there's been some involvement from John Bow, Australian racing hero, in this car and helping you develop as a driver as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Probably JB has helped me probably for the last 10 years. Look, I've had a big gap year, so because I got crook about a year ago, about this time, so this is the first time in it for about a year. So, but the car's going really well. I'm going probably a little bit better than normal. So we'll find out. We've got 2 more races to go.
So it's not just historic racing in Australia domestically. You also have gone overseas to Goodwood in the past, but are there plans for something like that in 2023?
Yeah, look, we've entered Goodwood Revival. We went there in 2015. We've entered, but it's a real, they pick who they want. It's really tough to get in there. It's the who's who of historic racing in the world. It's by far the best event.
What would you be planning to be taking over there?
Well, we'll let them all go. I think they were all HQs. Yes, they are. I think we've entered the Corvette and the RACC TT, so that's the main feature race, and it's the Era Shelby this year. So we'll take the AC Cobra. We've got one which is really special called the Salem Snake, one of 3 in the world. Great. So we'll take the 2 of them if they accept our entry, and that will be in September.
No worries, fingers crossed they do accept it. So we say a big thank you to Joe for joining us down here in the garage and going into a little bit of a deep dive for this beautiful Mustang.
Joe Collegia, there he is, the race cam as just mentioned by that beardy weedy, that Callum Brannigan. Yes, that's right, Callum Brannigan doing a great job here at the Sandown opening round of the Victorian State Racing Series, brought to you by 888 Mortgages. My name is Phil Brannigan. Yes, we're related, and alongside me is a man I'm not related to, though there is a Chris Brannigan, but Chris Ralph is joining us for the historic touring cars. Welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Phil, and hello everyone out there. It's a beautiful day.
How good is this? Do you want to be anywhere else, Chris? Do you want to be anywhere else?
I didn't want to be here on Friday afternoon, so I wasn't. But I'm very happy to be here.
It was a bit warm. Historic touring car, second race of the weekend. That is Joe Collegia in his Ford Mustang, and looks like there's a bit of work to do in front of him. Let's go through the grid.
Okay, so Andrew Lane had a bit of a misfire in qualifying, had a little bit of a misfire in the beginning of the last race, and was being challenged by David Murphy in the big block Camaro, who almost got him, but he had to pedal a little bit harder for that. David blew a rear wheel cylinder coming into turn 1, and that fixed him up for the day. And so this morning he's back, and Dom Leo, who had a fuel issue, David Murphy and Simon Browning, who had something resembling a bonnet wrapping around his windscreen.
You don't want that wrapping around.
No, you don't. And the team there have got to combine, two of them, driver and Fast Johnny, the crew. They've got a combined age of about 160, so I guess you can forgive them for a couple of little mistakes.
Whereas you and I, Chris, we've got a combined age of about 55 between us, and that's what we are admitting to.
That's just on each leg, yes.
Clock is running, 17 minutes 20 to go as they come around on their formation lap. And how good is it to see Mustangs at Sandown?
It's very good. It's very good. Number 2 Mustang on the grid, Darren Collins, just bought that car from the Leo family, and
so that's Tino Leo, for those of us who've been around for 1,000 years.
Yes, and his son Dom is racing the white Camaro, now sporting gold, the traditional gold stripe insignia of Leo Racing. Darren posted a 21.8 in practice, which is the fastest it's ever gone. They're
not
still
hanging
working
around by any stretch of the imagination.
They've still got a couple of brake issues that get a bit of a long pedal after a few laps. So, in third place, Brent Trengrove in the Camaro, Peter Muleman in 4th. He's the first NB car there, pre-65, small block engine, Joe Collegia.
And about to start, we are about to go racing. Race 2 for the historic touring cars here at the opening round of the Victorian State Racing Series at glorious Sandown green flag at the back of the grid and all in readiness. That's heat haze for those of you who are watching from interstate and think, oh, Melbourne doesn't have good weather. Yes, we do. There's the start, and a great start there from both cars on the front.
Darren Collins gets
together.
Yeah, Darren Collins gets the initial jump. Andrew Lane's full on. The beautiful green Tirana does very well, and the big block sitting on the back of the grid.
That's 101.
That's David Murphy.
Oh, yeah,
but he's away again. He'll have a bit of. He'll probably post fastest lap like he did yesterday.
He certainly will. So Lane leads from Collins, Trengrove and Muleman.
Yes, and look at car number 17. That's another 68 Mustang, driven by Rob Van Stockrum. He was wondering why his car was a bit skittish yesterday, so he bunged on a couple of new Hoosiers, a set of new Hoosiers.
In car with Joe Collegia back there in 5th place, car 44, the orange Mustang, which we've seen previously driven at this track by John Bow, goes past the Tirana XU1 and moves up to 4th place past Muleman. So 2 Mustangs lead. So we've got a genuine battle for the lead at Dandy Road.
We certainly have. Darren Collins has looked to be well under the back of Andrew Lane, but the extra power of Andrew Lane's fastback Mustang is pulling him away as we come into the pit straight entry.
So 1 lap down. This was a timed race, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast. The races this weekend are timed. They're not going to have a set number of laps. So we have 14 and a half minutes to go as Lane leads across the line from Collins, Trengrove, Muleman. The weather there on the screen, 22.3 glorious degrees, 66% humidity, and the wind from the south at a zephyr like 5 kilometres an hour.
Dom Leo is hauling himself up from the back of the grid, and he's just past the Gervin's XU1.
Just under 7 seconds away from the lead, so we'll keep an eye on that as the laps unwind. But at the moment, Lane and Collins, good ideas last forever, as good commentators do. No, we don't. But Camaros versus Ford Mustangs. Who would ever have thought that after we first saw that in the 1960s, we're going to be sitting here in the 2020s, and it's about to happen again.
And big cars now provide almost 50% of the entries.
That's right.
Cars above 5 litres or greater.
So, for those of the people who haven't seen historic touring cars before on the live stream here on our broadcast from Sandown, these are different to some of the cars we've seen before because there's a lot more authentic parts in these cars than some other categories.
The rules are very, very tightly patrolled, and the amount of investigation and eligibility that goes on, checking, ensures that they're as original as they can be.
So the gap between first and second between Andrew Lane and Darren Collins on the two Ford Mustangs is 0.42 of a second, and they swap fastest laps. Collins setting a 22.98 second lap on that time around, and he is looking like he is getting pretty busy, and he wants to lead this race, Chris.
He certainly does. He's got a bit of a long pedal after a few laps, he was saying, and so he's going to have to try and get in front early if he possibly can.
And Collegia's car looks like he's had a bit of a moment somewhere, because he did a 1:27 odd around that lap, so he's fallen well back, Collegia. He had a bit of a problem with the yellow flag yesterday.
I didn't hear about that.
Oh, JB told me today, this morning,
okay,
when I was talking to him, that you may have been penalised for passing under a yellow flag. But let's not worry too much about that at the moment. Lane,
we've all been there.
We have all been there. Well, not me, but yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening there with Andrew
side
Lane.
by side,
I think
they're not.
I think he's got a bit of a problem.
Yes, he's lost. He's definitely lost time. That was a so selected segment, as you just put it out. So the Group N Mustang goes past. Lane very sideways though.
Yep, he's definitely got the legs on him at the moment. But whether that was just a mistake in a gear change or something, that the Lane car seems to be picking back up. Maybe he couldn't find a gear or something went wrong and slowed him down a bit.
So exactly a second between them as far as their lap times are concerned on lap 3. Collins did a 1:23.28, Lane did a 1:24.22. A full second, and 4.5 tenths in front became half a second behind as the battle for the minors goes through between Trentgrove, Muleham and Monday and Collegia. And there is the Joe Collegia car 44, the Ford Mustang, going with a fantastic car collection.
They are, yeah, he has got a great car collection. He's a terrific guy and a very good enthusiast and a great member of the club. Andrew Gervin, that car's been in his family for a long time, and he's hanging onto the back of Joe Collegia, and behind him, Rob Van Stockrum's coming through on his new tyres.
Do many cars look better than a green XU1?
Not really, but if you have a look at Pete Muleman there in the black NB car, who's right on the back of the red Camaro, stuck between two Camaros. Yes, his all black car is absolutely sensational. He's a double champion. He's won that club champion for
a yellow flag, so we've got a car. We've lost a car. 84 Dom Leo, unfortunately. So we've got local yellows in that area, so Dom Leo not going any further in his quest to continue racing. So the order is still Collins ahead of Lane, Trentgrove, Grand Monday is fourth, Muleham into the XU1 is next. Murphy, who had that stall on the start line, has been streaking through the field on the 21s.
Yeah, he has.
So let's wait and see how far he can.
He blew a rear wheel cylinder going into turn 1, which is about the worst place you want to have it happen. So replace that, started off the back of the grid.
Coming up to 9.5 minutes remaining in the historic touring cars here at Sandown. The Cortina moves out of the way as it's about to get very noisy as the two Mustangs side by side up the back straight. Well, that's not the first time and it's not the last time that'll be said during 2023 as Collins holds off Lane in the battle for the win.
He's really enjoying that car, Darren. It's a lot different from the torque of the Camaro that he's used to. It revs like mad, but he's certainly got his hands around it.
There is Murphy doing great things in the Camaro, holding off another Mustang there of
Muleman.
Are we going to go the full American this year and start saying Camaro?
No.
Or are we going to stick to that?
I won't.
Because my brother's got a Holden Monero. Or a Monaro.
I say Aldi, not Aldi, so I'm well to one side of the...
Well, if Aldi sold Audis, we would have a bit of a problem.
Look at this.
Murphy's got some steam in that Camaro, hasn't he?
Yep. But Monday's holding him off for a while. But he's got the big 6.8 litres trumps that.
And Ford Mustangs have been such a big part of Australian motor racing, but so have Chev Camaros going all the way back to the late 60s and early 70s. Bob Jane had that beast, won a couple of Australian Touring Car Championships in that. And ever since, as part 10 touring car race weeks for Camaro so far, so we'll be resetting the clock on that when we get to Newcastle in, what are we talking about, 3 weeks' time, 4 weeks' time?
That'll do.
Hoping all the cars are ready.
Back stepped out of Darren Collins' car.
Yep, so Collins and Lane continue this battle. It's
Whoa,
their lock
he's
break
locking
there
it
for the
up.
97 as he goes into Danny Road.
He's off.
He's gone
Lane's
wide.
got him back. That will be that suspect brake pedal we're talking about.
Yep.
He will have been pumping the brakes like mad going down the hill, and it was just didn't get enough pedal to stop it.
Now, far be it from me at my age to ask about a certain person's weight, but Camaros, what do they weigh? And Mustangs, what's the minimum weight for those cars? Do you know?
They're in the teens. They would be both. The Mustang would weigh about 1,400, and I think the Camaro would weigh about 1,600. So it's a rough guess.
About the same weight as a supercar, and the brakes are nowhere near as efficient. Of course, the tyres don't have that sort of grip, so these drivers have got their hands full.
The brakes are the most important part, and there goes Brent Trengrove and another Camaro. He's been around for 5 or 6 years in that car, and he's taken a couple of sabbaticals. He's back on.
And he's just taken 1.3 seconds out of the lead. So this is soon to be a Mustang versus Camaro sandwich. Lane and Collins continue to lead this race, but Trengrove is moving in. Murphy's still in 4th place ahead of Monday, Muleman and Collegia in 7th. Oh, look at the heat haze. Look at that Cortina. it's the 1960s all over again. Enjoying ourselves here, of course, at fabulous Sandown for Trick Trailers as part of the support package for the historic touring cars. The second of 3 races here at the opening round of the
It's all getting quite tight at the front, isn't it?
It is. This is Trengrove is continuing to close that gap, and that Cortina driver has got his hands full. Is that Stu?
I think that's Don Light, I think.
Oh,
Don
okay.
Light, yes.
Moving out of the way as the noise is about to sweep him aside. They have completed 7 laps, and that gap is 7/10 of a second between Lane and Trengrove in the battle for first and second. And Trengrove actually dropped back a little bit then, or actually held station, as Lane put in his best lap of the race at 22.5.
Yeah, Murphy's still got the fastest lap at 21.6, which is
It's doing a big job around here, isn't it? 21.6 one of these cars?
You've got to remember that they've still got the same size brakes that they had in 50 years ago.
That's right, and a lot grippier tyres, so it's a real balancing act for the drivers. There's the fastest lap on the screen, 1 minute 21.65 for the 101. So currently in 4th place. So, and the battle continues for the minor placings behind.
A little battle, yes. We've got Monday, Muleman, and Collegia behind.
Looking like having something to say in that, and the XU1 hangs on behind it. Oh, it still looks great. Straight 6. 4-speed transmission. You're sitting on the wrong side of the car, Joe, or on the right side of the car, on the left side of the car. 4th gear as he comes up towards the top of the hill, which used to be named after a singing company, but it's not anymore. 3rd gear and runs down through the Essence to the Dandenong Road corner. You got your hands full of one of these cars. 2nd gear.
He takes the shortcut over the little bit of curbing on the right-hand side there before he dumps his foot on the brake.
There's a lot to do, and in-car cameras often make it look like it's much easier than it is. This isn't one of those in-car camera folks. This makes it look like it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, you've really got to. The steering is worm and peg, and it's just a steering box. There's no rack and pinion in these cars.
This is in-car jelly wrestling. That's what this is, because the camera's actually moving around in the car.
Yeah,
we're very lucky to have this thanks to Blendline TV as Joe Collegia in 7th place closes down that gap, and there was a gap, half a Mustang-sized gap ahead of him, and they're trying to drive 2 cars through it at the moment.
He's getting right on the back of Peter Mueller now.
So the battle at the front is still on between Lane and Collins, but that gap is out to 1.4 seconds.
Indeed. Okay, so we're looking at a blank screen here, so we'll continue talking in the best traditions.
3rd gear. It's a long throw on the 4-speed transmission. Watch the needle going up north and back to the leaders. Back to the outside of the car as this battle comes down. So it's the 89 leading that little battle.
Brent Trengrove is getting closer to Darren Collins. I think that's because of the brake issue on Darren's car. I think he's going to take him now, and he does.
As you so cannily pointed out before, there has been a bit of a braking issue with that car, and The battle is on down there, but he's managed to hold his line.
Hold him off.
Now you're allowed to move once, but you're not allowed to do it in the braking area.
Correct.
And you wouldn't want to when you've got a ton and a half of stang in front of you. And you certainly wouldn't want to do it when you've got 1.6
Brent will be very pleased that Brent Trentgrove will be very pleased that he's got Darren so closely in his sights.
And of course, these guys, these cars have been raced for such a long period of time. They know each other very well. There's a massive amount of respect, because the last thing you want is for a shopping trolley barging match to break out. Some of these cars are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Even though they might handle like shopping trolleys sometimes.
I always get the bad shopping trolley. There's 2.5 minutes to go here in the second of the three historic touring car races here at
So the exciting point is, can Darren Collins hang on to second place?
Trentgrove looks like he is sizing him up. He's using a bit more road and taking some sweeping lines, possibly to try and take the heat off his tyres and give his brakes a little bit of a rest before countering down there at turn 1.
Yeah, so it's obviously Lane's got back into the lead. He won't be losing that.
As they come across the line,
Trentgrove's a little bit wider than he should have been, so he's lost a bit of ground.
As they come across the line this time, 2 minutes to go, or just under, so they will complete this lap and probably one more. No, we've just had word from race control that this will be the last lap. So Lane 0.7 seconds ahead of the battle between Collins and Trentgrove.
We do have 2 laps.
Just been corrected again.
Yep. So
welcome to the nightmare world of motor racing commentary, folks, and live broadcast television. Lane, Collins, Trentgrove, 1, 2, 3. In fact, Trentgrove has dropped back a little bit, so maybe his brakes were getting a little bit tired towards the end of this race. As one of the battles for the minor positions is
looks
really
like Joe
up.
Collegia's going to have a look. He's hot under brakes into turn 1, but he takes a wise choice and backs off a little bit.
Orange Mustang. Oh. Even a modern Mustang, I'd be thinking of having that side stripe, wouldn't you? And not apologising for it and putting a Boss 302 on it.
Pretty hard to see on Black Pete's Black Mustang where the tyres finish and the bodywork starts from some angles.
2 more runs up the back straight for the battle going on there for 4th, 5th, 6th.
And look at the great job that 6-cylinder Tirana's doing, Andrew Gervin. He's really hanging on to those big cars, isn't he?
One of Harry Firth's great ideas. Let's take a Vauxhall Viva and put a 6-cylinder engine in. It was the last lap. Sorry about that,
false
folks.
information.
Lane holds off. So Lane takes the win. 1.24 seconds. Andrew Lane takes the win.
44 off the road, yeah.
Very last lap. Perhaps his brakes were getting a bit tight, Chris.
I think his brakes were getting a bit tight, yeah.
But he'll be back to fight another day.
He heated them up quite dramatically going into turn 1. And
this battle is going to be a dash to the line, though.
Yep, it is.
Camaro Mustang, XU1. Oh, people of a certain age rejoice as they come across the line, and Monday just holds out Muleman for that position. Or Murphy.
Collegia again. And there's Brent's father, Bill.
Family business, motor racing.
It is.
No one knows that more than I do. And my kids hate it. I don't really understand. That was the second of 2 races for the historic touring cars at the opening round of the Victorian State Racing Series here on Blendline TV, live from Sandown. Beautiful Sandown. If you are in Melbourne, and it's coming up to midday here in Melbourne, and you want to come out and see some motor racing action, there's still plenty to see this afternoon.
Plenty of things to see, especially with the historic touring cars coming back at 3:25.
They will be back. We will be back, Chris. Thank you so much for your help here in commentary. Next race coming up is Sports Sedans. It's set for 11:50. Sports Sedans is much better than Sports Sedans out here at Sandown. I don't know, but there's still plenty of racing here at glorious Sandown in the 2023 Victorian State Racing Series.
That's great, Phil. See you later.
Down here in Sports Sedans land, we're unearthing more personalities in the paddock, and alongside me is Rand McClurkin, and he's a driver of probably one of the more interesting Sports Sedans entered, and he's got a plethora of Nissans, but what configuration is this particular Nissan 180 this weekend?
This is a VQ35 turbo, so it's a turbocharged 350Z motor, and it's actually just a Rekka motor. It's from Melton for $800. We have got a big Garrett on there though, and some other good bits and pieces like L-Tech ECU and all that sort of stuff. Turbo smart parts, Penrite oil, and it sort of keeps it living.
So there's obviously a bit of a theme going on with the cars and the way you sticker them up and the way they look. How much time and consideration goes into making sure they're looking the Rand McClurkin brand?
Well, look, to be honest, I was debating going orange with this, but I think it's expected of me to have that matte black car now, and I think it looks kind of cool. It stands out, I suppose, in an ominous way. And if on the cover it actually says it's powered by demonic possession, so I thought we'd add a bit of a joke. So yeah, but a bit of effort goes in, yeah.
And obviously this weekend we've got Groove Train Eastland jumping on for the season to support Victorian Sports Sedans. It's good to have the corporate support behind the series to keep grassroots motorsport going.
100%. Great that Vin's come on board with Groove Train. It's a lot of work for the club to get sponsors and everything, and Vin's obviously a former competitor and will be coming back, so it's fantastic. And without support by people like Groove Train, it's hard for us to go racing, for the club to support us. And we've even got prize money this weekend, so that's pretty cool for a state level meeting.
We always love a dash for cash, but we'll leave it there. We say a big thank you to Rand McClurkin for joining us, and it's all that we have for now at the Sports Sedans paddock.
Awesome, thank you very much, Callum. Great to catch up with Rand McClurkin, and I've got to say, there's a question around that demonic possession. That is for sure. I used to work on a Lamborghini Diablo that was 666, so you can bring on what you want. That is for sure. Darren Smith here. I have got alongside me, you're very lucky to have Brett Dickey, who will pack his bags in the next few weeks and join his mates in the US at Pikes Peak, but certainly a sports sedan competitor and a race driver extraordinaire right alongside us. Brett, welcome along, and I guess the main news point to touch on is the fact that you enjoyed the cuisine at the Groove Train Eastland last night.
Yeah, thought I'd go along and support our sponsors. So massive credit to Vin and everyone at the restaurant last night. Amazing service, amazing meals. Definitely highly recommend, Darren. So if you can get down there, make sure you support a cause that gets behind our championship. But like I said, thank you to everyone. Not only Vin, but the rest of our sponsors for the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, with QP Lubes obviously back on board again, as well as National Blind Supplies as well. So thank you to all of them for supporting what I would say is one of the best championships in Victoria, if not Australia. But yeah, it's definitely a massive thank you for everyone that gets behind not only sports sedans, but the Victorian State Racing Series.
Thank you very much, Brett. That is certainly the message that we were given coming into this weekend. Vince Stenter, who is a sports sedan racer in his own right, owns the Groove Train Eastland and has not only thrown his support in being a racer, but thrown the commercial support behind the category as well. The continued support of QP Lubes deserves an absolute mention, and of course Francois Habib, also a racer at National Blind Supplies. So the Groove Train Eastland, full service restaurant, cafe and bar, offering a wide range of catering to all tastes, a relaxed atmosphere and flavour and authenticity that comes with the wood-fired cuisine. You can find them at Shop R024 on the 3rd floor next to the Hoyt Cinemas. So go off and have a meal and stay on to see a picture, or the other way around. Certainly fantastic that Vince Stenter has jumped on board, and that Vanessa and Peter at QP Lubes have maintained their support for the sports sedans. Let's have a quick look before we see the big bangers of Australian motorsport roll out onto the track, and it will be led by, I'm going to say, one of the biggest cars or races in sports sedans, and that will be the Sky Sands entered Saab 9-3 with Thomas Randall at the wheel, with a very clear motivation here this weekend to try and reset the lap record, which I've been corrected many times overnight to where that went to Jordan Caruso. So that's the record that he's trying to knock off. I was reading off a timing page, which had clearly not been updated, and had Tony Ricciardello still in there. So cars appear on the racetrack. Yesterday, Thomas Randall did a fastest lap of a 1:9.26. Ray Hislop came home in second place. His best lap of 1:12.15. And Dean Cam, multiple Victorian champion, and spent a long time chasing the Kerrick National Sports Sedan Series around in his Corvette. Came home in third place in the Chevy Corvette. Francois Habib was next. Let's have a detailed look at the grid sheet as they come around, and again it'll be Thomas Randall in the Sky Sand Saab, Ray Hislop in the Newlon Falcon, Dean Camp in the 5-star fencing Corvette, Francois Habib in the National Blind Supplies entered outfit, John Blotto, who came on gangbusters last season, and we wish him his championship hunt all the power this year in the number 97. Brian Finn is the next one there in the 82. Ben McLeod, the number 72. Brett, he has impressed both you and I think pretty much everyone in the sports sedan community with his application and his ability to just keep setting faster times.
100%. I like what Ben's doing for the sport. He's come along with a car that's relatively light on improvements, I would say, but showing guys what you just have a well-sorted package. It can keep turning laps, some strong minds in the pit garage, and keep turning up with a well-presented car and keep finishing races. You never know where you're going to end up. So look at him coming out of P7 with a lot quicker cars and a lot more power behind him, but he's doing a great job and just being consistent and obviously just being an all-round great bloke.
Andrew Parker is next in the VS Commodore from Sentinel, and this is a bit of a mechanical marvel, this car. Carburetted 308, 5 litre, so gives away a little bit of capacity, and I guess induction, but look, whether it's carburetted or fuel injection, whatever suits you best. Wet sump car of the nature of a Commodore Cup car. Ian Tate does the engines in that thing, so you'd expect some good power out of a 308 that Ian Tate's building for you. Parker will be coming out of position number 8. Cam McKee in the turbocharged Falcon, inline 6. For all intents and purposes, it looks like it's going to have some sort of big Ford V8 underneath it, but he is running and does a brilliant job at presenting the turbocharged Falcon, doesn't he?
100%. Turbo's definitely got my heart, Darren. You know this, and obviously followed up by Cam. It's good to see Cam back, by the way. We touched on that yesterday, but the dark horse.
Absolutely, he will. If we can have some cooler races, watch how that turbo starts to get the heart rate racing there. Cam McKee, a good racer. Rand McGlurkin, we heard from, of course, the turbocharged Nissan there. David Hender, Alan Argento, Mark Kikuri, Nathan Bell, David Ratcliffe in the 172. Matt Horn, Adam Cadeo, then Steve Bonner, Vic Argento as well. We're looking for the Argentos. That's for sure the number 27, that big Falcon. Always looks the goods out there, the XE, and of course he's coming out of position number 12. We go to Greg Taylor out of position 22. Michael Budge, Kevin Stoopman, has he joined us in the Evo? Had oil leaking issues. He's had a saloon car race earlier on today, so he's well attuned to the conditions. We'll keep an eye out for that. Greg Lynch will join from the rear of the grid in that HRT replica. Mark Huix, Chaz Talbot says he's here, but I doubt it. He was leaking kryptonite on in the paddock last night. Arthur Van also and Darden Brown. I think a couple of those rear of the grids, they're listed, but they're not actually there. Let's look to the front of the grid now. We're waiting for the green flag at the back. We've got officials down there looking like they're about to do so. But there it is, green flag being waved for the start of race 2 for the Sports Sedans. A 20-minute affair, and we are going to jump away. Ray Hislop has held lap record after lap record here in improved production. He's jumped on board a full-blown ex-supercar, made it into a sports sedan, but have a look at that Corvette of Dean Cam. It's always been like a pro stocker car off the start, and he does it again. There goes the Commodore there down the inside as well. Here comes Francois Habib, but it's the Corvette to the Saab. Dean Cam gets away brilliantly. Ray Hislop clocks into P3 there. The mid-pack, Rand McGlurkin with demonic possession on board, lighting the way for him to go as he charges down the inside. And Cam McKee and Ben McLeod just in front of him. Ratcliffe gets him behind the Nissan. Have a look at that Falcon there as well, the big blue Falcon. That's sending a fairly menacing message as well. They all get through turn 1, 2, 3 and 4. There's Greg Lynch. He's made up some good spots after starting out at position number 25. Thomas Randall just looking to get some heat into those Michelins up the back straight.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's got one thing set on his mind there. So great to see him pretty much straight off the front. Obviously challenged into turn 1 by Dino Cam, but definitely eyes forward now, and it's just great to see. Thomas out here mixing it with some of State's best drivers.
Have a look at that. Francois Habib just puts one down on the number 97. That's Johnny Bellotto. He goes down a spot there. The two Commodore racers are going to go line astern with each other. A very, very big battle that is going to come on board here. And it is a massive run at it. And down into turn 1. Gee, I tell you what, not much will distract me from a sports sedan race, but a trail lasagna arriving in the commentary booth. I'm torn. Brett, you got to take over here, mate.
Looks like I'm doing the next 13 minutes. But look at this. We've got Francois here in his Dodo supercar following Dean Cam with Johnny Bellotto behind him. Finn, McKee. McKee's actually holding his own here at the moment. I thought that turbo car would be suffering a little bit from the heat. Obviously ran there picking up the scraps, so it's good to see some turbo cars mixing it amongst the V8s. I'm going to chime on that all day, Darren, just so you know. But I think he's in a sea of V8s here.
Mate, you're not preaching to the converted here. I love to see a turbo come on strong. One of my favourite memories of sports sedans was watching Dominic Brinkner in the Alpha hauling in Bob Jolly, and on that message, it's sad to find out during the week or last week that Bob Jolly passed away, an absolute legend of Australian motor racing, and we send our sincerest condolences to the friends and family, and RIP, a great man of Australian sports sedans, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Growing up, there was always those pictures, and my dad would always show me of Bob Jolly's efforts, and obviously there was a photo that popped up on Facebook the other day with some greats, with Des Wall in the photo, and obviously Ron Newbound in there too, so a few of the greats of sports sedans. So yeah, obviously condolences to the Jolly family. But as we can see here, Randall's just wheeled out an 8.7, so he's on his way to that record, but I think it's a fair chunk that he still has to find. But judging by the attitude of that car going into Dandenong Road, Darren, I reckon he's fair wringing the neck of that Saab.
And I reckon we're in the right spot just to follow this car for the next lap or so, and apologise to everyone else racing in the Groove Train Eastland sports sedans, but this car is here for a dead set purpose. Last year Jordan Caruso was absolutely massive in the national sports sedans and taking lap records pretty much with abandon all around the country. It's a 107.969. We've got to get down, I think, to 107.54. So he is right in the window. He's selected this set of Michelin tyres specifically for this weekend. They've never run them, so they have had some difficulties turning the tyre on, and I reckon this is the lap he has to do it, because he will be back on the tail end of some traffic by the end of lap number 4. So we'll stay with it, accelerating down, and look at the lines he's left on the road. That is some hurry up getting on there when you're peeling rubber off a set of Michelins like that, and getting some wheel spin down. This is some good stuff. Thomas, of course, a Formula Ford competitor from years ago, raced National Formula Ford, went around the world, and in fact one of his mechanics from his time in F3 in Europe last night got up early in the morning, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning in the UK, and watched what the young fella when he was working with him. So there's a yellow flag, so this creates a bit of difficulty there. The car is parked right offline there. Thomas has well and truly spotted that, and he continues on his merry way. A 107.96 last time, a 107.4451. A 107.4451. We leave Thomas there and we go back and have a look into the depth of the sports sedan field.
And that was a close encounter there. It looks like Andrew Parker's rolled to a stop just on the kink of the back straight, so hopefully those guys, nothing super terminal there. He's still sitting on the track, which might not be a wise idea in that location, because definitely a sports sedan, you come through there and you want to have the car as straight as possible. So if I was Andrew there, I would be moving that car with the starter motor if I had to.
And Andrew knows that as well. He will be hoping that he can keep the thing rolling there, so that venerable 5 litre 308 seems to have just given out the steam a little bit in this one, so that's not good. We didn't want to see any of our sports sedans haul up on the side of the track, that's for sure. So we've got one red Commodore parked off. No, it has gone now. So yellow flags have been withdrawn, And we are continuing on our way. There is Greg Lynch. He's come from the rear of the field, made his way up into 9th position now. Rand McGlurkin just off the rear of him, so he's gone through on the demonic possession, number 54, Nissan. And away he goes. Mark Huex in the back there as well. In fact, it's not. It's going to be Argento. We've gone safety car, and there is the reason why. We've got a car parked on what would ideally be, Brett Dickey, when you're flowing your sports sedan, you'll probably drift right out to the edge of the track there.
Yeah, 100%. I know in obviously our car being turbocharged, it's got to keep it as straight as possible coming through there, and it's not out of the ordinary to be getting that yellow line. So just trying to work out. There was a big puff of smoke going down the back straight, and now it looks like Ben McLeod's had a bit of a cough, got some smoke out of underneath the bonnet, and looks like there it is again. So I was going to help him out on that one, but I think we put a curse on him.
You know, Brett, in race commentary, we're not allowed to talk about having a little cough because there was a spicy cough around for a couple of years that ruined motorsport for all of us. So race cars don't cough anymore. A bit of a hiccup, maybe.
Yeah, correct. I don't know if I'm seeing things, Darren. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the number 72 actually looks like it's crabbing a little bit. So it doesn't actually look like it's driving straight in a straight line. Hopefully we can pick that up on the next shot, but it actually looks like it might have,
or something.
Yeah,
might have
possibly.
Let go.
So I've just been looking at the timing here, and Rand McClurkin said to me before that he wants a 1 minute 19. Look how close that is, Darren. He's done a 1 minute 20.0. So there's still a big.
That's the smoke coming out of the McLeod car.
Yeah. So am
Let's
I
have a
wrong
look.
saying that looks like it's got a bit of
see.
a crab going on there?
Yeah, it looks like the diff has been pushed over to the driver's side a bit. And
we may be wrong. We're looking at it through a screen, so look, sorry if we are wrong on this one, and not saying that something's broken.
I guess all we're trying to do here, Brett, is try and surmise as to where that smoke might be coming from. As we've got the safety car from Cool Drive just trying to pick up Thomas Randall, and Thomas Randall on 107.445.1, brilliant lap, and that's what they've come here to do.
Yeah, look, it's definitely a brilliant lap by Thomas there. Hopefully the powers to be above us allow him to have that. It's a little bit of a question mark there coming past the yellow flag to still set a lap record and a PB. So hopefully they still allow that one to go through, because I know Thomas had all the good intentions and was definitely making sure he was doing the thing safe as possible as well. So as we can see here, they've just tried to pick up Thomas, but look at the gap behind. There is, now we're starting to see Ray Hislop coming through the kink. So that was a huge gap, 29 seconds before the safety car come out there, Darren.
So our race leader now in behind the safety car. This guy will know exactly how to react to a safety car restart to get this car into the best position. I would suggest that we get Andrew Parker hooked up pretty quickly and drag him into a safe spot, and we can get this show back on the road. And these cars certainly, and anyone with a turbo under the bonnet, don't like safety car conditions. You've got to keep the air flowing through these engine bays. There's a good bit of advice just appear across the bottom of our screen. For uninterruption, jump off Facebook, jump onto the YouTube channel, and we will see you there. That's certainly the best way to view it, or whatever your version of social media you like to get onto, but certainly YouTube seems to be the way that this broadcast goes best out to the world. So we'll have an uninterrupted broadcast there. Big g'day to everyone that's made their way to the track. Red Hill's starting to get fans come in, so still plenty of time. It's only just gone 12 o'clock. We're going to be racing until well past 5 o'clock today, and you can come and see some of the best motorsport that you will see right across the board.
Yeah, 100%. It's great to see spectators back at state level racing. So if you're not here, make sure you get down. You've still got a bit of time. But how's the speed of the recovery on the recovery crew here? And obviously all the volunteers working here at Sandown and Victorian State Race Championship, they've connected up that car of Andrew Parker. It's almost behind the fence down there on the back straight. So we'll take a little bit of time. Darren, I'll probably speak out on your behalf on this just to thank all the volunteers, everyone that's officials, volunteers, everyone that helps to make these events possible. Obviously Sandown for keeping this venue active, and without the people out there waving the flags, holding the boards, thank you thank you very much, and obviously everyone above us in the officials and timing, and without all the data that we get around us to make our job a little bit easier, someone's going to help you, Darren. It can't always be me.
That's exactly right, Brett. Thank you, and we really appreciate your presence here at the racetrack, and you are certainly into the phase of training and going off to Pikes Peak. So said it a couple of times, mate, but we're going to be watching, and you're going to be our hero for the next few weeks once you get onto the big mount there. And of course you've got some time attack sort of work that you're going to be doing there as well. Just having confirmed from my great mate Gary O'Brien from the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast, one of the best going around, in fact, Brett there. Join Gary and I on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast. He has confirmed that Tony Ricciardello's lap record was eclipsed by Jordan Caruso last year at a 107.5061. Thomas Randall has done a 107.44, and I guess we just wait for a bit of an official adjudication because there was a yellow out there. I'm going to say Thomas's lap probably could have been a half a second faster because I thought I heard him lift.
I think he did. We'll definitely leave that to the powers to be, but we'll step on Thomas's side here, and I reckon I saw a slight lift there as well. So
I think he even acknowledged the flaggy and lifted with his foot at the same time.
Gave a wave on the way through.
Yeah,
but safety car in this lap, so we'll be back 3 minutes. So hopefully we'll get let's say two laps of racing here as Thomas grabs that sub, loads it up a little bit, waits for the safety car to be back in its safe zone, and we'll launch the Saab down the main straight yet again.
Well, this could be another strategy, really, couldn't it? Keeping the car nice and straight behind the safety car and get away. Use this as a warm-up lap, if you like. Ray Hislop in behind. We can't take anything away. We've got a lapped car in between them there, so they're going to have to get underway. There is the green flag, and away goes the Sky Sands car. Away goes the Newlon Falcon, and away goes Francois Habib and Dean Cam as they all take it out. Cam, he looks to the inside on Francois. He's going to have the legs, I reckon, as the frontal area on that Corvette is a lot less. Dips in. Johnny Pilato in the 97 stays fat on the outside there, and Dean Cam in the 66. He's also training himself up for a triathlon, always in a tapering program. And Johnny Pilato logs in behind Dean Cam, and then it will be... Where is it? There's Greg Lynch coming through. There's Cam McKee. And they're all lining up. Lynch, McGlurkin, Argento, Huex, Radcliffe, Mark McCurry.
That's getting very busy.
Out of the corner. It is getting very busy. And there was the Finnemore car as well, which at the Historics climbed the pit lane wall. And great to see Finnemore getting that car back out on the track after that particular incident.
That looked like... So we're watching it through a TV screen, and I've just seen a whole lot of wheel work going on from Cam McKee coming across the top of the hill. So I think he's charged it in there pretty hard to make sure he was clear. But yeah, I definitely saw some hands moving around in there. It's probably not the right spot to be moving around.
So we haven't seen the last lap board yet, so we've got at least another 2 laps to go in this one. And 2 to go, confirmation. So Thomas Randall could, if he's kept that car in the operating zone, we could see a 107.4451 move to another level again without a lift coming out of the final corner.
100%. How's this little battle going on here? You got Randall. It's all going real wide here for one Commodore.
He's had Darren Hossack a year or so ago do a bit of work on that Mark Kakuri, and he's worked pretty hard. This thing is a ripping VH Commodore out of, I guess you'd say, the Commodore Cup era, been adjusted ever so slightly, and I would say with substantially more horsepower into sports sedan trim. But certainly those Vic V8 guys have moved on their category. The Groove Train restaurant at Eastland is the place to go. It says it across the front of all of our sports sedans. And these Commodores and Falcons from the Vic V8 seem in the pack there as well. We get Nathan Bell. Gee, Mark McCurry is doing a bit of lawn mowing around here. I wonder how his Sunday afternoon lawn round is going.
He's definitely given it a fair crack. It's good to see that obviously a lot of these Commodore Cup cars getting resurrected and keeping obviously the sports sedan field full as we have another look at the Randall Saab. It is a work of art, isn't it, Darren?
It is, and you got to say again, Brett, you hit the nail on the head the last time around where he set the lap record. It's looking pretty meaningful, isn't it, that he is out after it. Looks like Ben McLeod will be the next car up the road. So we are looking at well, it is now a lap record. It's got the R next to it. So 107.4451 on our timing screen here as we look back into the field. The 53 fills our screens. Gee, you don't get much more traditional sports sedan fare than that, do you? And looks really, really cool. David Hender in the number 11.
How small does that Nissan look behind the Falcon? It's definitely a little car, and I think Rand will be making the most of all that
Checker flag, engine. And there it is. Thomas Randall on the last lap at 1:13.07. Didn't get enough to get it wound up, and we will welcome home into second place Ray Hislop. He comes to Sandown and just takes podiums. Doesn't matter what he's in. Ray Hislop loves this place. In fact, I think he loves racing in Victoria.
And we've got Francois Habib is actually facing the wrong way on the last corner. He almost had himself a podium, but it looks like he's now going to sit there, and it goes to Dean Cam.
Johnny Pilato going up 1, and Greg Lynch on the last lap, being that Francois parked himself off there. He goes up 2. So Greg Lynch started out at 25 and ends up 5, 20 places. That's the mechanical marvel for the weekend. A hard charger right there. I don't think you can take the hard charger award away from the new lap record setter, but if you're coming through the field like this, certainly a fantastic effort. There's Gary Finnemore coming through there in that Falcon Coupe, and the 97 of Johnny Pilato, and this is a tough gig. Cars just coming in. There goes Rand McGlurkin. Good result there. Actually ran inside the 10. Right in behind David Hender, so he'll be pretty happy with that.
Just misses out on his goal.
Yeah.
Blink of an eye.
I tell you what though, when you're in the 10 and you miss out on your lap time, you're in the 10.
You're still pretty happy.
Yeah, that's it. You're in the 10.
When
you're sort of not often in the 10, and it's nice to be in there. And this is a good field too. There's some strong contenders there in the V8s there as well. So, gee, that's an amazing Australian silhouette, that XA Coupe, isn't it? Just heading off the track there. Well, that is the Groove Train Sports Sedans here at round 1 of the 888 Home Loans Series, the Victorian State Racing Series, and we see some recovery vehicles heading out onto track, and that looked like an oil downer in the true tradition of the Thunderdome. Brett Dickey, thank you very much, mate. I know you've got a whole lot of stuff to do this afternoon. We really appreciate you joining us yesterday and today here for the Groove Train Sports Sedans. But all the best overseas, mate, and we will stay in touch.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. And yeah, like I said, I'll keep everyone updated with my ventures, and we'll go home now and pack a suitcase for next weekend.
Thank you very much, Brett Dickey. We'll be back with Formula V's here at the 888 Home Loans Series. Back soon.
Down here in pit lane, and we've managed to grab one of the volunteer officials here this weekend for round 1 of the Vic State Race Series, and he is, of course, Reese. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a fantastic day.
So could you just tell the viewers at home how they might want to get involved, or how they could become involved as a volunteer official at a race meeting?
Sure. I mean, you start off doing club events, so sprint events, and then you get involved in state level, like this event, and that builds you up to international events like Formula One, and then you can head overseas if you want to.
So what particular car club did you join to get in?
I joined Phillip Island Auto Racing Club because I was just interested in going down to the island and see it, and my first job was winding a cord in and out for the commentator in pit lane, and I've stuck with pit lane ever since.
So what is it about volunteering at a motorsport event that you love? What keeps bringing you back to spend your weekends here at a racetrack?
I think part of it's the team. Excuse me. Part of it's the team. Working with the team. I love working with the team. I love delivering an outcome for the race meeting. I think we're there for safe and fair competition, and that's what our focus is. Motorsport has given me so much. I mean, I've done 40 plus Grand Prix now. I've done overseas Grand Prix as well as Australian Grand Prix, but I've also done heaps of club, heaps of state, and every event is so enjoyable. Yeah.
I have to say a big thank you to Reese, and if you do want to find out more information about becoming a volunteer official, especially in motorsport, please visit or go to the Motorsport Australia website via the search engine, or Google usually for most people, and follow the volunteer official links to find out more information.
Welcome back to round 2 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series here at Sandown Motor Raceway. A great interview there with Callum Brannigan and Reese Carlton Carlos, one of the officials who's here today down in pit lane, along with a number of officials, not just from the MG Car Club, but from a number of car clubs here in Victoria and in fact around Australia. They come from far and wide to live their passion and be a part of a team environment and put on these fantastic events for all the competitors. And as we just pointed out, follow that link that was down the bottom, motorsport.org.au/officials, if you would like to become interested in getting up close and personal with cars and with motorsport in general. But of course you don't have the budget, Dan McCarthy, to go racing.
Indeed, as we see the Formula V's rolling out for their feature race number 2 of their weekend. And wasn't there a surprise yesterday?
What a surprise. 20 years we've had it confirmed since the last win for Lee Partridge, and he was the man yesterday that was giving us a big rundown on what it's like to be in Formula V, what the cars are like technological wise, and to drive. And 20 minutes later, he goes out and wins the race, and I guess 20 years since his first. So I don't think we could have a more deserving winner, and it goes hand in hand with another first-up winner that we had at Island Magic in November last year, with John Casamati getting his first win in Formula V. So great to see, not necessarily a changing of the guard, but a little bit of an interesting mix-up with things at the front of the field. Just makes it a little bit interesting for things in general in Formula V land. When we take a look at the grid, so Partridge will be off the pole with second place man from yesterday, Reeve McCarthy, alongside Nick Jones and Tyrone Wiseman on the next row of the grid. Adam Nicholson and John Casamati, those two are getting ever closer to the leading group of cars. Ash Clifford and then Andre Curran in 8th. He actually drove from the back of the grid yesterday and is in a good position now for an assault on the top 3 spots in this particular race. So he's out of 8th. Rob Vile and Damien Spinello in 9th and 10th. You've got Samuk Rudrapatna, Darren Power, Nick Grigg, Charlie Richardson out of 14th. Mick Fisher, David Stewart, Malachi Windsor, Ed Filippi, and a couple off the back who were involved in various tangles and incidents yesterday. So Nick Kerr, Brody Thompson, and Heath Collinson and Josh Munro are the drivers scheduled to start. We have lost one car overnight, which was the car we unfortunately saw on fire yesterday after race 1 was over, which is Braden Sturr. We're actually just having a little look here. This is some of the damage on the that's been inflicted, self-inflicted, on the Josh Munro machine. That's from yesterday when he was actually in the kitty litter in qualifying, and the nose actually folded under the car because he buried pretty much right deep up to its axles, right up near the front fence. So no spare nose for the 76 machine. He's had to take that and just do the best he can to get it, functional, so they can see out the race weekend.
Also had an off-track excursion in race number 1 as well, down at turn number 1. So he'll be looking for a nice clean session hopefully today. Put Saturday behind him and a fresh start for Sunday. Also somebody else looking for a fresh start, Heath Collinson, last year's champion. In a tight battle for the lead with Reeve McCarthy, ended up in the gravel trap down at Dandenong Road. There he is at the very back of the field, that green and black machine. Look for him, the reigning champion. He's got it all to do in this one.
He's basically got to do what Andre Curran did yesterday, find his way through the field and be in position for an assault on race 3. So for GR Motorsport Electrics, we're set to go. The second race of Formula V here in 2023, and off the line McCarthy gets the jump just a fraction quicker on the accelerator pedal, get the clutch lifted, get it out of first gear and into the second gear change. It happens very, very quickly in Formula V, and even Rob Viles had a very good start as well. He's now found himself ahead of Adam Nicholson, so a bit of a tardy start for the number 95 Acura Motorsport Stinger as they pour into turn 1 for the first time here on Sunday's racing in Formula V. Partridge has just lost a bit of ground here. McCarthy has held ground into turn 1 at the beginning of this race, and he's checking out. He's wasting no time whatsoever. He wants to get away from this pack. We saw yesterday when he started off the pole position, Collinson was really the only one that could really go with him at the beginning of the race, and just like now, they're just playing a bit of fun and games and a bit of cat and mouse here, snaking one side of the track to the other. They don't want to give their fellow competitors any sort of tow up the long straight into turn 6.
See a bit of dust there. That's from an oil spillage that was in the previous race, so there's no issue there. It's just simply dust to try and clear up the oil spillage as quickly as possible. See them stream through. Look at McCarthy. He's got himself a nice little margin early on in this race from pole sitter Partridge, and yesterday's race winner, as we say. And then it's very tight behind him with Jones and the chasing pack. So yes, it's very much still a 5-horse race up front, but McCarthy will be pushing hard to try and break away from the chasing pack. Look at Collinson. Look at him. He's flew through the field. Where is he?
He has made up 8 positions on lap number 1 alone. Now he's just gone past Nick Grigg and Brody Thompson, one of the rookies. Have a look at Andre Curran. He's wasting no time as well. He actually picked up a couple of spots. He's now got 2 more, and his stablemate Ash Clifford in the 17 machine has gone wide at turn 1 and has dropped about 5 spots in one corner. And he's now caught up with Darren Power and Samuk Rudrapatna now. So got a much quicker car there in the Sabre 02. That needs to get himself in the right zone again now and pick his way back through the midfield, which is becoming a very, very talented and a very, very close and competitive midfield in Formula V. So Curran started out of position number 8. He now finds himself in second after 1.5 laps and right in the toe of Reef McCarthy heading up the hill to 6. Here's Casamati, is the other half of the Beecham Racing stable. So of course the number 61 of Reef McCarthy and the 25 of John Casamati, both out of Greg Beecham's crew of drivers. And he's now found his way ahead of Rob Violet. Those two actually profited from the off-track excursion for Ash Clifford.
You mentioned Curran up to second. He did very well last year in his debut season. Slowly built a great season, improved round after round, and was fighting for race victories late last year. Yet to get one. This is probably his best chance with the reigning champion Collinson buried in the pack as he makes another position. He'll be up with this lead pack potentially by the end of this race.
It'll be 2 here. He's just gone past Samuk Rudrapatna. He's about to get the move done under brakes on Darren Power as well. And Rudrapatna in the Acura machine says thank you very much. The door was open there, and Power had no answer. So straight down the inside for the number 60 machine. The Acura Motorsports team have actually had a fairly handy start to this race, but they've had a very, very torrid weekend as well. They've had Braden Sturr's unfortunate issue yesterday, which was actually as a result of it coming together off screen that we didn't see with Nick Kerr, but they've had engine changeovers and all sorts of rebuilds as well. Particularly it's put a bit of a strain on one of the mechanics, Wayne, down there, who's actually about to celebrate his birthday tomorrow, and he was looking forward for a really good weekend, but he's been on the tools just about every hour of every day so far, and they wanted to just give him a shout out and say, well, we're looking forward to your birthday tomorrow, and thank you for all your efforts.
There's a blue machine, a navy blue machine.
Oh no, it's Casamati. He's gone deep. He's avoided getting into the kitty litter, so he should be able to get reverse and get out of there. But he's just got to wait for all these cars to come down the hill. There's one more, which is Ed Filippi, and they've been battling some steering issues there, but he's going to try and drive this out forwards. That's a shame. We haven't got a replay that one, unfortunately. Here we go, change at the front. Andre Curran to the lead of this one. McCarthy doesn't like that. He's going to hold the defensive line into turn 1. That opens the door for Jones in the artshop.com.au machine.
Yeah, so reshuffling of the pack, McCarthy back to the front, Curran reshuffled back to third, and Jones slots in the middle. It's not plain sailing for McCarthy, who won, 7 races, 7 of the 15 races last year. Certainly dominated in terms of race victories, but just missed out on the championship by 0.02 of a second, wasn't it? It really was a thrilling finale. And look at this, the lead pack has broken away. And just in the background, you can see just behind, second in the second pack, is Collinson.
Yeah, he's got Nicholas Kerr to get through, who's currently in 7th place at the moment, but then it's going to be some sort of an effort to catch up to this leading group of 6. Personal bests from just about the whole entire field. Last time around, very loose for Adam Nicholson in the Stinger, pushing very, very hard behind Tyrone Wiseman there. Just got a little bit too greedy trying to keep the speed up through Dandenong Road corner. He's not quite lost touch with the leading group of 5 cars just yet. He's going to be relying on them just to fight and duke it out for a little bit longer so he can get back into the frame here. Almost 3 wide. Kieran with the inside run now down towards Dandenong Road corner. And we've got Spirit back. It's Clifford again. So 2 incidents for Ash Clifford in this race so far at either end of the front straight. Kieran to the lead.
Indeed, once again, so it seems to be that third's the place to be coming onto that pit straight. Now the last 2 laps, the person in third has led going into turn number 1. Using all the road out wide there is Kieran, trying to get a great run onto the back straight. It's so important, that corner, it really is. It's probably the most important corner on the track because you've got to get good drive out there or else you'll be a sitting duck, particularly in these Formula Vs, down the long back straight. And we're seeing 3 wide. This is why you need a good exit.
Oh, this is going to get interesting. Down into turn 6. Jones was scored as the race leader across the line last time around, but they sort themselves out. Kieran has had a bit of a poor run off of turn 4 and he's been passed by both McCarthy and Jones. Now, we do need to clarify this little issue. There was a comment in the live stream yesterday about the word gazumped.
Yes.
From, I think, probably one of our overseas viewers who's watching and wondering, what on earth does gazumped mean? It's another fancy word for being passed in a rapid fashion. It's no different to a lot of, I guess, the old colloquial slang here. You know, we say snag instead of sausage. And we say all sorts of things like, you know, Macca's instead of McDonald's or Mickey D's or whatever they call it. So one of those little colloquialisms, I think we call it when it comes to racing, coined, of course, by the lovely Darren Smith.
Indeed, yes. Terms I've had to get used to, snag and stuff being a pom. So yes, there's many terms I can tell you that you have to get used to in this fine country. As you see, into turn number 2. Bit of a fight between Wiseman, Partridge and the number 95 machine of Nicholson.
Now they've got to be careful here too because they're starting to scrap. They're starting to lose a little bit of touch with the lead 3 of Kieran, Jones and the man in front, McCarthy. Now out of curiosity here, Nicholson was the quickest of the leading 6 cars last time around, but Collinson's steadily been gaining some ground. He's actually been a good few tenths of a second quicker than the majority of the leading group of 6 cars over the last 2 or 3 laps. So he's got some time, but he's got too much margin, I think, at the moment to rein in before he can even think about making some moves for a top 6 finish. So his hard work is done right now.
I think he's just run wide. I think there's a little bit of a lock-up. I think he stayed on the road, but yeah, he's pushing hard. But as you say, without a toe, he's struggling to catch up to these guys up in front. He's catching a few tenths a lap, but the margin's too big. I think on the straight, particularly the back straight, it looks closer than it is, but when we get to some corners, you can see it's still 5 seconds, that margin.
He's got it down, though. The margin keeps coming down for Heath Collinson, even though McCarthy was a 128.3 last time around. Kieran was the fastest lap at 128.1. Collinson at a 128.4 is still quicker than at least 4 of the cars ahead of him at the moment. So he's gaining. He just needs some help. He needs these guys out in front to start to battle some more and just take time off each other, and then he's going to be right there. They're starting to string out now as well too, so this could also be some music to Collinson's ears. There might be 1, maybe 2 positions possibly up for the taking. As we look a bit further down the field here with the JRD driver of the 33 machine, that happens to be Nick Grigg, with a pass being affected by Charlie Richardson in the Jacer.
Just looking further down, Munro 76, the orange machine. His wretched weekend unfortunately continues. He's in the lane and out of action in this one. What a shame, as we say. Incident in qualifying, off at turn 1 in race 1 and out of the race once again this afternoon now, as we've just gone past 12 o'clock in Victoria, as we see the battle up the hill for these guys, car number 33 and number 44 was that?
Yeah, that was the Jacer with not as much power in a straight line. You got the recovering John Casamati in the Sabre 02 picking his way through the field. All tucked in here behind David Stewart and Stinger. And Casamati's just gone past Mick Fisher, who's just coming off another I don't know I've lost how many count of this, is a recent Facebook ban. He wasn't very pleased about it. By the time he'd gone and credited another account, it had been unbanned. So we still don't know why. He was off air for a couple of days on Facebook, but he's back up and running at the moment.
All of the leading contenders, the top 7, all set personal bests on the last lap.
And Partridge were the fastest.
Indeed, yeah. Partridge to the first lap of the race on that last lap, 27.77. And because they weren't fighting, that was the first lap that Collinson was slower than all of the pack he is chasing. So he needs them to fight to be able to catch up to them.
And that's despite the fact that Collinson also set his personal best on the last tour as well. It just so happened that everybody else ahead of him also set their personal best and happened to be quicker. So that's the first real sign that sort of Collinson, I think, is going to be running out of time. 5 minutes left on the clock to really make any proper inroads into this group. It's really started to string out now in front here, with McCarthy having held the lead for a good 3 or so laps now, with Jones and Curran tucked in behind him, and Partridge is just lurking in the background. They've dropped the likes of Tyrone Wiseman and Adam Nicholson, and Collinson can see them. That's got to be the frustrating thing for him at the moment. He can see the 6 cars ahead of him, and he's just willing the Sabre 02 on. Just go a bit faster, just an extra couple of Ks, just break a touch later, and maybe I can play some catch up. But no, not quite. He's still got a lot of hard work to do.
Yeah, as we see, these top 4 now appear to be gapping Wiseman and Nicholson as well. So I think it's quickly becoming a quartet up the pointy end of the field. McCarthy leading by 4/10 from Jones, Curran and Partridge.
Another position for Casamati. He's past the Bianco reinforcing entry there of Charlie Richardson, and now sizing up a move on fellow Sabre driver Nick Grigg, and he gets that move done at turn 1. Very, very smart move. Jones now takes the lead heading down into Dandenong Road, so is he going to enjoy a couple of laps at the front, a la like McCarthy has done for about the last 3 laps? And Partridge is now right closed in on the back of Andre Curran now too, so whatever happened up the back straight, that's actually been good for Lee Partridge. He's made about a car length or two's ground on the leading trio.
I think from what I saw anyway, McCarthy missed the apex slightly at turn number 4, and it affected his run, and it's now left him a sitting duck, although he's going to the outside here with the use of a great slipstream with 3 wide. Curran to the inside, McCarthy to the outside, and they both swamp Jones, demote him down to 3rd. McCarthy, a bit of a lock-up around the outside using all the curb, but he is back in front where he wants to be with 3 minutes to go.
Rear end stepped out a little bit there when he turned in for turn 2, but he had it all under control. Ragdoll in the car, up and over the outside curb at turn number 4. A much better run onto the back straight this time. Now, there is some lap traffic in play here. You've got Ayrton Filippi, and you've got the recovering Ash Clifford, who's fallen way down the order. So there's been a JRD car start at the rear of both races, and we've got David Stewart, who's come to a halt, looks like on the driver's left, exiting turn 9. So there'll be yellow flags out at the moment, so got to get your passing moves done now. Kieran's got that done. There'll be a flag out here to say, keep your eyes peeled for the car. Actually, there's yellow flags waving there. I'm hoping that the passes were done before those flags came out.
I believe they were. That shouldn't be an issue. So it's now Curran from McCarthy, Jones, Partridge, and look who's back in it, Wiseman.
And they've dropped Nicholson. So I think as the leading group checked up, as the last lap board goes out, I think while the leading group checked up a little bit just to avoid the denote the yellow flags, that's given a free kick to Wiseman here. He's in this. Don't count him out for a podium. There could be a late change in the pecking order here. 4 wide, heading down the front straight. Who comes out in front? It's Curran, and Jones picks off McCarthy in the process.
Yeah, we saw Wiseman. He used his head there. He thought, oh, I'm far on the inside line. I've got to pull out of this or else there will be an incident. So although he's new to the category this weekend, look at it, using all the road, our race leader Curran. He knows how vital the exit is down that back straight, but I think that was a little too wild, a little too wide, and that will affect his run. Here comes McCarthy. Will the lap traffic play a factor in these closing corners. I think it's possible. We can see the back marker looking in his mirrors. He can see what's coming, and hopefully he will stay out of the way as we're 3 wide. Can we go 4 wide? Who's going to yield here?
Yellow flag, so the yellow flag they've had to yield here. So Jones got through on Kieran before they reached the yellow flag zone. Lap traffic may play a late factor. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out. Jones, the green flags will be out now, so there's only one more opportunity here. It's a stab under brakes into turn 12 and then or potentially out-dragging your opponent down the front straight if they have a poor run. But McCarthy's done this several times before. He's sliding his way through the last corner, and he salutes, hand in the air, and he's going to take this one out. Race 2 goes to the Sabre 02, number 61, Reef McCarthy, ahead of Nick Jones and Andre Kieran. And what a great battle that was right up until the closing few laps.
Yeah, top 5 separated by just 1.2 seconds. That's close Formula V action, but it's not done. They're still battling further down the field.
You got Spinello here with Brodie Thompson and Samuk Rudrapatna's eyeing off one more spot. If any of them make a mistake, there could be a very close finish at the line here between the two chasers. It's going to be Spinello just. And just to compound matters for Casamati, he looks like he's had another off down there at turn number 9 late in the piece.
He'd recovered up to position number 12 at least at one stage, but yeah, this is going to drop him outside the top 15, unfortunately. So very few points in the feature race for a man who won at Island Magic late last year. Here he comes across the line, and yeah, it will be position number 18. It's 17, even worse than I first thought. So a disastrous race number 2.
Yeah, disaster indeed, and JRD are going to have another one of their sabres starting down the back of the grid, with Ash Clifford being 19th and the second last of the classified finishers getting across the line there. And I just noticed that there's a bit of mechanical smoke coming. I think it might have been from Mick Fisher's number 69 machine coming across the line late there. Yeah, there is a little bit of a trail of smoke still coming out of the back of the Jacer as it turns off at turn number 1. So coming up next, improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. And on the other side of this, we will see the General's men occupying the front row and taking off towards turn 1 in improved production. Back shortly here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
We're in improved production land, and I'm joined alongside by Macca, as he likes to be called, and you can see behind us his beautiful Pro Cut Tree Services Holden Monaro, which you'll have seen on quite a few social posts, not only on the VSRS page but also Blendline TV. But Macca, welcome.
Thanks very much.
Could you tell us about your Monaro and how it came to be the race car that it is today?
Yeah, so I purchased it back in 2013. Bought it from up in Byron Bay, actually. It was a ride-off from the Toowoomba floods. It was pretty rough back then. It still had a bit of mud in it and all that, so we stripped it out. It was probably about a 5-year build. Sort of didn't really get going until about 2017. I've had a bit of combination of works done from a few different shops, MPC, Ravage Raceworks, and a fair bit of help from my mate Luke Gretsch Combo in his shed.
What drew you to the Victorian State Race Series in the first place? How did you first hear about it, and what sort of drew you in to become a competitor?
Well, probably through a few mates that were in the series. I sort of had seen a little bit on socials and watched a bit of YouTube footage, and yeah, probably rather than hooting on the streets, I thought, well, this is probably a good alternative. So I really like about the state series and IPRA. It's the camaraderie. It's good, clean racing. Everyone's having a good time, and yeah, it's a whole lot of fun.
And just for viewers at home, could you just give a little bit of an insight of what this thing's like coming towards the end of the long main straight or back straight here at the Sandown International Raceway? What's that experience like?
Yeah, it's awesome. You obviously see it on TV. Look, these things, they're probably halfway between a road car and a supercar, hence being called improved production. They're pretty agricultural. It takes a little bit of wrestling, by the time you're at the end of the main straight, but they're a heap of fun. It's exhilarating, and as I say, the best fun you can have sitting down.
Absolutely. So a big thank you to Macca for joining us.
Thanks very much to Ian McLennan and his Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro. There it is, just on the right-hand side, a shot here leaving the lane. He's going to be carrying our onboard camera for us for this second race of improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino and along with Pro Cut Tree Service, because they, of course, are a club sponsor as he leaves the lane, along, of course, with DLL Photography and Design and Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre, who provide all the rubber that gets pelted to the road in improved production land. Just listen to the volume on this car as it takes off and it hits the brakes to put the power in. It's got that almost like that supercar sort of like little whine in it, doesn't it, Dan?
Certainly does. And what an interesting story about the car as well. He's owned it for quite some time, getting it from the floods. I found that really fascinating. I didn't know all the history about the car, so that was a really good interview there from Callum. Great job from the team at Blendline to provide us with that interview.
Absolutely. It's the same situation for Danny Timewell as well. His original car actually was, I think it was a hail damage write-off at some point or another in its life. Then it had the big accident up at Sydney Motorsport Park and had a reshell ready to go. So his original car came from write-off too. It's not a bad avenue, I guess, to purchase cars that are still straight and still, might be mechanically, clapped out because, the water gets into all the components and you've got to replace it all. But as a rolling shell, to get something from a write-off is actually not a bad way of thinking about things when it comes to, birthing it in a new life as a race car.
That's right, because all these cars basically, the shell obviously put the roll cage in and everything, but it's the engine and the suspension and everything else that needs to be changed from the conventional road car. I mean, that Monaro is not the Monaro that you see on the road.
No, let's put it that way. Definitely not. So recapping yesterday's results, which will be the order in which everybody starts this race. So the three-time State Series champion Luke Gretsch-Cumbo took another win in improved production, the 25 GC Electrical Senator. He'll start off of pole, along with Danny Timewell on the front row. Ian McLennan and Cade Lehman, who were in a spirited battle yesterday for the last place on the rostrum, they'll start in positions 3 and 4. With Peter Dixon, Jin Wook Song, Grant Ogle and Richard Valentich through to 8th place. Question mark whether or not Carl Parsons is out there in the 55 machine. We're waiting to see that yellow Nissan Silvia if it does take its position in 9th, and then Rick Hogan starting 10th in his Commodore. We just saw some shots there of Steven Zorkas, who actually had a mechanical gremlin in qualifying yesterday. He missed the qualifying start. The race 1 start, and is actually going to be starting off rear of grid in the Honda Civic. You can see there Carl Parsons is taking his spot on the grid, so he's 5th in the queue on the right-hand side of your shot there. So great to see the Nissan Silvia out there in what is a very, very varied field of cars.
Certainly is, but it's the General's men top 6 position. First non-Holden is the Ford Focus of Ogle out of position number 7. As we see at the back of the pack, the green flag is about to be raised. Now we're looking at the lights on the left-hand side.
Smaller than usual, improved production field, but attention turns to the control tower for the competitors with the lights ready to be extinguished and time to go racing. McLennan was just creeping a little bit at the line there. I fear he may have jumped the start, but we'll let the officials upstairs adjudicate on that one. Very, very even start on the front row, though, between Timewell and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. And it looks like Timewell's got the whole shot here. He's going to potentially lead into turn 1 if he can get the turn in done right. Macca's up the inside. It's 3 wide between the 3 Generals products. You could not get 3 different makes and models of car here. And you've also got Cade Lehman buying into it as well. So 4 Holden products, 4 different models, all somehow squeeze their way into turn 1 and come out the other side of 4 in a little bit of a different order to what they started in. Gretsch-Cumbo's held off the advances of Timewell just, and then McLennan into second.
That was awesome, wasn't it? The way they fired in there. I thought it was Timewell that was going to be leading, but he was a bit sooner on the brakes than the two on the inside. McClellan quick down the back straight, having a look at Gretsch Combo. Brilliant onboard imagery. You can see the elevation change, head down the hill into Dandenong Road corner. And as you picked up, yes, he has got a 5-second penalty. We saw it yesterday with Timewell. He jumped. It's not jumping the start. It's rolling. Exactly, rolling, moving when the lights go out, which is a big no-no. So that's 2 competitors in 2 days that have picked up a 5-second penalty. It didn't affect Timewell's race finish position yesterday, and McClellan will be hoping for the same today.
You got Carl Parsons here making a move on Richard Valencic. He had 2 wheels in the grass coming out of Dandenong Road just to squeeze the Nissan past the Tirana, heading down towards the final chicane. He's got that move done. Danny Timewell yesterday called it perfectly when I was talking to him earlier this morning about the process that you go through to get the car off the line. You know, you're bringing the revs up, you're starting to bring the clutch up as well, then you got the the button on the steering wheel to sort of ease the pressure off the line locker, and once you start to take the pressure off, you just can't put it back down again. So you've got no choice. You've essentially committed at that point in time, and you just got to try and minimise the impact and just hope to God that you don't jump out of the box at precisely the wrong time. That's what happened to him yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised to see if that's what's happened to McLennan as well. He wants to turn at the front of the field. He says, bugger this, I want to know that I've got a 5-second penalty and I've got to get out in front and minimise any sort of impact that this penalty is going to have on my race. Unfortunately for him right now, top 4 is pretty much condensed. He'd be at the back of the top 4.
Yes, absolutely. It'll push him quite far down the pack at this point in time. For the second lap, a bit of a lock up there for Timewell.
Was that Timewell or was it Gretsch Combo? It was a bit difficult to spot who locked up there.
But McClellan, with the time penalty, has to try and break away. It looked like he had a bit more of a straight line advantage. The toe, not as prominent as we see in other categories, because simply of the horsepower, and we see the horsepower coming to fruition as Timewell comes up the inside of race 1 winner, Gretsch Combo. So Timewell up to second. So our race 1 winner demoted down to third. Second at this point in time on the track, if you take into account McClellan's penalty.
Well, this battle pack that's going on right now, you've got Timewell and McLennan trying to check out in front, and then you've got the next 2 cars of Lehman and Luke Gretsch Combo, who pretty much went to war just between themselves for most of the 2022 championship. They're renewing some hostilities at the moment. The track temperature probably up just a little bit from yesterday afternoon. I'm wondering whether that's starting to play a little bit of havoc, maybe with a setup direction change that Gretsch Combo may have gone. You're listening in on something here. Do you think maybe something's not quite right?
I didn't think that sounded right over the hill. No.
It sounds a little bit deeper, doesn't it? The rumble doesn't sound like it's quite there. Maybe he's nursing some sort of little issue in the GC Electrical Senator. That'd be a shame.
See if we can hear it down the main straight from this camera when it goes past, but I think it could potentially be down a cylinder. This is something wrong with that right front as well.
Yeah, maybe you're right there. It doesn't look all that great. It sounds a bit deeper. You could be right. Maybe it's a cylinder issue. Maybe it's something that's failed on the front of the car. I'm not quite so sure. Danny Timewell, he's got the bit between the teeth here. He had his first podium finish yesterday afternoon. He's now searching for the race win. Ian McLennan's had 2 podium finishes in improved production, never had a race win. And same for Cade Lehman. He's been right up the pointy end. He's been in the thick of the fight. He's never had a race win either.
Yeah, sounds like a tractor. Sounds like a tractor.
Yeah, it's not sounding healthy. Yeah, the more I listen to it, the more it's not sounding healthy. And he's just going to try and bring it home here. I think he'll know for sure whether or not he can manage it through to the flag and just pick up as many points as he can. Well, the big boys are away. The likes of... they're both gone over the curve there a bit. Well, the big boys like Jared Tonks and Adam Poole are away at the moment. The State Series Championship and the Club Championship are wide open affair right now. Led to believe that Adam Poole's actually had some recent hip surgery and is resting up at home, so we wish you a speedy recovery, Adam. And for the likes of Jared Tonks, he actually hurt the motor pretty bad from what I heard at the combined Sedans support event for the Bathurst 12 Hour recently. So there's a fair bit of work to go on to get that car right and in the right position to come back and contest the Victorian State Race Series and improved production.
As you see, a change for the lead. Oh, McClellan's locked up as well. He's run wide.
I think he was worried out of the position there. He was worried where Danny was, and just sort of gave him a little bit too much room that he really didn't need to do.
I was going to say there's a few cars scheduled to be here this weekend that suffered damage at Bathurst, and you think, well, why did they go to Bathurst and sacrifice potentially a championship here? But it's that draw of Bathurst, isn't it? You can't say no to driving at Bathurst.
Yeah, you're spot on. There's not only just the lure of Bathurst as well. There's a number of drivers this weekend have been waiting on parts. That's the problem with a lot of the supply chain challenges that have been happening in the world recently. There's things like pistons coming from the United States, and especially for things like Wayne Twist's BMW, things coming from Europe that he hasn't had a chance to get his hand on just yet, and that's what's causing a number of competitors to miss the event. So car 34, which is Brad Ross, has been shown a bad sportsmanship flag. Now, we touched on this yesterday, Dan McCarthy. Bad sportsmanship flag comes out if you've been abusing the track limits, which is mainly on the exit of turn 1, the exit of 4, the exit of the approach to turn 9, which we saw the other two hop over the hill, and routinely on the exit of turn number 13. So if you go over a couple of times here and there, they're not going to worry so much, but if you're doing it lap after lap after lap, you'll get a bad sportsmanship flag, and if you continue to do it, you'll get the black flag.
Indeed, I think the big one here is that run over the rise and down into Dandenong Road. That's the big one, the change there made a couple of years ago for safety reasons, and cars like this old car.
Parsons goes for a tour through the gravel trap at turn 1. Looks like he's managed to keep it out of the wall, so just be a bit of bruised pride in this for him. And safely back on. Oh no, he's done some damage to the bumps and all the ruts and things on the runoff at turn number 1. That's made a right royal mess of the 55.
It's also made a right mess of the track. All the gravel deposited down at turn number 2. That'll be a big hazard potentially for the leaders when they come back around. We'll see if it's a drama for any of these under 2 litre cars further down the field, see if they struggle around turn number 2, because all the gravel is at the apex of this corner. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's all brown around there, but no, we've got through unscathed, which is good. So maybe not as much as a mess as I first thought. I remember the Super 2 race here late last year. I remember all the cars finishing up in the wall. I don't know if you
yes,
recall
I remember that one.
And that was because of some dirt and stuff put on the road. It's such a narrow part of the racetrack, turns 2, 3 and 4. Almost street circuit feel, isn't it?
Absolutely. So a bit further down the order, so then Luke Gretsch-Cumbo started to fall back to the 5th place man in Peter Dixon, but just doing enough to keep the 21 Monaro at bay for the moment. Then Jinwook Song, who's in the black VE Commodore just behind Dixon, found out this morning that was actually his former road-going car that he's actually converted into a race car purely just by meeting people at track days that are part of the improved production fold and getting a feel for the category. He decided, you know what, I'll get a new car and I'll just convert this one over. Factory 6-litre Holden V8 with a factory box in it and a few go faster bits on it, and he's gone racing and having a very successful debut weekend.
How good's that? And obviously as well, it would probably mean more to you, the fact that you've done that yourself. It's your own car that you've converted into a race car. I think that'd be quite special to be driving that around this weekend, that's for sure.
It would be, but I guess on the opposite side of the equation, he's going to kill me for this, but the incident with David Cox at Phillip Island, which I'm led to believe the VK Commodore that he had run was potentially a previous family car as well, and now unfortunately it needs a lot of work done to get it right again. So it swings both ways, doesn't it? It's a bit of a tale to drive your own car that you've had for so many years in a race car format, but then when you do a big amount of damage to it, your heart really sinks and goes the opposite way, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're watching a battle a little further back down the field at the moment as the leaders are coming up to lap them. So these are the under 2 litre boys. Got a Subaru BRZ, and then behind that a Nissan Pulsar. 2 very, very different vehicles, but in the same class. Timewell having to lock up.
Yeah, it's not been kind for him, a lap traffic, and he had this yesterday when he was chasing down Luke Gretsch-Cumbo as well. The traffic just did not fall for him at the right spots. Luke came along, woke them up, and he copped them on the start-finish straight and places like that, but Danny copped them in the corners. So he's picking his way through the field. Oh, and that's an opportunistic look there from Agar in the Nissan Pulsar on the Wandon Engineering BRZ of Peter McLean. But now it's McLennan's turn to get through the lap traffic. That's given Timewell a bit of a free kick, despite getting balked over the top there. Timewell's pulled out a bit more of a margin here, and McLennan hasn't got the 5 seconds in his pocket just yet over Lehman to retain second by the end of this race. He's only got 0.7 of a second in his pocket as it stands right now.
The good news for him, though, is that Gretsch Combo, of course, with the issues he's having, it's one of the contenders that he is going to finish out of at this point in time anyway. 14 seconds to get margin back to him from where he is. So, yeah, as we stay on board with McClellan as he roars down the back straight, listen to this V8 motor.
Oh, we've got a car facing the wrong way. Stuart Dearden is facing the wrong way on the exit of turn 4, and I'm not sure if that's damage on the front left corner, or if he's just got it turned all the way so he can turn around. No, he's got it turned so he can potentially, he was trying to save the car, I would say, and he's trying to get that refired and get going again. Let's see how that pans out. Traffic in the form of Wayne Decker for the front runners at the moment. Jin Wook Song, he's had he's lost a bit of ground to Peter Dixon after that lap traffic has come into play. Let's have a look and see if we can have a look at what's happened at turn 4 for Stuart Dearden. So he's being passed by the leaders. Oh, Lehman. Oh, that's a difficult one to call. It's very difficult to call. It was lap traffic situation. Blue flags were out. Lehman sort of had a little bit of a look. He wanted to stay with McLennan, but unfortunately a little bit of incidental contact there. Doesn't look like it was anything serious though, but probably will the boys will have a chat between themselves at the end of the race, I think, and sort out the situation. And yellow flags are on display here. Safety car boards, in fact, on display. So Stuart Dearden hasn't been able to get the green-eyed tribute Falcon refired. Oop. And a little bit of late checking up there, and good instructions from the officiating crew just to say, go wide, go wide.
Indeed it is, yeah. That's what you got to do, keep them aware of where the stationary car is. Bit of a shame there, because the battle was heating up actually for 4th position between Gretsch Combo and Dixon. Dixon had closed right up onto the tail of the wounded car of Gretsch Combo, so that's a bit of a breather, or a bit of a relief for Gretsch Combo, but the only thing is, if it goes green with 1 lap to go, 1 lap sprint to the finish, he might be a sitting duck, so there's potentially a big negative with the current positive to come.
That's right. Now, this is not what Ian McLennan wanted right now.
Not at all.
This has cruelled his race. So he has the 5-second penalty still hanging over his head, and he would have probably finished a comfortable 3rd had the safety car not come out. But the safety car is now going to pick up the leader here, which is Danny Timewell. The car just ahead of him is the 4.9 litre Tirana of Richard Valentich. So he'll be waved through, I would imagine. Yep, there they are. They're giving Richard the signal to go through, and then saying to Danny, you stay right where you are the leader. So this is going to close those margins right up. So potentially for McLennan, he's going to lose spots in the order to Cade Lehman, Luke Gretsch Combo, Peter Dixon, Jin Wook Song, and then depending on how quickly they can recover this car, potentially Carl Parsons, Rick Hogan will get positions as well. Richard Valentich has only just been let through by the safety car. That is where he was going to be the last car on the lead lap, essentially.
That really was a disaster for McClellan. So what we were saying earlier, Timewell, who had a 5-second penalty yesterday, finished second, but because it finished under green flags, he still finished second. Whereas when there's a safety car late in the race, it slaughters you, because look at how many cars are right on his tail now. So yes, he will certainly lose spots, because I don't see this race restarting with only a minute and a half to go.
Not only that, there's lap traffic in between a number of cars here as well. So they might be the saving grace a little bit of Ian McLennan. It might maybe only be a beneficiary of maybe an extra spot or two because of how the grid will be separated. If they come to the line and the time expires, then you might get 1 less spot lost or something like that, depending on how this all pans out. So we'll wait and see how quickly the officiating crew can pull in the number 100 machine of Stewart Dearden from turn number 4. Valentich roars past our position here in the commentary box, and he'll jump onto the back of the train. So cars that are lapped in the middle there, Steve McGorman in there, the BMW is sitting in between McLennan and Cade Lehman at the moment.
I've got a better way to differentiate it. The cars on the lead laps are Holden, the cars that aren't on the lead laps are not Holden.
Well, pretty close to it, I think, isn't it? Very close to it.
In that lead pack anyway, that's the way it is. Of course, actually, Ogle, I was just about to talk about the Focus.
He's in the pits.
Yeah, in the pits for quite some time, so not sure what happened with that car early on in the race. Disappointing day for him to start. Anyway, in the feature race, of course, slightly different format this weekend. So, of course, we've seen the timed races rather than laps, but then also having the feature on the Sunday morning and a slightly shorter race with less points to finish. Normally, it's the big feature race points to finish the weekend.
Well, we've gone 0 here on the timing screen, and I'm waiting to see if the checkered flag is going to be displayed. So the checkered flag is waving, so it's a first up win in improved production for Danny Timewell in the Timewell spent number 11 VF Commodore, with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. Congratulations, Danny.
Just trying to see where McClellan will finish. Of course, P2 there. But actually, because of all of those lapped cars, only loses one position.
He's so lucky.
He actually holds third by 1/10 of a second from Luke Gretschkombo. I reckon if Gretschkombo knew that, he'd have gone right up on the rear bumper of the back marking traffic. But nevertheless, McClellan given a real,
free kick.
Yeah, basically, yeah, free kick. A penalty almost right in front of goal. So, yeah, very, very lucky there. So only loses one position. So Timewell, Lehman, McClellan, the ailing Gretschkombo, Dixon and Song, the top 6.
And I reckon a lot of that will be due to the safety car speed coming across the line, plus all the lap traffic that was in between as well, has played a hand in that. So Ian McLennan, I think, can consider himself a very lucky boy that that finished the way that it did under the safety car. But take nothing away from Danny Timewell. They've been chasing podiums. The opportunity was there for a race win, and he's taken it with both hands, and he'll be absolutely stoked down there in pit lane. Prestige Hino very proudly emblazoned across the bonnet of the number 11 machine. So with improved production finishing up their second race for the day. How are we tracking for time, actually? It's actually pretty close to 10 past 1, which is precisely the time that the two seasoned veterans of local state race commentary will be ready to gear up and belt out the next one for you. HQ Holdens on the other side of this, the 2023 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
Welcome back trackside here at the 888 Home Loans Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And we have got some HQs just catching a few rays in the marshalling area, getting themselves ready for their time on the track. And this, of course, as the guys before me alluded to, this is the feature race. And the longer race being done on the Sunday morning, which I reckon is not such a bad idea, you know, because by the end of 3 races, everyone gets a bit tired and worn out. So we will still have a further 15-minute race for everyone this afternoon. But we've got the 1-minute siren has just gone, and we are about to jump away. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is none other than National Treasure David Amor. Hasn't been quite listed in the Australia Day awards yet, but in the Victorian motorsport world is certainly on board. A little bit of news. If you're watching on Facebook, you're going to need to switch over to the YouTube feed. You're going to need to switch over to the YouTube feed ASAP. So if you are watching us on Facebook, please switch over to YouTube now so you don't lose the live stream. Cars rolling out onto track, and the Knox panel service pilot Rod Rogers just got to the line yesterday in what was a feverish charge to the line, and we had pretty much the first 5 under a couple of seconds. In fact, it was under 3 seconds getting to the line. It was a bit of a messy old finish, but Rod Rogers for the Knox panel service got there in the end. David Amor, welcome, and we're about to get busy with the 20-minute race.
Yeah, we certainly are, Darren. Absolutely fantastic. 20 minutes around HQ is certainly Sorry, thanks guys. A very, very fantastic time for 20 minutes. Rocket Rod, keep an eye on him. That car is absolutely blistering fast. Banksy was able to get up into second position because Gavin Ross overheated behind the pace car. Ryan Woods, he's put new shockers in the front of that car to try and get it to point a little bit better coming out of the corners. Becker's doing extremely well. Magilton, fastest guy out there in 6th position, so keep an eye on him. We've got Mick Magilton, Lawton, Atkins has got issues with his car, it's down on horsepower. Richie's is quite happy. Ken had done a clutch cable, he's back together. Tony Maloney that put it in the sand at Dandy Corner there. In the 81 car, the 99 car is at the rear of field. Tracy Molden's done a head gasket, and that has been fixed this morning, which is fantastic. But Rodney Easman, the number 3 car, will not be there. He done an engine yesterday in qualifying.
So a little bit of tale of woes there. Certainly Friday was a very, very hot day, and we did read that there were some issues with head gaskets there. They continued again yesterday, but we've got a really good, strong field of HQs. And yesterday, if the entertainment factor was anything to be measured by, they really did turn on a great show. And in fact, you can pretty much draw a line under a HQ race in your program every event and say it's going to be action-packed. The way this series is set up, and they race very, very evenly matched cars. Let's put these cars into grid positions. Rod Rogers will be out of pole position. Stephen Banks in position number 2. Gav Ross will take 3. He's repaired the head gasket, as Dave has just informed us. Ryan Woods in the 27 will be off 4. Jake Becker's on debut in the class here this weekend. Had a ripping run yesterday and was as high up as a podium. Got home ultimately in 5th place. Andrew Magilton down in 6th place, and I say down in 6th place because it's not the normal place we find Andrew Magilton, that's for sure. Graham Crawford in the 68 Williams car. Graham Francis, then Mick Magilton, Philip Aiken, Ben Richards, James Keener, John Mahoney, and then Tony Maloney. Tony, of course, parked it up in the sand trap at the exit of turn 9 yesterday, so is the first of our rear of grids. Tracy Molden, Rodney Isman's gone home, and no Andrew Lawton to join us in this race as well. But we have got plenty to rejoice and celebrate HQ-wise. 20 minutes is this race. The clock starts as they get the 1-minute board leaving the marshalling area, come onto the grid. The grid officials very, very succinct in getting the cars there. A couple of messages being portrayed back to the officials, and we see the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, Team Medical, and the Flaggies, the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team there on the yellow flag. Just letting everyone know that there's cars on track, and Reese gives the green flag at the back of the field. We draw a great big deep breath before we see all of these HQs go plunging down into turn number 1, 16 of them, and away we go. Watching very closely with Steve Banks if he can match the straight line handling of Rod Rajas. It doesn't look as though he's going to match him into turn 1 here, but Gavin Ross wants to go with it as well. There goes Jake Beckers again. A great start in the yellow car.
Certainly he is down the outside, right beside the horse track. You can see. Have a look at the red car. Oh yeah, 33 car. Beckers. Woods up into third position. Gavin Ross has gone back. 2 positions, ladies and gentlemen. 38 car. So he's back a little bit. Crawford's also in front of him as well, and Andrew Magilton in the 14 car. That car won Bathurst with the HQs late last year. So it's a quick car, mate. Like you said, he's back where he doesn't want to be, but give him a bit of time. It's a different engine, and he's got to get it up and going.
It's all about getting the package right. There's a number of things that need to be heading your right way, and certainly one of them is the brave pills that you take before you leave home in the morning and being able to maintain that rage. Here we're going to see it with Gavin Ross up the inside of the 65 there. Goes through. Gavin Ross just grabs that spot back. Sorry, not the 65, the 68 there, and goes through on Graham Crawford. So gets that one back. Starting off on the second row was Gavin Ross. He's been gazumped a little bit, as has Jake Beckers. Started off really well, like the grab from first to second, well motivated, but has just seen a couple of the guys in front that have got a whole lot more experience under their belts than him. But as we saw yesterday, I reckon come the longer race distance, Dave, we may see young Jake Beckers start to push into his own.
Yeah, he certainly will. We've got the 202 engine, we've got the Kenda tyres, we've got the better suspension. It's affordable excitement. We've got the HQ Holdens 3-speed. All of them are on the floor now. There's no column ones. Graham Francis in the 85 car. Now that is a veteran. He's had that car almost as his age would show. He's had that for many, many years. Bit of tyre squealing there.
Yeah, the old Kenders were protesting there, weren't they?
They certainly were, mate. We just have a bit of a look. Rod Rogers, the Flying Dutchman, he's got half a second in front there of the 76 car there of Banks. We've got Woods there. His car seems to be going okay. This will be quite interesting to how they pan out. As they go up the back chute, you can see it, ladies and gentlemen. Who's got the mumbo? Who's got to go up over the top? You can see Woods is definitely hanging on to the boot lid of Banks. Rocket Rod is probably 1.5 car lengths, as you can see, coming down over the top. Crawford doing extremely well as they come through that sharp S's down in the Dandy corner.
Rod Rajas driving away at the front of the field like he did yesterday. The only thing that brought him back to the field was the intervention of the safety car. Getting a good look at Jake Beckers as well. Headlight flicked on, just the one on the driver's side. He's got that turned on, so the old sealed beam on the left-hand side being asked a little bit much to... Oh no, it's glowing in there behind the blue filter.
Yep, that's it. You can see it, mate. Just staring at the back of the 85 car, the bootleg. Rocket Rod, you can see it, Banks and also Woods. We've got that little bit of a gap there. Rod Rogers, a Flying Dutchman, the 33 car. He's about, only a car length now in front.
There's a telling tale. Car 3 on the road is the number 27 of Rod Woods, and he is currently the fastest car on track, a 136.3. They're pretty much all in the top 7 now, into the 36s, but they're all about 0.2 behind that, ultimately that time that Rod's done.
Certainly is absolutely flying, 136.33.
Sorry, Ryan, not Rod, Ryan Woods, sorry.
That's right, mate. You can borrow my glasses one day, Darren.
I got mine firmly planted on, mate, and they're still getting it wrong. The heat haze, which is customary here at the February event here at Sandown International. And out of that haze comes Rod Rajas, turns left, doing nicely. We have Banks doing a ripping job out of P2. Steve Banks, has he got an answer for Rocket Rod? I guess we're going to find out in the next 12 minutes or so as to where that sits. The Ready Roast, number 27, Ryan Woods, hanging in there. Gav Ross has just left a bit of a gap now, and he's, I'd say for all intents and purposes, Dave, might just be starting to fall back into the clutches of Andrew Magilton.
Yep, that is full. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this 27 car, Ready Roast. Ready Roast has been sponsoring Mark McDonald, I reckon, for almost 30 years. It's absolutely fantastic. Ryan Woods is there in the car driving today, but Ready Roast has been there. Ready Roast, there in Cranbourne and Dandenong. You want a decent feed, mate? And I'm sure you've had plenty of them over the years, Darren. A decent feed at Ready Roast, Glenn McDonald, absolutely fantastic. The car looks good on the TV and the camera. Andrew Magilton, fastest lap, a 1:35.9.
So getting back up on the pace that we traditionally know Andy Magilton can dish out to a HQ field. At the moment, it is the very experienced Gavin Ross that's got his mirrors filled with the Middies electrical outfit. Gavin Ross will absolutely withstand a glare from Andy Magilton, and I think Andy Magilton might think that Gav's just going to give up on him here, but he will stomp his foot right down hard and say absolutely no way. Andrew Magilton, are you getting through on me? Twin headlight front on the Gav Ross car, so a Prem, he's doing it in luxury. He's got the comfy seat in that one.
Yep, certainly have. Right in the middle of the pack, we've got Francis.
So the specification on the cars, Pettis suspension is what they run, isn't it?
Yeah, Pettis, Shockers and Springs is the suspension kit and for it, and been using them for many, many years. Been absolutely fantastic, the suspension kit for them. And you can get that from any Pettis store. If you've got a HQ to HZ and you want a suspension kit and you want to beef it up and get it back on the road, it's a perfect package. We've found it out. We work with it extremely well. Very, very reliable, and most importantly, it's affordable, and that's what HQ Holdens Racing is all about. So
What about ride heights and things like this? These cars are lowered, aren't they? They're certainly lowered for racing.
Yeah, well, they certainly are, but we've got spaces that, other than the driver, between the steering wheel and the back of the seat, but you can put spaces on top of the front of the springs, at the front or the rear, just to set it up or give it a little bit more drive coming out of the corner. Because Sandown is all left-handers, Darren, as you would understand, you put a spacer in the left rear just to stop that wheel from spinning so much. They're not limited slip, all right? So she's a single spinner. So you got to make sure you got as much traction as you can, pushing that left rear spring down. As you can see, coming out of here, Lawton, that's where you want to get no wheel spin. Any wheel spin, and you don't go fast up the hill. Smooth in, out fast, Darren.
Absolutely, and that's the trick with it. We had a good chat on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast with Peter Dane, national champion all those years ago, and he said exactly the same words as you did, Dave, exactly describing how to go HQ racing.
Yep, certainly is. Right there in the middle of the field, we've got Tony Maloney in the 99 car, Phil Atkin in the 5 car, Ben Ritchie's in the 53 car, James Kenner in the 66, Tracy Molden, the lady out there in the 7 car, and also just having a look at the 81 car there as well. So absolutely fantastic. There's a race within a race. We've got the front guys and we've got the middle guys. The best thing about HQ racing, probably about a lot of racing, you can gauge yourself as a driver as that car. That's the one I want to get to. I want to get that green one during the race. I want to catch it and get past it and fast it and all the rest. We've got the 81 car there, Mahoney, you can see. Tracy Moulton there in the 7 car. That's the new car, Tracy Moulton. Normally it's all white with the three blues across it. That's the Barry Cassidy car out of Queensland. They picked that up late last year.
I've got to question the fact that it's a new car.
It is a new car.
Are we making new HQs now, are we?
Almost, mate. They are brand new. When you have a look at them, and the 81 car, if you can go over to the toilet block over near the grandstand, go and have a look at the 81 car. That is better than brand new, ladies and gentlemen. That gentleman took 6-7 months to find a car. He had a few dents in it. It was yellow originally. It was a Paul Bajorno car. They used to race on the Thunderdome and flat track, and he has brought it to life. And you have a look at that, Darren. That is better than brand new.
And JDM smash repairs down the side. I reckon they must have had a pretty big part in turning it out. JDM Services Australia, big job in turning it out. Great to see that sort of thing going on. The Knox Panel Services car is showing us the way, though. You want to get a good smash repair. follow the leader, I would suggest, and it's emblazoned across the front and the back of Rod Raj's car. They line up now. He hasn't had it all his own way. The 76, Banks, Ryan Woods right in the back there now in the Ready Race car. Gavin Ross certainly hasn't capitulated to Andy Magilton at the moment. And Andy Magilton is a guy in Victorian HQ racing that was the man to beat for a couple of seasons. And indeed, right now, we've seen a couple of cars really lift the game. And they're going right out in front of him at the moment.
They certainly are, and you've got to remember where Banks is and where Ryan Woods are, those cars will be getting no fresh air. So they'll be heating up a little bit, and it wouldn't surprise me on this lap or the next lap, because we've only got 3.5 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, that they'll be starting to pull out, just have a little bit, try and get some fresh air, try and get that 6-cylinder Holden 202 single carby to gulp some fresh air as they go up over the top. Here we go, up over the top. That's around about 180, 185 kilometres, ladies and gentlemen. Disc brakes, drums on the rear, and now you've got to have some massive, big brakes down in the Dandy corner as they come underneath the Jim Beam Bridge.
Have a look at that now. The Ready Race car 27 had a bit of a look, had a bit of an unsettling look down the inside of the 76. We could see right into the driver's face in the helmet there in the 76. Banks, he was watching where the Ready Race car was going to put it in there. But what he's done, he's been able to flow that car right back onto the rear bumper as well, into the stream. And I'm going to say at this point in time, all the slipstream is going to give you is a heat problem.
It certainly is. As you know, 2 cars go faster than one, but the problem is with a bit of heat. Here we go, Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods down the inside. Is he a late breaker? Can he do anything? No, Banks just comes across to the left-hand side. The Ready Rose car, the 27 car. Normally it's 87, it's 27, because that's what Ryan Woods' number is. Gavin Ross in the 38 car. You see Andrew Magilton. That's a different engine to what he had at Bathurst, ladies and gentlemen. So it's close, it's almost there. So they'll be fine-tuning that over the air to try and get these 202 6-cylinder Holden, single valve springs, single carby. Yeah, you open the bonnet, it looks like what Mum and Dad used to have. We've taken away the heater hoses, that's about it. Darren.
Yeah, you can almost wander around inside an engine bay of one of these, can't you?
Yep, you certainly can, but you can find the engine without an issue or
there problem. It is, there's the points, and there's the distributor right there. And there's the carby over there. Oh, Woods getting wild over there. Had a little bit of a jig in the air as he brought it back down onto full suspension and out over the ripple strip. Gavin Ross, like a shark, senses some blood in the water. And he is moving on to the back now. The wily veteran, the experienced racer, just moves onto the back. And we will see what will happen there.
It's certainly a train now. Have a look at that. You got 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Throw a blanket over them. This is where it starts to get really curly. I can tell you that. We've got 3 and 12 seconds to go. So this will be quite interesting to see. 2 laps to go, I've been told. Thank you, gentlemen. As we have... Oh, Rocket Rod has actually made a mistake. That's the first one this year, I would say, ladies and gentlemen.
Gavin Ross goes through on the 27, launches it over the back of the ripple strip, brings Andrew Magilton into play now. So the 27 goes down one to the 38. Ross makes a spot, steps onto the last step of the podium. Magilton now is circulating like the shark at the back of the field here. And the 27... Woods, Ryan Woods gets very, very untidy over the turn 4 ripple strip, and now Magilton has a good look at it.
Yeah, certainly will. These cars are like a go-kart, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as you start twisting the wheel, it loses power. So you can see that Magilton has gone past Woods. Woods was 3rd, now he's 5th. He's literally in the woods. He's out the back. He's got to have a look and try and find the trees again to get himself back in the front. But have a look at Rocket Rod in the 33 car. Can Banks do anything? Gavin Ross, yeah, he may have something. It comes back to who makes a little mistake. Ryan Woods has cost him 2 positions. Rod Rogers has locked that left-hand front, so that'll be starting to give it a bit of a vibration down the front chute. So you have to keep an eye on him. But the 76 car there at Banks, beautiful-looking car. But here's Rocket Rod. Have a listen. Are they pinging? If they're not, they'll be singing down the front chute here at Sandown, going into turn 1.
The engine builders out there going, please, no pinging, no pinging. We want to keep those valves and those piston tops in good condition.
Oh, that's for sure, mate. You know, there's nothing more than changing air gasket on HQ Holden. Hot, thirsty.
You know you're alive.
Yes, yeah, definitely alive. That's it. Get the asbestos gloves back on, I tell you. That is for sure. Now, Ryan Woods, can he do anything? No, I don't think he can.
Oh, yeah, where do you get your asbestos gloves from, mate?
Yeah, well.
You've held onto a pair from the 60s, have you?
Oh, I certainly have, mate. No. I normally use the CIG welding gloves nowadays, but back in my day, mate, when men were men, we had asbestos gloves.
And brakes had asbestos in them as well. Get the airline out, blow them out.
Mate, if you didn't have asbestos, you weren't right. That's right. So as they shoot up the back chute, have a look at this. Rocket Rod, the 76 car. You can have a look up over the top. 180, 185 kilometres at the speed trap. Down over the top, down into Dandy Corner.
Oh, look at Andy Magilton working away on the wheel like the magician he is at a HQ. Just a nice input, readjust mid-corner and plunge down into Dandy Road in the Middies electrical outfit. But Rocket Rod in the 33 has got this fantastic, they're coming up to the line now on their last lap. The 33 is going to lead them to the line.
Yep.
And there it is, the checkered flag out for Rocket Rod. Takes 2 from 2, takes the feature race for the weekend. Banks gets the fastest lap on the last lap. Sorry, Andy Magilton gets through on the fastest lap on that last lap. So 10 laps in, David Amor, they're still setting fastest laps.
Yep, they certainly are. On screen, we've got Tony Maloney. We've also got Lawton there. As we just saw, 6th, 7th and 8th and 9th go over the start finish line. Graham Francis in the 85 car. Good to see him, the old veteran. He won't be happy. He's at the back, and that's not where he should be. Just having a look here, the 85 car, a 141.1. All right, bit of a spin outside, I've been told. Thank you very, very much. We go over the start-finish line. Mick Magilton, yep. So, HQ Holdens, thank you very, very much. Brought to you by Tyre Power. Our sponsors for this round are Rylock Windows and Doors Eastern and GMG Automotive. Tyre Power, absolutely fantastic. We've got Tracy Molden in the 7 car, just dancing herself down into Dandy Corner. It's good to see they've taken a bit of timing out of that car. The car is still finishing, so that's a blessing. So they can fine-tune that for this afternoon. Everyone has 15 minutes this afternoon, so this will be absolutely brilliant. This time-related thing is working extremely well, I think, Darren.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be a little bit of a hard sell to the competitors, but I think by the end of this weekend, and everyone's had the egalitarian society look over it and make sure everyone gets a fair crack, I think it's not such a bad idea. David Amor, thank you very much for your time here, and of course you and I will join together again at 10 to 5 this afternoon and sing out the last race for round 1 of the 888 Home Loan Series here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Certainly will, mate. We'll get those windows rattling around these houses. Thank you. Bye.
Back in a moment, and we will have on track the start of the afternoon racing for the Porsche 944 Challenge. Don't forget your 1-800 lasagna. They'll be on track soon.
Porsche 944 Challenge back here this weekend, round one of the VSRS. And I'm joined alongside by Mark Torberts, a proud Geelong local, and he is here this weekend in competition. Mark, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks for having time for a chat.
So this weekend, 1-800 Lasagna is on board as the category sponsor, but there's a bit of a fanfare around old Joey Lasagna with the camera crew following him around. That must be a bit of a different aspect for you.
Yeah, it's a little bit different seeing all these people going around and talking to him and taking some interviews and filming his every move. Well, hopefully not his every move, because I have seen him go to the bathroom a couple of times. It's exciting to have his business 1-800 Lasagna on board for the weekend, as well as a sponsor for our round, and for the rest of the year as well as a supporting sponsor. So pretty exciting, and I'm glad to have him on board.
Absolutely, happy days. And Mark, obviously, you play in a band, and there is something of a new EP or album out for the Coffin Carousel. Is that right?
That is exactly right, Kate. The album came out last year, so that is our new album that came out. It's the third album from Coffin Carousel, so anyone who's into their heavy metal, get on it.
We'll arrange a bass for you to play. You play the bass, yeah?
That's it, exactly, yeah. I'd probably not while I'm driving the car. It's probably a bit tricky, but yeah, other times I can, yeah.
I'm sure Motorsport Australia will turn a blind eye to that one. So we say a big thank you to Mark Torberts for joining us down here in Pit Lane.
Yeah, wishful thinking, Callum. Motorsport Australia's job is not to turn a blind eye to absolutely anything, so we won't put too much attention to that. Great to see Mark Torberts chatting there with our very own Callum Brannigan, a guy that puts in tireless amounts of effort into presenting the 944s, and should be congratulated for the way that he brings great enthusiasm and even better presented cars to the racetrack each and every time we see them turn up. And we have got certainly someone else that looks the goods, works very hard at his appearance as well, is Jack Atley right alongside me in the commentary booth. Jack, we joined together this morning for a ripping 944 race, the 1-800 Lasagna. And by the way, up until this morning, I was just surmising that the 1-800 Lasagna was a good gig.
Yeah.
I can now, from first-hand experience.
Wow. Really? Confirmed.
It's a good gig. There's a secret little flavour in there with Phil Brannigan and I did share it with Phil.
That's
and we're not going to announce what we think it is. I'm going to actually talk to Joey, but there's something special about their 1-800 Lasagna. It's one out of the box.
There's
absolutely.
been lasagna from one end of Sandown Racetrack to the other all weekend, no doubt about it. Joey Callaghan's competing, and he's had a good weekend. He's coming out of 6th place for this race, but what an absolute cracker of a race we had this morning. I can tell people who didn't quite catch that race this morning that Cameron Bella came from the end of the field, came from the back of the pack, went through the whole field and won the race by, and I'm not joking, by 0.1 of a second. Now, if we can get a closer race than that this time, we'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, I reckon we noted that number down, 0.103. And we're going to keep everyone updated right throughout this year's Victorian Championships to see if we can get a closer finish. Let's just quickly interrogate this grid as they come into position. Cam Bella will start from pole, started from rear last race, a massive effort. Chris Lewis-Williams had a win yesterday in the 37 driving for the Benalla Tyre Power. Adam Brewer is next, Mark Verdino, Tim Wolfe, Joey Kellock in the 1-800 Lasagna car. Lyndon Watson in there as well, position number 7, fighting back as well. Andrew Jackman, Mark Torberts in the number 74. Then we've got Keith Mariner, Vlad Kennedy, Carter Fox improving in the number 7. We'll keep an eye on the yellow number 7. Andy Tudor, Jamie Mitchell, Pete Dowdy, and Richard Howe off the back of the grid. I don't think I've ever said that, even back in his Ozcar days. He was never that far back. But let's keep a look out for Richard Howe. Dickie Howe to his mates down the back there. The green flag. We're in the starter's hands, and I can see the red light from here. It is on, and away we go. The clutch drops nicely there on the CLW car, as does down the back there. There's a big dive out by Keith Mariner. Someone left starting. I think it may have been Carter Fox left standing, and it is on the grid, sporting the Blendline TV stickers. He knows how to get the camera's attention. Puts the network across the back of his car, and there it is. But Cam Bella and everyone else breathes a big groan. Oh no, he got to turn 1 first. Now we've got an absolute torrid affair over the next 12 minutes or so to try and get onto the back of them.
Yeah, you've got a real fight. Cam Bella, he knows how to lead races, and again, he's out the front there, but he's back in his happy place. Look out for Mark Verdino. Got a little bit wide coming out of turn 4. These guys, you really want to get that drive out of turn 4. They're all filing through there pretty quickly. What a real terrible shame for Carter Fox. Looks like he's had either a stall or he may be able to get that going. But yeah, it's a real shame for young Carter coming off the grid.
I tell you what, if you're down on the grid and you're getting that train brake smell, he's quite a clutch or something like that down there as the field come down into Dandenong Road. Let's hope we can get that car out of the way and we don't go. Safety car, the 1-800 Lasagna car sliding into turn 9, gathers it all up. Joey Callum, don't forget, we're giving him some due attention because of obviously the product emblazoned down the side of his car. But this guy's only new to this series last year, and he is already up inside this top sort of 5 or 6 and doing a tremendous job in the number 77.
He's fighting with very, very capable guys up the front. If you look at the top 3 guys, they've been racing for a number of years. You've got Cam Bella, you've got the former champion Chris Lewis-Williams, and you've got Adam Brewer, who's had a fantastic weekend. He got second, I believe, in race 1. He came through and just narrowly missed out on the win on race 2. We've got a safety car there.
No, we haven't been covered by local yellows, so very well done by race control. Kept Carter Fox moving, and yellow flags being waved down there at turn 1, and the white flag, so indicating slow moving service vehicles. So highly skilled recovery crew and race control rolling the dice there, and that is certainly the way it comes off. Or have we gone safety car? Everyone's going very, very slowly now. No, we're still racing.
Still going.
But they're gathering it all up now. Cambella will lead the field as we come through that haze. And we just know that that aqua car is going to come out of the haze and into full view. And there we have Chris Lewis-Williams right on the back. And I've got to say, I think CLW is probably the one that hands and feet and brain-wise can take it up to Cambella here this weekend. 2 previous champions at the top of their game, and well, Chris Lewis-Williams returning to the category as well. He wants to start winning races. He won a race yesterday, and you could just see he took the big deep breath, filled the chest full of air, and felt pretty proud of himself, and so he should have been.
Yeah, for sure. These guys get into a rhythm and they get into a flow with these cars, and that's the real key at Sandown, but in particular with the Porsche 944s. You want to make the car flow. You don't want to be too hard on the brakes and too jumpy and jerky with the whole thing. You really want to have a smooth run all the way around the circuit, and that's what Cameron Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams do out the front, and that's why they're champions.
Jackman now into position 7, gone up a couple. Carter Fox will disappear off our timing sheets. He's still appearing there, but will drop off the bottom of the time sheets. We're looking now into the window of Keith Mariner as he goes through in the seat time car, and then the Western Australian behind him in Andy Tudor.
Richard Howe coming up there under brakes as well against Jimmy Mitchell. We've got the Martini livery stripes there. Dickie Howe had an engine issue, I believe, after race 2 this morning, but he'll fight back. He's a veteran of the game, and he certainly knows this category and this track really, really well. But at the moment, they're all chasing the usual suspects of Bella, Chris Lewis-Williams, and Adam Brewer having a fantastic weekend, as I mentioned. Joey Culloch there into 4th. Lyndon Watson's up to 5th. He'll be one of the guys to watch this year. And you can see there that Lewis-Williams has already posted the fastest lap of the race.
Just to colour, I guess, the picture in a little bit around Richard Howe. He qualified 9th and raced as high as 7th yesterday. So an engine issue this morning is certainly giving him some gremlins he doesn't want to deal with. And he's just watching the 46 of Jamie Mitchell go through there as well. So Dickie Howe definitely an inside top 10 runner in a perfect world. But at the moment, just finding issues out of his immediate control, dealing with those as well. Just watching also Cam Bella's qualifying time of 1:24.33, and at the moment Bella's done the fastest lap of the race at 1:25.92. So about just over a second and a half slower today than what they were in qualifying. But qualifying is set up to run 1 lap at your fastest possible time. We're now looking to try and get 10 laps done.
It is. You might run slightly lower on fuel for a slight weight difference there, but it's also temperature conditions. Now we're coming into a bit more of the heat of the day. As you can absolutely see on your screen there, the heat haze is rising. This morning, the times were really, really quick, but it's much cooler conditions, and so the tyres react differently, and that is all temperature related. So, you know, you're half a second to a second off qualifying pace there, but you also want to be steady and clean throughout the whole race as well. You might be driving at 9.5 tenths throughout the race as opposed to 11 tenths in qualifying. Mark Verdino had a slight off there onto the grass, but nothing to really worry about. You want to get that flow out of Dandenong corner there, coming into the S's here. You're hard on the brakes, braking in a straight line. You wash off a little bit of speed, and in fact you sacrifice that corner because you really want to get the drive out of this last corner onto your long straight, and from here you really want to pick up the slipstream.
Swapping those fastest lap times now. Chris Lewis-Williams, 1:25.65. CLW qualified with a 1:26.1, so he's actually eclipsing his own qualifying times now as we see Richard Howell just slowing now. That's going to be pretty terminal, I would suspect. He won't just cruise around just for the sake of doing laps. He'll make his way into the lane. Jack, just want to interrogate a little bit more on what has been a great servant for this category, and that is the Yokohama tyre and the backup that the guys at Traction Tyres give all of these guys. The tyre over a 10-lap journey, if you've got the pressures set right, which you should have by Sunday morning, they pretty much just give you the consistent grip that you look for, don't they?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Now these are a medium compound tyre, and they do have grooves in them, but that's effectively, I guess you'd call it an all-weather tyre, but they give you incredible grip as well as giving the longevity. So they're not just going to go off after 2 or 3 laps. They're going to last certainly a few rounds potentially as well. You might change tyres after each round, maybe every couple of rounds. So they've got the long distance longevity of these tyres, but they also give you fantastic grip. And when it starts to heat up a bit, they can get really sticky. They do have slight grooves in them. They're not full slick tyres, but yeah, you can absolutely feel. Drivers always bang on about tyres, but there's a reason why, because effectively it's the only thing between
it's the great variable, isn't it?
Exactly. It's between you and the surface that you're playing on. So you're always looking for feel and always looking for grip in tyres in every corner. Effectively, you're almost sliding the whole way around the track. And if you are just on that edge of sliding, that's really where you want to be, because that's the limit of the car.
Absolutely. The 77, Joey Kellogg going through there now, has Lyndon Watson in the number 5. All over the back there. Mark Vadino in the 44 as well. This is a really good segment of the race at the moment. This is for 4th, 5th and 6th in the World Championship of 944 Porsches at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Glued together.
They're fighting hard. These guys are all fairly new to the category, so it's sensational to see all 3 of them really battling hard. Up the front there, you've got Bella, Lewis-Williams and Brewer with a little bit of a gap, but then have a look at how tight this section is here. Lyndon Watson almost probably getting into the fastest corner of the racetrack there. Joey Kellogg's just cut across his nose there a little bit. Full play to Joey Kellogg, I've got to say. Hard on the brakes here, down into Dandenong Road. Break in a straight line, flick it out of the corner and drive it towards the bridge with Mark Vadino right on their hammer as well.
Got a brilliant cameraman down in the corner there. He's able to get right inside the windscreen, and you could just see Joey Kellogg had a couple of dips at the turn in there. So big shout out to James down there. He's doing a brilliant job getting us right inside the cabin of these Porsches and just seeing. Can't quite see them change their mind, but you can certainly see their hands doing the mind changing for them.
You would be busy. You are busy in the car. Certainly coming down in Dandenong Road there. You're coming down from a really high speed from 5th down into 3rd gear. Now we're almost 3 wide going into turn 1. You're braking at around about the 150 metre mark as late as you can go, but it is a drive-through corner, as Mark Vadino has just shown that there.
Have a look at that. Vadino and Jackman have now gone through on Joey Kellogg. So got a better run onto the straight. Both of them get the car a lot more straight coming onto the main straight, and in a straight line essentially drove past him. So Joey Kellogg just, I guess, a little bit of inexperience there. These guys with a wealth of experience on board as well, and just seeing how they've kept the car straight, kept the car right up onto the edge there.
No doubt about it. Any race car is always going to go as fast. That's really what you're doing the whole way around the track, is trying to keep the car as straight as possible. It's why race car drivers use all of the track, and it's why you have to brake in a straight line. A race car will always go the fastest it possibly goes when all 4 tyres are flat on the ground and pointed in one direction. So that's really what you're battling with the steering wheel the whole way around. Always look at drivers and they look like they're chainsawing on the wheel, but all they're really trying to do is get the car as straight as possible. And in particular here, you want to get that drive out of the corner, get the car straight, and from there you'll be as fast as you possibly can.
Last lap, isn't it interesting that when all 4 wheels are flat on a straight, fastest the car can go, it's probably the least amount of fun you're having. It's when you've got lock on board and you're trying to negotiate the S's. Anyone can go with the straight line handling.
Yep.
It's when you got to deal with at the end of the straight. It's one of the things that always confused me about drag racing was imagine how much more fun it was if you could turn at the end of the straight and come up the back straight with a pro stocker or something like that.
It does sort out the man from the boys. That's a real test of a true champion, going through the corners. That's where you make up the time. Mark Verduna getting very close there to Lyndon Watson. But out the front, again, it's the four-time champion, Cameron Bella, who now is back in his happy place, I would say, which is leading the race, controlling the race, and not worrying about all the dramas he had yesterday. But they've fixed the car overnight. Andy Bella did a magnificent job in the team there at Bella Motorsport. They fixed the car. He came out this morning, had a rip-roaring race, and now he's back into his settled, happy place where he's leading ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams.
Big shout out to Jamie Westaway. I'm sure he's watching here because CLW has got your position there, or is it out in front? Jamie, we don't know. Last 2 years you won the championship. Cam Bella stamping his authority back on board there, both on the headlights. For Porsche Cars Australia, 1-800 Lasagna, 888 Home Loans, ABI Technology. For Dino, onto the straight, throws it all the way to Joey Kellogg, and will continue on. Just when you think it's all over and you're running through the sponsors, AVI Technology and, of course, Pit Lane Clothing, keeping everyone in the 944 Porsche paddock looking absolutely mint. Coming to the line here now as well, the number 20.
Andrew Jackman
Andy Jackman, the pool master. Then Mark Torbitz gets through ultimately for an 8th. Vlad Kennedy to the line.
Good result for Vlad. He's done well there.
So, Cameron Bella takes race number 2 and race number 3. I guess he did it a bit easier in this one. Chris Lewis-Williams takes race number 1 and gets a second in race number 3. Adam Brewer just settling into a rhythm for the championship. I got to say, don't settle into position number 3 for too long, Adam, because you need to get the big points out in front. But Cam Bella doesn't win the round. Only 70 points. To be Chris Lewis-Williams to Adam Brewer. Then we go to Cam Bella for taking the championship hunt. Then Joey Kellogg, Mark Dino, all on his own, over the back of the ripple strip. Left a couple of big licorice straps there as well, so he was right into it and headed off south there. Big thank you to the Porsche 944 category and 1-800 Lasagna. We thank them for their hospitality here today as well. Jack Atley, thanks for all of your kind experience and knowledge on the 944s. And let's hope we don't do it all again at Winton and you're actually pulling the helmet on, mate. But if not, great to have you here.
Craig, fantastic. Thanks very much, Darren.
And we'll be back soon. On track next is the MG and Invited British Sports Cars. Back soon. You're on the 888 Home Loans series here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment.
Down here in the MGs and Invited British Sports Cars paddock, and behind me is this beautiful Jaguar, and it belongs to this man, Mike Roddy. Thank you for joining us.
Cheers, thank you for having a look at it.
Could you tell us a little bit about this significant Jaguar?
Well, this beautiful car was one of 4 built for the 1984 ETC to enable Tom Walkinshaw to win the Drivers' Championship, which he did. And this car was most absolutely instrumental in that incredible feat.
And as I understand, this is the exact car that won the 1985 Bathurst?
She's the exact car that 3-wheeled across the top of the mountain, the exact car that set the lap record, fastest lap along the way, and she's a monumental achiever. And it's still largely original.
So viewers at home would be familiar with its screaming V12, but could you just tell us exactly what it's like when you're plucking gears and screaming through the rev range in this car?
Oh, it's amazing because you never get sick of the noise. It's a great sound. It just howls. A sound that never leaves you. Even when you watch the old replays on TV, or if you're at Bathurst at the time, it's a sound that you could never forget. Many people say it's one of the best sounding cars of all time, and I'd have to agree, actually.
I would have to agree with that as well. So we say a big thank you to Mike Roddy for joining us down here in the pit paddock.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, Callum, and certainly is good to have that Jag here, not only at the track and the presence of it, but certainly actually having it out on the racetrack, and as we've alluded to, that fantastic V12 noise. And look, there is only one other V12 noise that is better than that, and it is the Lamborghini V12 coming out of the back of the SVR or GTR Diablos, but we haven't got them here today. We can only put our ears to the ground and hopefully hear one as it goes past at some point, but we've got this magnificent Jag here. The Italian Diablo wouldn't feature in an MG and Invited British Sportscars race, that's for sure. Darren Smith with you here. I've got Paul Vernell, who's just smiling a wry smile as he sees the number 10 Jag go out on track, but certainly the MGs that follow give him a big toothy grin. There, welcome Paul for the final race for the weekend for the MG and Invited British Sportscars.
Thanks, Daz. Good to be here. We've got through the weekend and haven't lost too many people, and the sun's still out, and we've got Blendline. What more do you want on a Sunday?
Yeah, well, it's actually been fantastic. The whole Blendline thing is working very, very well. People are seeing it on a Saturday and going as a nice reminder and making their way to the track on the Sunday. So we welcome with open arms everyone that comes to the track here, and certainly do as they watch the live streaming as well. There is the guy from Bennett Signs just rolling out on track. He's the sponsor for the MG and Invited British Sportscars here this weekend. So it's a fantastic welcome to him. And I guess in his business's name, he's on the grid, the Bennett Signs outfit. And we certainly saw in the racing earlier today that he puts on a good sign on the side of a race car, doesn't come off at high speed or anything like that. So a very, very welcome part of the MG and Invited British Sportscars. We do have the race time has started. This is a 15-minute race, the 1-minute board at the start of this race, and cars are now on track very hurriedly on the warm-up lap, getting around to the grid.
Yeah, so we lost Robin Bailey in the race earlier today. Unfortunately, he won't start. He's gone home with a failed fuel injector, so he's a non-starter from the back of the grid. We were hoping to see him come through again, but that won't happen. So, unfortunately, pretty much everyone that finished earlier is going to start, but unfortunately the people that did DNF will not take the rear of the grid. We've got Mike Roddy on the front row with Trevor Lindsay. Trevor Lindsay all the way from Adelaide in his Triumph, having a ball with us. He's pretty keen to come to state race round 2 as well, which is great. We welcome him. Mike Trathlin, our state champion from last year, alongside Danny Chama on row 2. It's great to have the two MGs now. They were really close all weekend. Danny is a bit upset with himself in the last race. He got past Mike and then threw it away at turn 9 as we saw. So he'll have the bit between his teeth to get on the podium for this one.
Off 5th will be Keith Ondaatje in the number 40 Stag, then Michael Wood, Rodney Gibb, Anthony Vollebrecht in the 48, Jeff St. John Cox in the 95 will be out of position number 9. Alistair Ondaatje in the 45, John Illingworth in the 22, Hendrik Zwarteveen. I'll get it right. I don't want to be rude and
Lucky
get
the
it wrong
Dutch
every
aren't
time.
aggressive with you, right?
Zwarteveen. That's all right. We're with it. John Illingworth back to Phil Chester in the number 72 out of 14th spot. Alana Ondaatje in the 44 Stag. Pete Rose to Greg White. Gordon Bunyan in the 78, who has given us some pretty good entertainment this weekend. John Macon as well. We've seen the number 33 down there, the Bennett Signs outfit. Then we go to Andrew Watson, Richard Vollebrecht, James Dodd, Trev Dunford, and we won't see Robin Bailey off the rear of the grid. So a distinct advantage to Trevor Lindsay right now, because where is Mike Roddy? He hasn't made it around to the grid.
We've lost Mike somewhere on the warm-up lap, so this could make it an interesting race up the front. Didn't see him pull off, but hopefully he's pulled off somewhere safely.
Yeah, absolutely. So just notice that big spot vacant on the grid. Watch for Michael Trathen in the number one. This little 1300, the Jag has gone into pit lane, we're being told, and light is on. Watch the blue car, the number one. 1300cc gets every bit of that horsepower and capacity down and charges up the front there. Have a look at these two MGB GT V8s pretty much running in the factory trim there as we watch Trevor Lindsay just disappear backwards. He'll have the GT6 absolutely wound up once they get up to the top straight, and here comes the Jag out of pit lane. So car number 10 will join on rear of field. There he is on
turn one.
The 95 round. And St John Cox pulls up there. The Jag goes through now, and that was all happening right in front of Keith Londarchi. He had to take some evasive action. That was a ripper start from the 95 there as well to get that far up. There's Keith Londarchi in the 40, and the 22 there as well, who's been driving brilliantly here this weekend, Johnny Lingworth. And we watch for the 1300cc car number one. Yes, won last year's championship. Very proudly displaying it. Here comes Trevor Lindsay now in that Triumph GT6. A Stag and the number 45 going through there for Alistair Ondarchi as well. So a family affair there in a couple of Triumphs. One a Stag and the other TR. And lights flashing on that big sedan MG wedged in the middle of this pack.
Yeah, we've got Greg White and Gordon Bunyan on the line here, and here's a replay of Jeff St John Cox.
All by himself. Had a good
harmless
run. Must have missed a couple of spots, got up a couple of spots on the run down to turn one. Could have gone probably a little bit shallow and going a little bit faster than what he thought he might have been.
And Danny Chalmer going for the lead.
3.5 litre versus 1.3. Well, I tell you what, there's something to be said about making something light, isn't there?
Yeah, this is David and Goliath, isn't it? Cubic inches versus lack of. So Danny running on a radial tyre.
He's shaking his head. He did everything but wave the fist then, didn't he? Everything but. So the number one getting back on with business, draws alongside. And this is the run up the hill. There's the back of Keith Ondarchi. He wants to weigh in on this front end. Certainly the 2023 series is something he put a circle around and said, I want to see the number 40 Stag running more at the front than ever before. Hasn't started off, and it's not the dream start, that's for sure, for the Stag. The dream start really has come in the form of this this Triumph out in front now for Trevor Lindsay.
Yeah, so these front two are running slick tyres, which gives a little bit more consistency to the guys behind. So we'll see the shake of the head here, won't we?
We will. He took evasive action and then the glance over. It's not very subtle in an open-top car, is it? The big white helmet and the downwards look and the shake of the head.
You didn't realise he was on camera then?
No, I'm pretty sure at the end of today, and we've now at least pointed it out 5 times, he'll realise.
I'm sure we can fit another replay.
And I've got to say, look, there was worth in it. He was giving room at turn 2. And ended up falling off there as well. So he makes up the spot now, gets through on Danny Siama in the number 15, but he's not giving up either. Have a look at that, the V8, 3.5 litre, gets the power down.
So it's almost carbon copy, isn't it?
It is, exactly. See if he looks over. No, I think he's actually giving himself a disgust. I think he's giving himself a bit of, come on, number one, what are you up to?
I actually thought we had a replay on again there.
Yeah,
but
Mike,
that wasn't
Mike Trathen. I reckon I don't reckon he's sharing that with a fellow competitor. I reckon he's giving himself a bit of a, come on, mate.
I think that's definitely going on the highlights for the weekend.
Oh, look at this. We've got a traffic jam.
Waterveen round at turn 4. That's because of you. You didn't like the Dutchman, and he's thrown it away. He's had a great weekend up until then. And we've got Alistair Ondarchi going slow on the back straight, and Trevor Dunford round on the exit of turn 1.
Hendrik Svarteveen goes through there now, gets back on track. Got nothing to do with what I think about it. I love the car. I reckon it's fantastic. I just can't get his name right. And I apologise for that too. It's not the first time I've called a race with him in it too. Position number 4 now is this Stag, and in the mirrors is car number 1, who's just gone back a couple of spots after making a mistakes. There it is. You know, I reckon
second to
he's shaking his head at himself there. I think he's like, why did I fall off there? Oh well, we're watching, aren't we? Certainly adds a bit of personality and passion to it, doesn't it, Paul? It's what it's all about.
We've seen Mike Roddy coming through the field here. I don't know if he's just made himself a nice Sunday afternoon drive by starting from the back, but
Rodney Gibb, is he like the prelude to the Jag? Is he just letting everyone watch out? The guy behind me is coming through in a hurry.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bit like that. He's got those flashing lights have been on since this morning's race. They haven't come off. So
yeah, I'd be a little bit careful. It is an MG. You don't want the battery to go flat on you, mate.
Look, he's got a lot of faith that doesn't have Lucas Electrics in it, I'm sure.
That's probably right too. But right behind him now, Mike Roddy he's just ticking the boxes. He's not making anyone's day hard around him. He's just making his way through the field where he sees fit, more likely than not in a straight line, and bringing the TWR XJS Jaguar through, and Rodney Gibb just lighting up the way like someone from Hollywood making their way into our lives. The 32 goes through there as well. Here comes the 44. Love watching Ilana going about her work in the white Stag.
We've got Phil Chester on screen here, doing a great job in the MGF this weekend. He's been trying all weekend to get past Ilana. We'll see if he can in the final race at all.
He's our very own entry, isn't he, with the Victorian State Series logo on the side and the Blendline TV sticker,
great
supporting
advocate
the event and the network.
Yeah, great advocate for it. It's people like Phil that make a lot of it happen. So great to see him putting his own dollars behind it by getting the airtime.
Car number 9 coming onto the straight now. We've had great enjoyment with Greg White this weekend.
Peter Rose into the pits. There was a bit of smoke going up the back straight, and the Jags come in as well, Mike Roddy. So maybe something a bit more terminal going on there. So a bit of a shame.
Mike will have all the bells and whistles on that dashboard. Everything will be monitored with gauges and alarms and all sorts of things there. So, albeit it's probably analogue, but certainly will be featuring it. He'll be keeping an eye close. I'll have a look at this. 3 wide into turn 1. The 36 leads through. That's Waterveen to Watson and John Cox. The 95, I'm getting mixed up there.
Yeah, you got John Makem there and Richard Vollebrett behind. Andrew Watson trying to keep on the back of them, but yeah, so obviously Hank recovering from his spin. The rest of them, this is sort of where they've been all weekend, but some really good hard racing there. John Makem, obviously great airtime for Bennett Signs, our sponsor for the weekend. It's a bit of a shame Andrew Watson's not going as fast as everyone's been riling him up all weekend to go faster, and he hasn't quite got past anyone, so I'm sure when he watches this back he'll love that comment. But
John Maker in the Bennett Signs, number 33. And rapid piece of kit.
It's a good looking car too.
It is. It is just in front of him. Is the Bunyan entry as well. And just confirming Roddy Rose and must be Alistair Ondaatje, is it, that's gone to the pits in the 45? Yes, it is. Gone in there as well. So watching a bit of traditional fare here for MG and Invited. Open top MGBs, Triumph Spitfire, and all streaming down the straight, led by White here. The number 9.
Greg White's had a really good weekend this weekend. A big advocate for the volunteer officials trackside. So he's normally spends his many motorsport weekends of the year trackside, flag marshalling, and doing anything he can to help. So it's great to see him on track as well for a few rounds with MGs.
Paul, how hard is it to keep some of the... we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the MGB at historic Sandown. How hard is it to keep parts of some of these cars?
Fortunate thing is the MGB being so popular, they reproduce a lot of parts for them, which really helps. But the guys in things like midgets, and I know Barry Pritchard's here this weekend. He had a small incident in his TR6 at Sandown Historics, and he was saying to me there's parts that affected you just physically cannot buy. So they just have to scour for used parts, and buy other cars and strip them, and that's the nature of some of the historic motorsport, isn't it? That's what you have to do. But Barry will be back soon, he tells me. I know he'll be watching on Blendline.
So the iconic MGB, you said yes, there is some replica parts available for these cars. Is it hard to keep one on a racetrack?
It's probably a bit of work, but it's not hard. I mean, the big challenge is probably as evolution comes, you see the cars like the MGF and the ZS and the ZR and that, they probably just go a little bit quicker for the same kind of money. So you end up needing that passion piece to keep them on track. But then when you do get a decent grid like we saw this morning, that tail of the field this morning was swapping positions for the last 4 or 5 laps, and that's when it probably pays, doesn't it? It doesn't become about money at that point. It's about having a whole lot of fun, and they all do. And the good thing is, MG Racing is about the camaraderie. It's a bit like a golf club. You want to end the weekend and have a beer in the clubhouse. So we don't want to run into each other, which probably saves some of those bills.
Right up till someone throws a golf club at you on the 19th hole and wraps you around the ears with it. But let's leave the golf right there. Certainly it is great to see. Look at the 34 coming through there now. We're on our last lap, and we start to count it down. There is the 86, Trevor Lindsay leading the way. This is I'm going to say, for MG and Invited British Sports Cars over the last few seasons, this is a watershed moment to have this car leading this race.
Yeah, and Trevor's been a good ambassador. He comes over from Adelaide. He's had a couple of tough runs. Last couple of times he's come all the way over and had small problems. So to get through the weekend and I'm touching wood, he's going to get through and take an outright win is a good testament to Trevor and the whole team. There's a whole group that have come over from Adelaide this weekend, including quite a few just here for spectators, and they'll be pretty proud of Trevor, I'd say.
I reckon they will, because he's going to win the round, actually. 94 points. He's going to be well and truly clear of Mike Trathen on 82. So I reckon we might see him at round 2 at Winton, don't you? If you've had such a good start to the series,
you'd hope so. You'd hope so. Yeah, you definitely hope so. And I think it's also great to see Danny Chalmer in second outright at the moment.
Agreed.
That's a huge achievement. He's had a bit of a tough weekend. Every time he sort of threatened for a podium, he's sort of thrown it away. But here, he's going to pick up second. Great result. So good to see the podium mix up.
In fact, it is a nice looking podium. One that warms your heart, I guess you could say. Lindsay, Siama, Ondaatje. And, well, maybe not Ondaatje. Trathen looks to want to get the chocolates on the line. But
cubic inches.
Didn't quite get there. Did not quite get there. Yeah, cubic inches underneath the right foot there for Keith Ondaatje. The problem with the more cubic inches you've got, there's more troubles with them, isn't there?
Absolutely. We've got the Phil Chester and John Illingworth. They had a good battle earlier this morning as well, until they sort of got into a bit of traffic and broke apart. But they were looking forward to a good race. So Phil hasn't got a Lana, but it looks like a good little battle here.
Phil also promised me this morning that the blue car will be back, the Monty Power MGB GT V8. For the next round, only getting the bearings for the new engine a couple of weeks ago. So take the time and get that right. Position change there, and pops the left-hand rear wheel in the air for the number 22. Phil sees that and will get down on with the chase, but ultimately gets beaten to the line. And Phil Chester brings it back into the line there. So that will have Illingworth 9 and Phil Chester 10 inside the top 10 there, as we see the field disappearing. The 32 heads in there for Rodney Gibb. He came home in 7th place. The round will go to Trevor Lindsay. In 2nd place of the round will be Trathen. In 3rd will Danny Siama in position number 2 for this race. Keith Ondaatje, tough weekend, but ultimately home in the last race, will stand on the podium. He's probably about 7th or 8th in the points with 52 there. Great acknowledgement to the officials all around. Don't you love it when the flag is waving to all the drivers and saying thanks very much for the great entertainment in that race, even right down through the field here. So tremendous racing and a great field, Paul, and the MG Invited British Sports Cars should be congratulated for that, because sometimes these fields can sort of wane a little bit, but out over 20 cars on track is a ripper.
Absolutely. Great weekend for the category. I think big call out, big thank you to all the trackside officials. Friday was 40 degrees and a lot of them were here, so big thank you on behalf of MG and Invited British Sports Cars, everyone that's been trackside all weekend, all the volunteers. You've made it happen. Big thank you. And Daz, I'll see you at round 2.
Thanks very much, Paul Vanel, for all of your enthusiasm and passion that you bring to the MG and Invited British Cars, and indeed to the entire Victorian motorsport community. We thank everybody that works so hard behind the scenes in club level and every different bits and pieces that does go on. We bid the MG and invited British Sportscars adieu until we see them again trackside at Winton at round number 2, and you can catch us all at Winton on April 22 and 23. We'll be back with Formula Ford on track. Thanks for joining us here trackside, 888 Home Loan Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Back soon.
So we've ventured out from the paddock. We've made our way to turn 1, and I'm joined alongside by Suzanne, who's very kindly agreed to chat to us about her role as an official here this weekend. So could you please tell the viewers at home exactly what it is you do here at turn 1 this weekend?
Okay, this weekend I'm a sector marshal, and I'm sort of in charge of this whole area and all the people on it, liaising not only with the flag marshals, the communicators who are on the flag point, but also with the recovery crews who are in the background here, and medical, fire and so on. My job is to let race control know what's going on at the circuit if it needs to, if the race needs to stop or be brought under control with the safety car or so on. Yeah.
So obviously this is a spectacular view, and we're watching the Saloon cars just before, but this really has to be the best place to watch car racing if you're an enthusiast.
Absolutely. Since I've been doing this for over 25 years, and I think I've gone the other side of the track once since then, and I was so bored. It's absolutely the only place. I won't lie, it's a really hard gig. I mean, 40 degrees on Friday. We've had the last few meetings have been pouring with rain, and so we get all extremes. But the best company, the best seat in the house, and I wouldn't be still doing it after all this time if I didn't love it and have a passion for it. So, and I love working with the people. So every day is different.
Absolutely. We say a huge thank you to Suzanne and all the volunteer officials, because without these people all around us, there would be no motorsport.
Fabulous.
Thank you, Ned Kelly. No, not Ned Kelly. Thank you, Callum Brannigan. I can say that with complete impunity because he can't reach me at the moment. Phil Brannigan with you in the commentary box here at the Sandown International Motor Raceway for this first round of the 2023 Victorian State Racing Series. Formula Fords are out on the circuit for their final race of the weekend, and joining me in the comms box from the legal firm of Brannigan, Ziddy and Brannigan, Callum Brannigan on the mic over there. Hello, Cal.
Hello, Uncle Phil.
And Paul Ziddy, Formula Ford. How can we describe this? Icon, savant, workshop manager, seller, terrorist. How are we going to sum you up?
Fan.
A man.
Formula Ford fan.
A man for all seasons. Now, this is an unusual situation, Paul, because I think the pit lane is closed and one of the Formula Fords hasn't been able to leave the dummy grid, and now we're wondering what's going to happen.
Indeed, I'm not sure at all what is going on there. One would surmise that they perhaps arrived late, but we don't know that because that's obviously we've picked those pictures up, as have you, a good viewer.
Car number 65 on our grid sheet,
Which
Nick
is
Mendes. Nicolas Mendes in Brazil 66.
Hopefully for, I'll leave that well alone. Hopefully for Nick's sake, he'll be able to start from pit lane. So I'm not sure what went wrong there for him, but that's a terrible way for the race to get underway.
Let's do the grid. Paul. Callum.
Certainly.
Paul.
So look, with like a well-oiled machine. So leading away will be Edison Beswick by virtue of that wonderful win in a race 2 earlier today, followed by Jared Farrell.
Following on row 2 is Lachlan Strickland in the Megay alongside Bailey Collins, who was super quick yesterday. Cody Mains-Ruddy starting out of P5 alongside Jack Bussey in P6. And we've got green flag being shown at the back. So revs rising and close to the 7,000 RPM rev cut. Who will get the jump? Geelong Performance Centre.
Red light on and out, and they're away. A very good start from the front row. Not much in that at all. And Jack Bussey out of 6 made a much better start that time around. Has been ruining his 2 starts this weekend.
And have a go at Bailey Collins starting out of row 2. So he's got the inside line as they come charging down towards turn 1. But Eddie Beswick up the inside in a number 30 car. Look how close it is as they go into turn 1. But so far, a nice clean start there for the Formula Ford field.
Yeah, nice room given by everybody. A couple of guys running a little wide there and getting shuffled back. So we'll see how this settles down as they get onto the back straight and the field files through turn 4.
Great view there on the locked off camera there on the outside of turn 4. And here comes the Conga line up the back straight. How many times have we seen this since the late 1960s when some of the greats of Australian motorsport follow this very path? It's Beswick, Farrell, Strickland, Collins and Bays Ruddy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they move their way through. It's a great train. There's going to be a bit of wheel-to-wheel action. There was a bit of wheel-to-wheel action out there at Dandy Road. Who was the one off, City?
That was Bailey Collins who went off-road. So it'll be, I don't know whether or not we'll get a replay of that. Looked like they were just a braking duel there and contact was made.
Are we going to start the Australian Formula Ford Rally Championship or off-road racing?
It could. Well, I think that has been started many years ago. It rarely ends well. These are very much designed to stay on the black stuff.
So it's Eddie Beswick from Joe Fawcett. He's made a good start on that opening lap. Jared Farrell from Geelong sitting in P3, but he's coming under fire from, looks like Damon Woods there in the number 56 car. But here's Matthew Holmes, the paediatrician from Tasmania in the number 41 car. That's a very classy move around the outside. He'll hold that position as they come into turn 4 once again. Looking nice and tidy is the entire field. Respecting track limits as well now. The Formula Ford, look, a little bit of a sideways moment there.
Just as you say that, here's our replay at turn 9 of the braking duel, and so Bailey's got it in there. And look, I don't know, there's a lot in there. It's a light touch, enough to upset both cars, but I think no one looked out of control or locked up. I think it was just hard racing and a little bit of contact made, but it is on for young and old here in. What do we got here? A conga line. First and second are putting a little bit of a gap. And then you've got, what's that, a 1, 2, 3, 4, about a 7-car conga line for third place. What fantastic pictures and great racing.
Led by Jack Bussey, of course. He was the pole sitter earlier this weekend. It was a fantastic lap in yesterday's qualifying session, and he's steadily making his way back through. But he's got Jared Farrell just behind him. Damon Woods coming under fire from a recovering Matthew Holmes as well. But this is great racing so far. They've had a little bit of a talking to from the Formula Ford administrator Phil Marinon, just telling them to keep it nice and tidy, just try and maybe don't go for the gap that doesn't exist. So they're trying to keep well behaved out there at the moment. But having said that, they are a bunch of young teenagers out there racing for young and young.
Yeah, young people. I don't know. Can they be held responsible for what doesn't is and isn't heard at a driver's briefing? By the way, who's the paediatrician?
Matthew Holmes.
Is he driving a footwork? Matthew Holmes?
No, a Spectrum.
Yeah, but he should be driving a footwork.
No, you're
Work
thinking
with me here.
Podiatrist.
Oh, I thought it was the same thing. No wonder my kids' doctors looked at me funny all those years ago. Beswick, Fawcett, Bussey, 1, 2, 3, Farrell in fourth place. The battle is well and truly on Dandenong Road.
Man who wrangles English for a living. But well done.
Wrestles English for a living.
Yes, mangles more to the point. But let's get back to the racing at hand. It is as hot as the sun out there today. It is. Eddie and Joe have locked themselves into a nice two-horse race, and that battle behind them rages. Jared Farrell has got back up in front of Jack Bussey, and Matt Holmes is buying into that as well. Joey Fawcett has just set the fastest lap of the race in pursuit of Eddie Beswick. It's great to see this racing. Bailey Collins now closing in also on, I think that's Tom Davies in front of him.
Yeah, Tom Davies had a little bit of an up and down weekend, but he's still holding strong in P10, so we suspect he might make up a few more positions in this race as it unfolds. But P11, Bailey Collins as well. A bit of a tricky weekend as well. Getting it out sideways there was Carly Fleming in the number 42 McGale. She was a late entry for this weekend, but here's Joe Fawcett all over the back of Beswick. Matthew Holmes having a good look, coming over turn 6, but discretion is the better part of fella that time around. But Damon Wood's still in the hunt as well. Look at that deep up the inside. So that is Matthew Holmes.
Matthew Holmes showing that experience and how you get it done. That's just a beautiful overtaking move into turn 4. Into Dandy Road corner. Well past turn 4.
Jack Bussey also coming under fire from Damon Woods, who takes that position away now as they come out of turn 12 and onto the main straight.
And watching that, it looks like that has compromised Jack's run onto the straight, so expect him to come under more pressure at the end of the straight from who is that pursuing him? I think Cleary behind him.
Beswick still leads. That gap is quarter of a second. We are within 6 minutes of the checkered flag. A quick reminder that for the opening round of the Victorian State Racing Series here at glorious Sandown this weekend, timed races are being trialled. It's been very positively received by the competitors. So we don't actually know how many particular laps are to go, but look at this battle for the lead. They are fanned out. Oh, hang on, have we actually got some separation? No, I thought I could only see one car there. It was the 2 red roll hoops that made me look, because Beswick and Fawcett are Callum, they are tied together, and this is going to come down the final few corners.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly close. Beswick has been really quick the past few events that he's been entered into Formula Ford. Joe Fawcett as well, being looked after by the Spectrum camp, and his dad Mark Fawcett, I believe, was a former rally start, and that's Jared Farrell off, and it looks like it's the driver's right-hand side over top of the hill, which is about turn 6 and 7, so you can see the officials there having a quick look at that one as well. So that's unfortunate for Farrell, the Geelong local. He's dropping down the order, as you can see on the timing tower on the left-hand side, but it's still hot and frantic out there at the moment. Look, Matthew Holmes at number 41 doing a great job. He suffered a clutch issue in yesterday's opening race, so they had to replace the clutch. Oh, and that's Bailey Collins. He's off on the driver's left-hand side. I think that's between turns 1 and 2.
Done a great job to gather that up and keep it off the wall. Not sure what happened there, but he's been a little bit wide there the last couple of laps. I don't know if he is just over exuberance of youth, but we may get a replay to see what happened there. And another shout out to Kyle Cotter making his debut, son of Justin Cotter, who heads up the Synergy Motorsport, and he's doing a great job keeping his nose clean and in 9th position. One would want to cast their mind back and wonder what his father Justin's first Formula Ford race meeting resulted in, but Justin was a very fast, very fierce competitor, but often was known to have that exuberance of youth get the better of him. So I think Kyle's got a cleaner copybook than his dad right now.
I remember when Justin Cotter was a rookie. I remember when John Blanchard was a rookie, but that was a long time ago. 3 and a bit minutes to go. Beswick still leads. Fawcett, Holmes, Buzzy, Woods. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're into the final 2 laps of the race. The leaders fan out for a race under brakes.
And we're getting a replay here of Bailey Collins, and unfortunately for Bailey, looks like he's done that one by himself. Bowled wide, as they say, and he'll be ruining that. But a lot of learning going on there. Great family racing operation. Love the way they go about it. Bailey is very well supported by the family, so they'll obviously all be disappointed with that, but he is a fine young man, a lot of pace, a lot of commitment. He'll learn from that and get stronger.
Have a go at this run from Joe Fawcett. So would you be hazarding a guess here, Paul Ziddy, that he might be just holding back at this stage of the race? He's exactly where he wants to be. He's in the box seat to strike late if he wants to try and take out the final race of the weekend.
Yeah, look, from early on in the piece, I'm sure if you saw somewhere where he thought there was a good chance, he'd have been taking it, no two ways about it. But, you know, these guys, they are only young, but their experience of racing in go-karts, they're smart enough to be looking in their mirrors. Joe knows that they're gapping the field, which is what you want to do here. You want a 2-horse race, not a 10-horse race. So, you know, let's watch the field. We're putting a gap in them, and we'll try and make the move later in the race. But by the same token, you know, Eddie's a seasoned campaigner. We got two laps left to go, so who'll want to lead on the last? Who would know? But they're doing a fantastic job out the front. Joey will be looking at trying to sum him up, see where he can get it done, and Eddie will probably be keeping a little bit in reserve, thinking he's got enough up the sleeve to hold off any challenge in those closing laps.
Super impressed by the leading two as well, because they've gapped 3.1 seconds back to Matthew Holmes, who is fairly experienced. In fact, he's fallen behind Jack Bussey. So Bussey down from central Queensland to compete this weekend here in Victoria. He made his debut in a Formula Ford at Island Magic late last year, and he's shown plenty of speed given his relatively new status to the category. So thoroughly impressed by Jack Bussey. But Matthew Holmes himself is fairly experienced behind the wheel, especially in VSRS circles, but he's got Damon Woods behind him for good company as well. So this battle will rage on in the closing lap. This should be one of the final laps should be the final lap of the race with a minute.
Yeah, we can confirm the last lap board is out. So this is it. Is there? This will be the last opportunity for Joe to make a move if he's going to take the win. And of course, Edison will be doing absolutely everything in his power to prevent that from happening. It's going to come down to the drag race up the back straight. So this turn 4 exit will be critical. Will a cool head prevail? Who's going to be able to line this up? Very well positioned by Joe.
Look at that. There's barely any space between P1 and P2 Fawcett. Absolutely all over the back of Bezic. So this is going to be an incredible charge coming up the hill. Coming up over turn 6 for the last time, so they fan out Joe Fawcett around the outside. Bezic up the inside in the number 30 car. They're side by side. Look how incredibly close it is.
Magnificent. The skill to drive at that level of commitment, at that speed. Just amazing driving from those two young men. Amazing respect to give each other the room. Two very level-headed young men. And Eddie's taking, as he is entitled to do on this closing lap, he's taking a sensible defensive line, and they're going to be nose to tail as they run down to the start-finish line.
And here he comes across the line. He's got his hand up in the air, so he's absolutely
there you go,
chuffed.
a win by 0.1 of a second. Great racing from the two, and congratulations to Eddie and to Joe. A fantastic result for him. Matt Holmes up to third. And we have, I think that's Fraser High is unfortunately going to be a DNF. But Bezic from Fawcett from Holmes, Bussey fourth. He'll be happy with that as a way to round the season out, the weekend out, I should say, to Damon Woods.
And we should share some love to the 1600 category as well. So Richard Davison in that wins Van Diemen RF 95, that beautifully presented car. He's currently leading the way in that class from Grant Walker. So here is a replay of Fraser High's number 11 car. He's got the front left locked up, and he pulls up just in the kitty litter there. So not too much harm done there. They'll be able to load that back onto the onto the trailer. And he looks like he's a little bit stuck there. Not too much clearance underneath these very low Formula 4s.
40 millimetres is the minimum ride height, which is somewhat less than the height of the ripple strips here, so they do get turtled. An absolute pleasure to have called the Formula Ford action from Sandown at round 1 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Even better with a brace of Brannigans.
Is that the word? Is it the collective noun? It's two Brannigans to one Ziddy. Thank you, Paul Ziddy. Thank you, Callum Brannigan. Thank you to our Formula Ford competitors, following in the footsteps of a young man who had his only Formula Ford National Series start in Australia, right here at Sandown, and came away with two race starts over the course of the weekend many years ago, with I think 2 15th places, named Daniel Ricciardo. I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but one day soon we hope to see him back in an open wheeler here in Australia. Formula Fords. Great call from you two guys, and fantastic racing from our young Formula Ford drivers. Saloon cars are next, set for 15 minutes of racing. There they are on the dummy grid, and we'll be back to bring you all the highlights of the Saloon cars very soon for the Victorian State Racing Series.
Joined alongside by Simon here, who was part of the Victorian flag marshalling team. He's one of the volunteers here this weekend, and he's also kindly agreed to have a chat to us about his role here this weekend. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you. Good being here. Well, it's the best seat in the house. What where would you rather be? Would you rather be at trackside where the comradeship, the members, we all get on well, we all work together. My role as a senior at a flag point is to make sure everyone's safe. I do a lot of training, teaching everyone what flags to use at the appropriate time, and explain how the racing works and the weekend and what we do, and making sure, number one, they enjoy themselves, they have a great time, but they're safe, and they're taught the right flags to use at the right time and all those. I've been involved in the Victorian flag marshalling team for over 20 years, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. It's the best place to be. I've made some good friendship here, and I come here with a big smile and a big smile walking home, because I love it. I've got a big passion for it, and if you want to come trackside, it's the best place to be. We'll look after you. You're in the best hands, and we have a lot of officials that do training, and we'll put you in the right state to become an official.
Absolutely. Follow the links on Motorsport Australia website to find out more information about how to become a volunteer. And you can meet people like Simon, who will tutor you through your volunteer official career in motorsport.
Well, great to see Simon. We've got 7 races left to go, mate, so keep the passion up down there at the flag point at Turn 1. A very busy flag point here at Sandown. That's at the top of the back straight there in the, off on the gravel there. They've got their tent up, keeping in the shade. There's a look back to Turn 1. There's the Turn 4 flag point. That's a really busy place right there. Look how close you are to the racetrack. You just about reach over and touch the ripple strip there. So big thanks to all of our officials and volunteers around the track. Check it all out at motorsport.org.au/officials, or get in touch with the MG Car Club, PIARC, or any of the promoting clubs here in the Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're doing it right throughout season 2023 for 888 Home Loans. A very big welcome to Victorian Motorsport. Well, they don't need a welcome. They've been here in effectively with other categories, individual categories along the way, but it's fantastic to have them there. Our next round will be 22-23 of April at Winton up there in Benalla. Get on the phone or the computer today and book your accommodation if you haven't already. Winton or Benalla area fills up. You might have to go up the road to Wangaratta or even as far afield as Mansfield. 26, 27, 28 of May at Phillip Island for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, or PIARC to its friends down there, as we just see national treasure David Amor wandering through the marshalling area. That's him there in the small blue work shirt and his little jog on just to show his fitness. And David Amor just smiling at the ladies as they go past as well. Typical national treasure there. 11th, 12th and 13th of August, Sandown is here for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Great round to be here. Yes, it's chilly, but boy, it's a great place. The action is hot trackside. September 22, 23, 24. I say it every year. It's probably the best time to hit Phillip Island, because Melbourne just goes AFL mad. Phillip Island goes Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships mad. So why not be down there for that weekend? And the TBC, to be confirmed, Calder, 6th round, the 27th, 28th, 29th of October. Keep yourself well and truly tuned in to vsrs.com.au and check out all of the races live on YouTube via the Blendline TV networks. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me for the Saloon Cars is the ever in touch Dan McCarthy. We've got a 2-race winner this year off the back of winning lots of races last year on the front row with Sean Jamieson.
Yeah, 15 of 17, 13 wins last year already, 2 this year. So great start to the season for him. Yeah, Calder Park, hopefully to finish. Wouldn't that be good? I mean, it's such a iconic track, such history, hosting several Australian Grand Prix, of course, in the early 80s, non-championship. You did?
Went to all of them, yeah. Absolutely remember them. Roberto Moreno was my second open wheeler hero, right behind John Bow in the Lucky Nuts role, but certainly Roberto Moreno used to come down here and he took on the likes of Rosberg and Alan Jones when he won the World Championship.
Prost was in it one year, wasn't he?
Lauda as well, and Roberto Moreno, that Brazilian, took them on local turf at Calder and did a great job. Be great to get back there. Did a lot of racing, sprints and sort of things there through the 90s, and it has been a let-go venue, but there is certainly moves afoot, and that has started to occur at Calder Park. The Jane family obviously own the place, and they are putting their money where their mouth is and bringing the place back to, let's hope, to where it really stood, right in the upper echelon of Australian motorsport. Let's say Victorian motorsport needs it. We would dearly love to bring on another full-time racetrack, test facility, etc. So let's wait and see with bated breath if that happens.
Particularly with this venue, it's been spoken about for a number of years. How long does Sandown have left? We don't know at this point, but yeah, exactly. We would really love another permanent race circuit, and we can see the fans lining the fence.
Wouldn't it be great if you just came the other side of the fence and paid the entry fee and helped motorsport grow? But people on the fence there, obviously they're actually inside the venue. Yeah, that's good, but certainly great to see so many people down there at Red Hill. A big welcome to round one of the 888 Home Loans State Series, and there it is. That's what you do between races. I remember doing that, rolling down the hill and having a good old time of it.
Certainly makes you itchy. That's all I remember afterwards.
You get burrs and you get all sorts of things, but you do exactly.
As we see the cars head out onto the track, so the 15-minute countdown has begun. First two races of the weekend, 20 minutes and 15 minutes for the final race, and Sean Jamieson wants to get straight on with it. Look at the 11s as he's left on the pit exit.
Sort of like a wobbly 11, isn't it?
That's right, absolutely.
And heads out on the track. They want to get a real big hurry on. The more they can hurry up on this warm-up lap, the more racing they will get completed here today. Officials taking themselves up into the crow's nest, or the starter's rostrum, whatever you want to call it, indoors with that Sandown, the home of horsepower sign, now famous for it. Penrite emblazoned across the bridge, and there's actually a sign down at turn 4 that we have dubbed the Victorian State Race Series sign. There's nothing else on it, so we thought we would call it that as they come out of turn 4. It used to be called Tirana. For this weekend, it is the Victorian State Race Series corner. There it is, the Victorian State Race Series sign.
And down the bottom we actually do have signage of Bloodline TV showing us these brilliant images once again this weekend, live and free around the nation and indeed the world. We'll have a look at the grid as the clock counts down. So reigning champion Sean Jamieson starts from pole position. As we say, taking 2 wins so far this weekend. He starts alongside his teammate and Tickford Super 2 driver Bradley Vaughan on debut this weekend. Behind that, Daniel Johnson in car number 35. He had a great battle with Kevin Stoopman and Adam Lowndes in the last one. That's the way it finished. So Johnson, Stoopman and Lowndes running at the top 5. Then we have Blake Harris, who didn't take part in race number 1 yesterday, charged through the field to finish in 6th in the second race. He starts ahead of Andrew McLeod and James Jayski on row number 4. Behind that, we have the leader in the Excalibur Screwbolts Pensioners Cup. That's Rob Knight from 9th, ahead of Brett Tate, who got a 5-second penalty in the last race for a illegal restart, overlapping at the restart. And then behind that, Peter Tonks, Justin Shembry, Jeffrey Thomas, Jacob Prestopino, Andrew McSwain is not going to be on the grid. And then rounding out the field, David Lyons. So Andrew McSwain had an issue yesterday. The bonnet came up on the windscreen. Broke the glass window, so yes, he will not be taking part, unfortunately, today. Couldn't find a replacement window in time. So 15 cars on the grid, and looking forward to this one. You can see the sunshine simmering on the racetrack. It's a warm one today, around about 27 degrees out there at the moment. There you go. Blendline have just told me in my ear 25.1 degrees. There you go. Thank you very much for that team down there. As we see a green flag at the back, we're looking for the lights. When you see those, around 5 seconds till race start.
And let's hope they don't butt in during the race and let the experts commentate the race. Lined up and away they go. It is exactly the same as the last race. From the line there, Brad Vaughan gets away nicely, grabs second gear, and Sean Jamieson just drives on with it. Have a look at the 35 there, Dan Johnson family racing team right down the inside there. The second of the AU Falcons on the track here. Big brakes is what he needs here to hold out Adam Lowndes, and he does. Adam Lowndes looks to keep the car straight, doesn't go up on the ripple strips, looks down the inside with the 19. Holds off. Kevy Stoopman doesn't. He puts the nose up there. And sideways he goes. Just loses a spot there. But this is signature Stoopman. Have a look at that. Aggression, control, brilliant racing, skilled man behind the wheel. Gathers it all up. No one hit the wall. No one hit each other. Although there was a bit of heart and mouth there for a minute. Always fun to watch Kevy Stoopman apply his skill.
They were all using all the road on the exit turn 4, and speaking of using all the road, Adam Lowndes looking to the inside. Daniel Johnson, not sure he's quite far up enough to the inside. Johnson leaves him a bit of room. He's going to have to take to the cut through, and does. So Lowndes takes that third position. Johnson settling in for fourth. That's aggressive racing early on in this one. They were all using all the road on the exit turn 4, and again there. So I'm just looking further back. Prestopino's made a great start. Retired from the first 2 races in the black and green machine. He's already up around the 7th or 8th position mark, I reckon. There he is at the back of the shop, the green and black car.
I've got to say, Daniel Johnson, very gentlemanly, opened the door there and then did not slam it shut. He stayed with it and allowed Lowndes to get through there. Here's Stoopman. Look at that. Hands up. Grabs it straight line. Doesn't get the big tank slapper happening. He managed to gather it all back up. Daniel Johnson went wide there. I guess that was why at the top of the hill Adam Lowndes was able to get him. But hands applause to Daniel Johnson there. He opened up the corner and allowed the racing, so very gentleman gesture there to Adam Lowndes. Of course, Adam Lowndes put the car there in the first place, so a bit of bravery there. Prestopino, have a look at this guy talking about, Harris. Big sideways there as well. Let's see if Harris has lost a bit of impetus to come up the hill. He has. Prestopino storms on through. Gee, if you get up on those ripple strips and you start to head back over towards driver's left, every bit of momentum you need up the hill just gets lost.
Absolutely, it does such a vital corner, probably the most important on the racetrack, and that's another spot for Prestopino. The guys down in the lane were saying there's no doubt how much he pushes 10/10 does Prestopino at every single corner, and we saw that at the first turn. Bit of smoke down there, not sure if one of the leaders has gone off. And Jeski decides he's going to do exactly the same. And there might be somebody off in the gravel, not entirely sure. I think they've recovered.
I'll tell you what, whatever it is, it's happening just in front
yes,
of
that's
Jeski,
right.
isn't it?
Indeed it is. So Tate lining up for the move, all over the tail. Holden versus Ford out there. VT Commodore ahead of the AU Falcon as they roar down the main straight. Good battle this one. And rounding out that group of 4, it was our leader in Pensioners Cup, Rob Knight.
Jacob Prestopino starting up to 6th now after he started out at 12th, so he's gathered up 6 spots in 2 laps here. At the moment, this is the ding-dong battle at the front. It's the VY Commodore and 2 AU Falcons behind here. Daniel Johnson has been the man flying the Fomoto flag. It's definitely been Brad Vaughan here this weekend, but not being able to get onto the back of that red Commodore. Have a look at the Pro Plum car of Lowndes now. The black and yellow Johnson AU, and then Kevin Stoopman ranging up there. There's the confirmation, 26.3 degrees, 51% chance of rain, and a west-northwesterly at 4.8 kilometres an hour. So the wind really playing absolutely no part in this. The mirror hanging up the number 12 and a bit of a scar on the side there. That wasn't there at the start of the race. I would suggest that happened down in turn 3.
Yeah, a bit of a scar on the left front as well. They used too much curb on the inside where the old circuit used to rejoin down there at Dandy Road. The old circuit used in the 1980s just caught that curb, and of course the card lock up. Oh, Lowndes looks like he's missed a gear, or does he have a more terminal problem? I think it may be a little more terminal. Johnson just about getting around.
Remember the race this morning, Lowndes had a fairly similar issue where he slowed and had to recover during the race. I'm hoping it's not one of those production car type of control-alt-deletes. You've got to bring the car to a still ignition on, ignition off type of situations, but don't have to run those sort of ECUs in these cars.
I was going to say these are a bit more old school in that sense, as you say in the Bathurst 6 you see that quite often with the BMWs, stopping the car, control, alt, delete and restart. Here we go, Prestopino up the inside of Stootman. Oh, there's no room left there. Stootman wasn't allowing him through. He wants to have a fight, he wants to keep him behind, and he certainly showed that there.
That there, Dan, is what plumbers say water finds its level. Because he was going to put his nose up the inside of Kev Stootman, and Adam Lowndes might not have done a lot of, Prestopino might not have done a lot of racing there against Kev, so Jacob is just getting a bit of Kevin Stootman 101. You want to get through, mate, you better make sure you make a precise move, because Kevin Stootman's got more tricks in his magic bag than most out there on track at the moment.
Well, big lock up behind for Harris, I believe that was, in number 21, Blake Harris. Hopefully he's brought that under control and not gone through the catalytic. No, he did. That's good news, but yes, certainly a big brake lock up there. Looking a bit further ahead, Jamieson continues to etch out the margin on his teammate, Bradley Vaughan. Remember that name, you'll be hearing it for years to come. As we say, moving up to Super 2 this year, Brad Vaughan. But this is the fight we're looking at the moment, the battle for position number 4 between Stootman and Prestopino. Prestopino's going to have to be a little more authoritative with his move this time, and he is. Nicely done, slips up the inside, broke late and takes the position, so moves up to position number 4. He's only done 2 laps in race trim this weekend, 2 first lap retirements, bringing it into the pit lane, so this is a lot better for Prestopino in this one. Fingers crossed, touch wood. Things are going all right at the moment, but I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on him, hopefully anyway. So good to see that car running, and we're running strongly as well. So we look
I do
back.
appreciate it, Dan McCarthy, when you say touch wood and you reach for your head and touch that. That's, there you go. That's what's going on here in the commentary booth. We're all touching Dan's head with a plate of wood.
Yes, thank you.
Just a
Thank
joke
you.
there, mate. Just a joke. Nothing to it there, but here we go. Here is that green-eyed monster tribute race car. Of course, remember when Craig Lowndes went to Double O Motorsport, and always has been a popular car. I know I had through the Super 3 and through the touring car ranks over the years, people have always liked to sort of copy that sort of livery, and it's quite a smart little livery, really is. And what they've done with it is put Tate in where the Ford is in that sort of script, so it looks good.
That's right.
Well.
Tate Lawyers is own business or family business, so yeah, good, and yeah, really nicely emblazoned on the side of the car. Oh, that really was a big moment. I saw it in the corner of my eye, the lockup. Crikey, what a save! What a save!
Left-hand rear too. He's a guy that doesn't do too much locking up. In fact, he likes to keep it on the straight and narrow. Daniel Johnson, he's got himself a little bit of breathing space now to Prestopino, but Prestopino has found a way through on Stootman. Now Lowndes wants to do it. There goes the mirror, right off where it was originally tapped, and Kevin Stootman's going to have to pick that up after the race meeting. Drivers left that big date race series sign right there, coming onto the back straight.
Bit of a moment coming onto the back straight, using all the road out there. Stootman certainly drives his Falcon hard, that is for sure. So look back a little bit further, the battle between Jayski and Knight. A good battle for position number 11 at this moment in time. We're good to see this battling up and down the field. Talking to the competitors just prior to this race, they're saying that there's 5 or 6 of the regulars not here this weekend, through to car not quite being ready, or a couple of injuries as well. So they expect to come round 2. We should see a grid of over 20 cars, which would be really good.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, Dan. The Saloon cars, and good to see Kevin Stootman in there. He is an exciting race driver in HQs or Sports Sedans or improved production. Whatever he's running in, always really cool to watch him do it. Been racing for many years. Jacob Prestopino now showing him a clean set of heels, so that says something in itself.
Oh no.
Tate. He's going to need some representation down there in the bunker, isn't he?
Indeed. There's the sign you can see. He's changed the Ford logo to say Tate Lawyers, and unfortunately though, he doesn't want to be shown that in the gravel trap. He wants to be shown that out there on the racetrack. That is bogged deep. So I don't know if we're going to go double wave yellows down there, or whether we're going to see a safety car, but at this point in time we're still green, and that is a bit of smoke, is that, from the back of the Brad Vaughan car. As he hones into view and heads down the strip. Yeah, definitely smoking a bit, the Falcon. He's catching up to his teammates. He's took 4/10 out of him on that last lap.
That's coming out of the back of the gearbox too. The smoke's just coming out of the middle of the gearbox there. So that'll be a extension housing seal. That's the Harris lockup, I think it was. No, it's not. It's the Tate slide off into there. So we're going to go check and flag. And there it is. Check and flag goes to Sean Jamieson. Dan, count them. 1, 2, 3. Get out the broom.
That's 9 in a row at Sandown
That's
as
a
well.
clean sweep. That's what that is.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Matt Nolte.
Yes,
a
indeed.
clean sweep there for Sean Jamieson.
And we see Daniel Johnson just holding off Prestipino there for position number 3, and Stoopman holding off Lowndes as well. So in the end, with the car in an awkward position in the gravel, they felt the best way to deal with it, rather than finish under safety car, simply call the race a lap early, throw the checker flag out so we can finish under green. I think that's a good way to do it.
Absolutely agree with you there, Dan.
Yeah, it also allows us to catch up a little bit of lost time as well. So.
Bench, we're not in too much of a situation for that, but Sean Jamieson will take home 100 points out of this weekend. Brad Vaughan, 92, and Daniel Johnson, 84, and that will be the top 3 in the race and the top 3 for this weekend. 4th in the championship will be Kevy Stoopman, and we then look back to and McLeod, and then Tonks. So the Excalibur Screwbolts Pensioners Cup was taken out by Tonks there as well. Jeffrey Thomas down there in 12th place as well. So Jamieson, Vaughan, Johnson, Prestipino, Stoopman, Lowndes, Harris, McLeod, Tonks, Jeske, Knight, and Jeff Thomas. There he is in the AU, just disappearing off in the Excalibur Screwbolts AU Falcon. Plenty of racing still here to come at the 888 Home Loan Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. That's been the Saloon cars. Up next is XLs. Straight after that, the historic touring cars. The big bangers, the Sports Sedans for the Groove Train at Eastland will be next. Formula V improved production at HQ, so still plenty of racing to come. Dan, I'll leave you on air here because XLs are on track next, and we shall, looks like we're going to press on with it. So we'll have Steve DeVries jump right back on board, back after a quick break.
Down here in the XL paddock, and I'm joined alongside by Ryan Phillips. He's the driver of this very svelte-looking Hyundai XL. Now, Ryan, could you tell us a little bit about your racing journey to get to this point now?
So I started a couple of years ago in the State Series, just building my way up. Built my own car for the first one, and just slowly progressed to a better vehicle. And this one's turned out pretty good. Ben from Bang Signs has done a good livery on this one. It's the 2004 Daytona 500 winner, so it's a Dale Earnhardt car. I'm number 8, it's number 8, so it was good to sort of do that car, and at least Mum can see it with the red roof. Makes her happy too. So.
You can see her smiling in the background there, but part of the appeal as well is the devil really is in the details. So the more you look at the stickers and the little idiosyncrasies of the livery, it really adds up to make a wonderful looking car for this weekend.
Yeah, Ben's pretty switched on, so he's even got like the outline of the roof flaps on the roof, so if you get spun in a straight line, like you don't roll over, and little NASCAR stickers on the side and the Federal tyre, so he's done a good job. I'm pretty happy to drive this car. So
you've come through the ranks through the past couple of seasons, but what's your appraisal, or what are you expecting for 2023?
I think just consistency, where last year I lacked a bit of that towards the end of the season, so it's just more consistent year, and it should have a good result in the end, I think. So it's a long season, lot to play out.
Ryan Phillips, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Sandown Raceway for round one of the Victorian State Race Series. We're on the final day, final race for the Hyundai XLs. Wasn't that a nicely presented livery? As Callum says, the idiosyncrasies of that is quite something. As you saw, little NASCAR logo on there. The more you look at it, the more it really is a retro NASCAR livery, the 2004 livery of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Really good stuff. Good to see how much time and effort, and the results are brilliant presentation that some of these drivers can come out with on their Hyundai XLs. Alongside me for this one, for the third time this weekend, Stephen DeFries. How are you? This should be a cracker, I reckon.
I think so too. Given the type of racing we've seen over the first two races for the weekend of 20 minutes apiece, this one being only 15, I think it's just going to put a little bit more urgency into things, isn't it? We've already seen that the XL sort of tend to start out a little bit slow, and it tends to get a bit more and more sort of urgent as the race wears on, and then we've seen that culminate, unfortunately, in a safety car reduced and finished under safety car race yesterday. We had the rollover with the red flag on the final lap in this morning's hit out, and well, I guess that means the gloves are off in a little bit, aren't they? Because we can now see there's a couple of cars noticeably missing from the grid, particularly the two that rolled over. So on the right hand side of your screen there, you've got Peter Faulkner in 46, Harry Tompkins in 33, and then Cadell Ambrose in 194. But then there's two spots vacant next door to Cadell Ambrose. Those were the two cars of the 99 of Jason Kay and the 164 of Josh Sacco, who unfortunately, both ended up in the gravel trap, one with a full barrel roll and one coming to rest on its side. So, albeit a reduced grid of XLs by a couple of cars, it's still a very, very healthy field.
Certainly is the biggest field of the weekend, the Hyundai XLs, as it often is here in Victoria. Such a popular category and a bit of a route for people to come through these days. The one that springs to mind for me, Jay Robotham started out in XLs, and look what he's gone on to do, of course, making his Bathurst 1000 debut last year, of course. So yeah, there are some good drives that are coming through this category now. It really is becoming a pathway almost.
It is. They're using some stepping stones not only into Formula Ford but also into things like, you know, as you're just saying, their Super 2, and I think or Matthew Horn potentially as well in a car last year. I think they've now stepped up into a V8 car in the local state race. So it is the pathway, I guess, or fast becoming a very different pathway to your traditional pathways of years gone by, you know, going from karting into Formula Ford or into Formula V and then on to Formula Ford. It's now fast becoming your tin top path, so your XLs into some more sort of tin top categories, whether that be your TA2 or Super 3 in some cases, and then stepping up from there. So it's not all about going down the karting pathway these days, and I think that it's a good idea just to have these different forms of local state racing that just provide so many different avenues that you could potentially take your state racing career, but not only that, your national and potentially international racing career.
Absolutely. So many categories now have international links, don't they? You think of GTs, you can race a GT3 here, you can go overseas, and if you're in a Merc and you drive a Merc over there, it's exactly the same car basically. Same in TCR, you drive a TCR here, you go overseas, it's the same car. So exactly, there's lots of pathways overseas. Now, of course, Carrera Cup has become so big now, and the pathway overseas to international Porsche racing, and of course you can even, like Matt Campbell, become a Porsche Penske driver. I mean, yeah, just shows the pathway of some of these little Australian categories as we see the Hyundais roll out.
Oh, that's a bit interesting there. The Dale Carpenter's door not fully closed there as he leaves dummy grid. So this will be interesting here just to see how Charlie Nash can go, because remember, he's had to recover through the field on a couple of occasions this weekend. He's actually got those two vacant spots on the grid directly ahead of him, so he'll be sort of somewhat unimpeded with his starting procedure. And can he tack on to the back of what has been the leading group of, say, 4 or 5 cars for the weekend? Faulkner, Lodge, Tompkins, Williams and Ambrose, they've been the front runners, but I dare say, just if Nash was sort of there or thereabouts and didn't quite have some of those mistakes that he's had throughout the course of the weekend, or gremlins, or whatever the case may be, he might very well be there with them, but he's got to probably strike early in this race to join that battle group if he can.
Oh, I agree 100%. There's two others I'm looking at. The last car we're seeing leave, the man we were just talking to, Ryan Phillips, had a mechanical drama in race number 2, so he starts at the back for this one. Another one of those contenders. It was a group of 6 instead of 5. Carpenter had an off at turn number 1, lap number 1, fired through the grass. He recovered really nicely and finished in 13th position. And that's where I'll start from this one. But yeah, he's also like Nash, and he starts directly behind him. So the 155 and the 111, they are 2 to look out for on the 6th and 7th row of the grid. We're hearing after the Saloon cars incident, the safety car late race checkered flag came early because a car was stuck in the gravel trap. So this one will be slightly shortened. Rather than the 15 minutes, we expect just under 10 is what we are hearing. So that's what we're seeing on Natsoft in front of us as well. 6 minutes and 50 seconds left on the stopwatch. So this will be a short Hyundai XL race to finish. And what we've seen so far is a nice start, leave each other a bit of room, but as the race goes on, they get more aggressive and the elbows come out.
This is essentially now going to be a club sprint, isn't it, Des? Because we're looking at Ryan Phillips to the onboard here. He's at the back of the queue of 30 cars. So they're all still coming down the hill through Dandenong Road here. You can see them just out the left-hand side. They're just streaming out of Dandenong Road. So by the time form-up actually completes here, it's probably going to be no more, maybe slightly less than 5 minutes on the clock. They probably don't know this. They're going to have to, get a real wriggle on here and form up quickly, which they really can't do that now. Once they get in range of all the on-track officials, they sort of need to be a bit sensible about the speed. Where they make the time on the out formation lap is when they are leaving the lane and getting up the back straight. Once they come down to 12 and 13, they pretty much have to button it off and be sensible about things, so there's no interference with any of the on-track personnel as nobody gets run over, but they need to take their places fairly quickly as the timer is counting. 5 minutes 30 and change remaining by what we can see. So what are we doing the math on this? Probably no more than 4 laps, I would say, at this rate.
So. Yep. Just looking now, 5 minutes 20 seconds. So by the time we get going, it'll be about just under 5 minutes and about 1.5 minutes per lap. So yes, you do the maths at home. I make that 3-4 laps after the time runs out. There'll be 1 extra lap. So yes, 4 laps according to my maths anyway.
All right, we're going 5 minutes remaining just about now. So with a bit of luck, we'll get a green flag in the next few seconds and we will be away. 5-second board being held out, so we will be getting around 3 to 4 laps. Let's see how far we get. Lights are on at the tower and we are away for the final race of the weekend for the Hyundai Circuit XLs. Even start off the front. Lodge and Faulkner, Tompkins and Williams, and then Ambrose followed by Larry Merrifield. So the top 6 away rather smartly, and here is the number 8 of Ryan Phillips making his way past Carroll. He's right down the back of the field, so let's see how far he gets in this shortened race. And Nash, has he made a good use of his start and the absence of a couple of cars ahead of him? It looks pretty good to me. He's up to about 9th as it sits on the road right now.
Yeah, maybe made a couple of positions, but Carpenter swings around the outside and he started the row behind him, so I think it's actually Carpenter that's made the better start of those two. I think Nash is in about the same. It's Carpenter that's moved up, and Phillips already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars he's passed from the back of the grid, and we're on board with him now as we head up the back straight. Phillips Jr., thanks to his retro livery, of course, as we see him take to the outside of the yellow machine. That's Hotchkiss on the inside, and there's a train of them on the inside. He's going to try and stick on the outside, see how many places he can get. That's 2. Can he get a 3rd? Yes, he can. There's room left. What about a 4th? I don't think so, unless he's going to lunge up the inside at Dandy Road. Brilliant onboard imagery as he goes down the gearbox. A few lockups ahead. That's Appledore just ahead in the Tribute HDT livery, so another tribute livery out there. Oh, no, it isn't, sorry. Hello.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was. So he made his way through the field pretty quickly there from the back of the pack. And that's just not from pure horsepower race. There's a little bit of tuning that you can go on with the Hyundai XLs, but apart from that, it is a stock category. You know, stock engine, they've got stock suspension, stock tyres. Control suspension, control tyres and things, shall I say, not stock. But they do have a little bit of freedom on a couple of fronts. So it's not all about, you know, someone has something different to somebody else. They've just spent a little bit more time getting the most out of it as well. That's why you saw up the back there, great illustration of Phillips being able to just pass a couple of cars just by being a little bit smarter off the turn 4, having a little bit better tuning, a little bit better with the suspension and the settings, and just gaining those extra couple of kilometres an hour up the back straight.
Absolutely. As we see the battles further down the field, there is the machine of Hotchkiss, who had a big moment, probably had to have a bit of a change of underwear after a big spin in race number 2, spinning down off this fast corner at the top of the hill, spinning all the way down towards turn number 9 at Dandenong Road. It was a massive moment. He was lucky not to hit any wall, quite remarkable down at that part of the road. And we can see once again it's the same 5 cars up front. Lodge, Faulkner, Tompkins, and then we have Williams and Ambrose. 2 laps to go, we're being told, with 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock.
Actually, they're getting ready the last lap board at the start-finish line right now, I believe. Yeah, they're holding it out. So this is a 3-lap affair. So extremely short and sharp race for this one in Hyundai XLs. Lap times around the 1 minute 34 mark, and you can see on your timing screen there about 1 minute 30 to go. So they'll pretty much get back to the start-finish line just after the clock strikes 0 time remaining. Here comes Carpenter down the inside of Larry Merrifield. That's a pretty authoritative move, job done. Looks like Nash is trying a similar thing on William Sala in the number 3 machine there. He couldn't get the job done though. Carpenter, in fact, has got the job done on Merrifield into turn 1. Holds that position into 2 and 3.
As we see Nash, he's made his way up into the top 10. And just around him as well, Carpenter has made really good progress despite only completing 2 laps. He's up to 7th position from 13th on the grid. That's a mighty impressive run in just a couple of laps. Here we go then, the fight for the lead with half a lap to go. Lodge goes defensive. Faulkner cannot go the long way around at the top of the hill. He's going to have a look. He's got a good run down the hill. Here he goes.
This will be the
Swings
move
to
for the race win here down the inside. There's absolutely zero margin for error. Faulkner was alongside, and there's some contact between Faulkner and Lodge. The move was on. That had to be the move for the race win. If it was going to be pulled off, it was right there at Dandenong Road. But has that done any real damage to Peter Faulkner's number 46? It has put Williams and Ambrose all over the rear boot lid of the 46 stop and seal machine, and he's going to hold them out to the checkered flag, and a very close finish back there for 2nd and 3rd. Where did Ryan Phillips get to? He's coming through the last couple of corners now, and looks like he's managed to get himself, I think, inside the top 20. Who's he chasing there at the moment?
Good exit. Can he get one more position?
He's chasing Clark, Emma Clark. He just misses out, I think, at the start-finish line there. He got up to 16th. So here's the replay at turn number 9. So the move was on here, Dan.
He hit that curb on the inside. It unsettled the car, locked up, but he was far enough up the inside. So, yeah, the question is, was he in control?
That's the big question. Was he in control? He had track position. He had the inside line. It was far enough up alongside. And I'm pretty sure the rules in the local state racing actually say that if there is overlap, you must give room. So I would say, even though he was out of control, I still think he was in position to snare that corner. I'll let the adjudicators upstairs work that one out, but the move was there. Very simple. I think the move was there. He had to go for it. I don't think he had choice, but Lodge left him pretty much a car's width and not enough more than that. So I say it was fair play.
Yeah, really interesting one to call, really difficult one to call, as we say. We'll leave that one up to the stewards, but I know what Lodge will be saying. 100% he drove into me, and I know exactly what our race winner Faulkner will be saying. Oh, no, I had the inside. It was my space. You left me room. So, yeah, there'll be very much two stories on that one. That is for certain. I noticed there as well, Tompkins ran wide at Dandenong Road, and that's why he finished in fourth, allowing Ambrose and Williams through on that final lap. So in the end, it was Faulkner with 100 points in total, 3 race victories. You may have seen the coverage earlier on. It wasn't Faulkner that crossed the line first, but because of that red flag, we went back a couple of laps, and it was Faulkner that won race 2. So yes, he won the round, 3 race victories. Williams was second overall with 85 points, and Tompkins third with 82 points for the round. Here's a replay once more.
Yeah, the more I see it, Dan, the more I think that, yeah, while, you know, the move was there to be made, Lodge did leave him some space. It left him just enough space by the regulations. So by, I guess, racing rule, I would say, you know, he probably had to leave him a little bit more room at the corner apex than he did.
I'm going to play devil's advocate and say, would he have made the turn if Lodge wasn't there?
That's the real question, isn't it? Because he was very, very narrow on the approach to that corner.
Correct.
So he would have had to wipe off a substantial amount of speed and would have been vulnerable to the cars behind.
That's a really tough call for the officials to make. I'll leave that up to them very much. I honestly, yeah, I'm really not sure on that one.
Well, we'll take a short break here with thanks to Hyundai Excel and Trick Trailers for their 3 races across the weekend. The historic touring cars limbering up in the pit paddock area, and they'll be next up on circuit here at the 2023 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
And it looks like the next event is going to be for historic touring cars here at the 888 Mortgages Home Loans, Victorian 888 Home Loans, Victorian State Racing Series for 20 and 23 at beautiful Sandown, round 1 in unbelievably perfect conditions. There will be a slight delay before the start of this race as one of the Hyundai XL cars from the previous race is recovered. Joining me in the commentary box is Chris Ralph. There's been some work down there in the paddock between races, Chris.
Yes, there has. We won't be seeing Dom Leo. His new Camaro suspect oil pump drive. Lost oil pressure and had to quit. Engine turns over fine, but nothing on the gauge.
Oh dear.
Now leaving here we see Andrew Lane, Darren Collins, Brent Trengrove. That's David Murphy in 101. And they're piling out there, followed by, after Murphy would come Jeff Munday in another Camaro, Pete Muleman, Andrew Gervin of the Tirana, Joe Collegia in the fastback Mustang, Rob Van Stockrum in another 68 Mustang, Bill Trengrove in a 64 Mustang, Don Knight, and Simon Browning in Cortinas.
So one Australian car, if I can call it that. The Cortinas were possibly built in Australia.
Yeah.
Because they are considered to be an English car, British car. Otherwise, it's not so much Sandown International Raceway, San Diego International Raceway. We've got Americans everywhere.
Yes, they are. Yes, that's right.
Notwithstanding the fact that some of the engines might have come from Windsor, Ontario.
Yes.
So, beautiful conditions here as the officials... Let's not miss the opportunity to pay tribute to the hard work of officials who make all these things happen out there on the racetrack. As the formation laps are starting, the cars will go to the grid, but already the clock is running, as we have pointed out in previous races. Timed races this weekend. There's a bit of a change to the format, so we're already at just on 13 and a half minutes, so all going well, we should get 6 or 7 laps, do you think, Chris?
I reckon so. The big mover in this one, I reckon, will be David Murphy out of 4th.
Yeah.
He he had an issue blowing a couple of one rear brake seal going into turn 1 yesterday, and when he lined up on the grid this morning in the rear of the grid, it stalled, so he gave himself an even bigger handicap, and he's now back into 4th, and once the power of that 6.8 litre big block gets up and running, I think you might see some real action up the front.
And for those of us playing the home game, how many kilowatts and horsepowers are we talking about in one of those motors?
Oh, I'd say, well, the big block would have to be over 600 for sure.
Good Lord.
And most of the 351 Ford motors would be up there as well. The 302 smaller motors in the 68s would be down around the 540. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but that would be the sort of the range that they'd be in.
That's a lot of them ponies. So Lane leads the cars towards the grid. I wonder if in 50 years' time, not us, somebody will be sitting here talking about the good old days, and the cars are coming to the grid for the historic touring cars, led by a Tesla Model 3, followed by an S, and there's a...
I think we're at the end of the era of this sort of fun. I don't think we'll be seeing it again.
Yes, but at least with electric cars, we'll be able to do it at night. Because the neighbours won't be complaining about the noise. I moved to Sandown 10 years ago, and it's quite noisy. just under 12 minutes to go. So Andrew Lane and Darren Collins sitting on the front row of the grid in their respective Ford Mustangs. And right behind them are the 2 Camaros of Brent Trengrove and David Murphy. This should be a great race over the next 11 minutes in unbelievably perfect conditions, though we do have a yellow flag at the side of the grid. So will we get a green? No, we get a green.
It's been withdrawn. Yeah.
So we're about to get the field flagged away for the 3rd and final race of the historic touring cars here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Series, round 1 at Sandown International Raceway.
And Darren Collins has got the jump again. A much bigger jump than he got yesterday. Brent Trengrove's away very strongly. He's there basically sandwiching Andrew Lane in the middle as they raced out of turn 1. But I think Andrew Lane's powered through. It'll be Lane, Leo, David Murphy, Monday, Van Stockrum and Muleman coming through together into turn 2.
So the charge of the pony cars being an American generic term based on a Ford Mustang, but not necessarily limited to Ford Mustangs, you know what I mean. So up the back straight, Lane leads from Collins. The blast of the horsepower as the Cortinas file through the turn 4 and onto the back straight. Look at the heat haze. It's about 25 degrees, I would say, here at Sandown. Beautiful day as the charge of the V8s up the hill. Is anything much at Sandown?
It's fantastic, isn't it? And look at Darren Collins. He's still got the second place after his charge off the front of the grid, but I reckon he's in real danger from Murphy. And I think also Trengrove can have a crack at him as well.
Could be a challenge for the lead here as Collins looks down the inside, but there's no way through there. So Lane continues to lead them on to the front straight. One lap down, we think about, I'm going to go about 6 to go as the V8s roar past our commentary position here as Lane, Collins, Murphy and Trengrove lead the way.
Murphy's done a big outside jump on Darren Collins, yes, and he makes it through turn 1 in front of it. So Collins now in third place.
So we now have I was going to say a Mustang sandwich, but the Mustangs are actually the 2 slices of bread. So we have a Camaro sandwich, the Camaro in between.
Yes, the Camaro. I reckon this could be a really good fight to the finish between Andrew Lane and David Murphy.
So Mustang leads forward, leads Chevy, Ford, Chevy and Chevy. There's a lot to go on. The front 4 are breaking away. Is Monday too far away, do we think? Back there in 5th place.
Well done, boom, boom. I like that.
And fastest lap so far, of course, from standing lap is Lane in car number 89. Andrew Lane continues to lead the way down. They're using a bit of curb. There's a bit of a challenge down there as Kalija tries to find a way through on standard.
Rob Van Stockrum's got his bit between his teeth this time. He's trying to take back the place from Black Pete Muleman in the Black Mustang, who snuck it from him earlier on. And he's got Joe Kalija right up his hammer, so that'll be interesting to see.
I don't know if I can remember in historic touring cars, Chris, seeing an all-black car with just a white number. Wasn't the rule back in the day that you had to have a white background to get a black car, and vice versa?
Yes, that used to be the rule. Whether it is not or is at the moment, I'm not sure.
Maybe I'm just an old fogey.
Yeah, you could be. You'd be a middle-aged fogey, I reckon.
A middle-aged fogey. Fastest lap goes to David Murphy, 22.8092 at the moment on lap 2. So 7 minutes and 30 seconds we're approaching at the moment towards the end of this race, and no change in the order of the front of the grid. But there is that green Tirana. Ooh,
he's doing a massive job, isn't he?
Really fancy that car. As a young boy growing up in Hawthorne, not far from the Auburn workshops the Hawthorne dealer too.
Right.
That makes them familiar.
You'd have Tirana stamped on your psyche then, wouldn't you?
Well, we heard some things in the middle of the night that Harry may not have registered. Let's just say that. Number 29.
That's an immaculate car, you know. That was owned and raced by his father, and he's kept in the most perfect condition. You can probably see that on screen, how beautiful it is.
Genuine, authentic wheels. XU1, of course, that would be a 72. 186.
Yes, that'd be right.
All right, lap 3 in the record books, and Lane and Murphy are still out the front. 89 leads 101. Collins in 3rd place. Trengrove, Monday falling back on Muleman, and a bit of contact there. Murphy and Lane got too close down there in turn 1.
Yes. Murphy came up the inside of Collins by the look of it, of Lane, and Lane closed the door. And so we're back to Lane at Murphy in first place with Darren Collins on his tail. Brent Trengrove sliding onto the back straight as we speak.
Let's talk about
Muleman, Kalija, Matt Stockram, Bill Trengrove Andrew Gervin looking for a way past him. And here comes the lane car now at the back of the field. Probably a little bit teed off for that and should make up some ground. Here he comes on the back straight now.
Don't want to preempt anything about that contact, but I'm sure there's going to be some words after the race, and possibly the stewards might be asking for some explanations from those involved. We are on lap 4. We think there's probably 3 laps to go after this one in the third and final race for the historic touring cars here at Sandown Victorian State Racing Series for 2023. Here is the replay. Talk us through it, Chris.
Well, Murphy's having a big lunge down the inside. Lane is moving over slightly. They come into the braking area. Murphy goes right down on the grass, chips in, knocks it, and Andrew Lane is spun around.
Murphy didn't leave a lot of room on the inside and didn't take a lot of road. Then again, he wasn't being given honest
I
space.
think you might end up calling that a racing incident, but as you say, you don't want to preempt any steward's investigation.
Absolutely not. And that's
so Lane's back up to Joe Collegia's slowed right down.
Yeah,
and he's pulled off at the end. Oh, that's a terrible shame. He's been doing a great job this weekend.
Yeah.
After his layoff last year, he's back in the chair and going like mad.
So David Murphy leads on lap 5 here at Sandown from Darren Holdens. The 2 cars out front, they're well split up at the moment. The gap between them is about 1.3 seconds, so we would have to be optimistic and say there's going to be a bit of a challenge for the lead. But you don't know, because this is also a bit of a tyre category, isn't it? You don't want to overtax your tyres too early, because you won't have any rubber left.
Use up your rubber and use up your brakes too early, and then you fall prey to the people who haven't done that behind you. Because they can maintain their speed towards the end of the race, and you possibly can't. Simon Browning in his very neat little car with Cortina, I think he's leading the class.
Cortinas have had such a long history in the sport, and they did so many things well, and so many variants of them. Of course, the Lotus Cortina was the most famous and the most expensive of those.
Yes.
Raced by people like up to and including Jim Clark.
Yes, and there's been a resurgence, a Cortina resurgence. They've become a tremendously popular car in the last couple of years. And the Phillip Island Classic, I think there are about 13 or 14 of them in the under 2 litre and invited class.
Jeff Monday, that's a lot of understeer on that Camaro. He was turning the front wheels as far as he possibly could to make it through turn 1 at the left-hander.
That's OCDC Pete. He's he calls himself obsessively compulsively driven to almost tear down his car between every race meeting. He's got a checklist that he goes over it constantly to make sure that everything's fixed. Oh, that's a big lunge by Brent Trengrove down there to try and catch Darren Collins.
He's working pretty hard, isn't he? The leaders are heading out of Dandenong Road under the bridge for one more time. We think there's going to be 2 laps at the end of this. So the order still 101. David Murphy leads from Darren Collins and Brent Trengrove in 3rd place.
Just under a second between Murphy and Collins, and Murphy's got the fastest lap so far at a 1:22.80.
7 tenths down a little bit in that last sector of that
he has
last
indeed,
lap.
yeah.
And coming up on lap traffic, which is always interesting, even in a short race such as this. So for Just Cars, there's still a fair way to go in determining who's going to be first across the line in this race.
2 to go.
Lap and a half to go as the leaders head up towards turn number 4, which back in the old days we would have said was an old brand of ice cream.
It was Peter's ice cream. That quarter was made famous by Lex Davison stuffing the Galaxy into the pond.
And the shimmering heat as one of the tail enders gives the signal to the leaders to move out of the way, and another one's in the gun sights as we speak. So Murphy, having set the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.809 earlier in the race. That lead is 0.78 of a second. Perfect conditions, 27 degrees, 49% humidity. Oh, I'm going to get the lounge chair out and have a bit of a relax after this, I'm sure.
I don't think it's too relaxing in Brent Trengrove's car. He's trying like mad to get hold of the back of
blue flags
Garrett
waving.
Collins.
telling the lapped cars to their faster the cars approaching, so please get out of the way. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, the leaders are on the main straight once again, and they will go out for what we're going to assume will be the last lap. That gap is 1.4. Murphy to Collins and Trentgrove in third place. Hyundai too far away, as we said, back there in fourth place. But it has been a solid drive with some unfortunate contact on the way for David Murphy.
Yeah. It's, well, both cars are still on the track, so it's probably a little more, not much more than pride, and a bit of annoyance, I think, out of that one.
Everyone's racing for pride, as you'll see in these cars. No sponsors.
That's right.
Not allowed to carry sponsors.
We carry the Just Cars category sponsor, which is part of a really good scheme that delivers rebates to every competitor carrying a Just Cars window banner.
Yep.
Okay, here's Lane on the back of Muleman, which he should might creep back another place there.
This is getting a bit feisty for the minor placings, as unfortunately
Brent's brakes have just and he's hang on, a bit untidy, but he's still going.
Chef Camaro, not designed for rallying, as two Mustangs go over the top side by side in the battle for the rest of the placings inside the top 10.
Lane didn't make any mistake about that. He was straight down the outside. That's really in effect.
But the checkered flag is out, and a convincing Murphy win. David Murphy takes the win by 3.47 seconds, so Collins really was slow over the final lap. Chris perhaps nursing a bit of a problem, and Trentgrove in third place.
Well, he kept out Trentgrove, so I'm sure Darren will be happy about that.
Very entertaining to see the historic touring cars race here at Sandown. Let's have a look at the replay of the last lap. They're coming up the back straight. Chris, talk us through it. Look, Cortina waving.
Quick over there. Oh, wow, that was very, very, very tight through there. So Milner gets the inside line, and Andrew Lane goes, boom, I'm having that. And he's straight down the outside of Muleman, gets into Dandenong Road corner first.
Good work by our camera people. There are the results. David Murphy takes the win. Darren Collins is second place, Brent Trentgrove in third. Will the results stand? We'll have to see if there's any penalties handed out at the end of the race. That concludes the Just Cars Historic Touring Cars Racing Weekend here at the first round of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Racing Championship. Thank you very much, Chris. It's been a pleasure working with you this weekend.
Yes, I've had a good. I really liked your gag about Monday too far away. I thought that was very good.
Do you think I'm ready for the pro circuit in Vegas?
I reckon stand up is your game, sir.
I will take that comment sitting down very much. Great racing. Congratulations to all our competitors in the historic touring cars at Sandown this weekend. Historic touring cars done. Sports sedans are on their way, coming to you very quickly here at Sandown.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
We've made our way down to the Sports Sedans paddock, or that area of, and I'm joined alongside by John Ippolito, who's the driver of this beautiful VX Commodore, and he actually took out the floor pan championship last year. So, John, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, could you tell us a little bit about your race car, how it came to be the beautiful example that it is today?
Yeah, we started off doing HSV club days because it's a HSV club sport, and after progressing through those days of sprints, I just thought take the next step and go into state series racing with sports sedans. So it's come a long way since being a road car.
So obviously, was it written off at some point? Is that how it came to be a race car? Because that's sometimes how race cars make their way onto a circuit.
No, it was a perfect going club sport. Had all the nice seats in it, the sunroof. Yeah, it was a perfect car when I bought it. And yeah, pulled it apart, and it is what it is now.
So the car distinguishes itself from the sports sedans, the thoroughbred space frame cars. How do you find chasing after the bigger, sort of more robust sports sedans in something like this?
Oh, it's hard. It's really hard because it's such a heavy car. The power's good. We've got good power, but it's just a heavy car, and I try my best to try and keep up with them. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
And what are your predictions for season 2023?
Hopefully I can take out the floor pan class. That's my main aim, to make it 3 in a row. And wherever I come in the outright in the state championship is where I come.
Beautiful. We'll say a big thank you to John Ippolito.
Welcome back. We have the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans assembling in the marshalling area now, ready for their last race for the weekend. Last time out, we saw the outright sports sedan lap record beaten. I was almost going to say eclipse, but it wasn't. It was a matter of hundredths of a second that it was taken out, and it was taken out by Thomas Randall. The time of 107.445 is a new lap record. Tenths of a second between him and Jordan Caruso, who took it out last November at historic Sandown. And, well, we look forward to it now. The issue that presents itself for Thomas is that it is a very vast and diverse field, and he tends to start to catch the field on at lap 4. So the missions he's got traditionally like to take a little bit of time to come up to temperature to give him the ideal grip. I have been absolutely privileged to be able to look over his shoulder at the footage on his laptop gained from the GoPro, and the only thing I could say to Thomas was, "Is that real time?" And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "It looks sped up." And he said, no. He brought up the tuner on the thing, and he said, no, it's at actual speed. And the run from the top of the hill to Dandenong Road is like you've taken one step, and it is just immense. The ability for him to not only absorb what's coming at him, change gears, adjust the steering wheel to where the car needs to be pointing, and watching the dash, because he came into Dandenong Road and he went, I was wrapped because I was 1 second up on where I needed to be. He came down into the S's and he said, I was still that 1 second up. And when you see the onboard footage, he hits the line, and it's not 1/10 of a second later, he's pumping the air. So he's reading the dash. He's having inputs at 270 kilometres an hour to his brain, changing gears, steering the car, and watching a number on the dash.
It's sensational, isn't it?
Mate.
We did a piece with him between races 2 and 3 earlier this afternoon. Very polite lad is Tom Randall. He's a ripping guy, more than happy to share, and he was absolutely wrapped with that lap. But you suppose when he's going gangbusters and trying to nail every single apex and extract as much speed as possible as he can from that Saab, he's got lots of experience behind him because he's done his handful of qualifying laps in supercars, so he knows exactly what he needs to do to piece together a lap, and it's all those fine margins. And at the end of the day, you can see his name at the bottom of the timing screen, lap record, 1 minute 7.44, set by Tom Randall. Excellent effort.
It's actually, Thomas is quite a humble fellow. I've known him since his Formula Ford days. Of course, he had an illustrious career in karting, and he's now at the top level of Australian motorsport. His ex-mechanic from his Formula 3 days in England was watching over in England at 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Not only the Thomas Randall story, but the reach out to the wider world is certainly massive. I want to say a big shout out to an old mate of mine, James Ellsworthy from BRM Technologies, a guy that built a lot of 10A race engines for my car. Big g'day, James. Hope you're enjoying the Blendline TV. He's also sending me some coaching like he used to do when I was racing cars as well. So old habits die hard. Just letting me know how I'm sounding on the there. So thanks, James. Big shout out, mate. Good to know you're still watching. And hasn't the scene changed from the mid-90s when we were doing this, that's for sure.
Do you want to share some of those tips with me, Darren, or are you going to keep them all to yourself?
No, I've got my own private coaches. They're on staff, and they've kept them there for 30 years.
Whatever, mate, I'll just follow you.
Follow me, I'll make you a star. That's my advice. So let's have a look at this for the Groove Train restaurant at Eastland. QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. We have roll out for the last race for the weekend for the sports sedans. Not the last race for the weekend. We've still got Formula V's improved production and HQs to come. But it will be Thomas Randall in the number 49 Saab 9.3 on pole position with his new lap record tucked under his belt. Ray Hislop could not be happier. He had the driving suit tied up around his waist, just cooling off before this last run, and he is ready for greatness here this weekend. Certainly, without Thomas Randall here, he has been the head and shoulders performer this weekend in the Newlon XFPR Mark Winterbottom supercar, and the car looks fantastic. It really is a smart livery that he's got on there. Dean Cam in the number 66 doesn't look like he's taken the track. They were in the engine bay inside that Corvette. For those that know Dino, he had a pair of shorts on, no t-shirt, and the sun was reflecting off him magnificently, so it doesn't look like the number 66 is going to join us here today. Johnny Bellotto will be the next one, then Greg Lynch, Brian Finn, Alan Argento, David Hender in that XYGT blue car. Very little aero on that, but he gets on with the job. Rand McGlurkin inside the 10, position number 9 for car number 54. Mark Huex is the next one along the line. David Radcliffe, Matthew Horn, Francois Habib in the number 23. Great to see Francois out there and really enjoying this weekend. I dare say inside the top 10 he'd be enjoying it a lot better, so we will watch for Francois to push his way through. Mark Kikuri will be trying to do the same thing. Stephen Bonner, then we go to Gary Vella, Nathan Bell, Gary Finnemore in that XAE Coupe from Mentone Premix. Then it is Brett Lehman, Gary Finnemore, as I said, he's in the XA. Ben McLeod, now here's one we've got to watch because he should be well and truly further up in the number 72. Had a bit of a torrid race last time out. Cam McKee in the turbocharged 6-cylinder 44 Falcon. Then it's Greg Taylor, Adam Cadeau, Arthur Ansor, Andrew Parker, Vic Argento. Not sure that Kev Stoopman has made it out there, nor Chaz Talbot, nor Darden Brown. No, they haven't. So the field ends pretty much at the number 10 of Vic Argento. Down the back of the field there, Andrew Parker just waiting to take up his spot. Green flag being waved, and we look set on the start. Watch for the Falcon and the two Commodores on the second row there, because Thomas Randall has not got away very well off the line. He just gently has to walk this thing away, and he does it again. Ray Hislop will charge hard, but it's a second gear grab, and Thomas has got used to the clutch take-up now on that Saab, and they charge down into turn 1. And Bledo looks to the inside, holds his line, but it will be the black Saab, the DeVilbiss Sky Sands entry, the Newlon entry of Ray Hislop. Next, Brian Finn, then Huex in the 68 there as well. Largely looks to be a road-going floor-pan type of big V8 sort of car, and we all go charging in there. There is Francois Habib. He's made a couple of spots up in the ex-Tasman Motorsport supercar, and he is pushing hard. Rand McGlurkin got a smart start away from his spot on the grid, 9th on the grid, the 5th row there. He is pushing on hard. There's Andrew Parker in that venerable 5-litre Holden in the VR Commodore up the back straight.
You can see Rand McClurkin there. He made as you said, he made a very smart start, and he's steadily been picking off his rivals. He was up the inside of Argento going into turn 1. You can see David Radcliffe as well coming under fire from Francois Habib up the inside through turn 9. But there is that V6 turbocharged powered 180SX in the hands of Rand McClurkin. It's a very handy looking car when you get up nice and close, and it is menacing looking, and very nice guy is Rand McClurkin. Always love a chat with him down in the paddock. But here they come through, nice and clean start for the entire field. Here's a great comparison between these two cars on screen at the moment. So David Radcliffe around the outside, Francois Habib up the inside. Habib's car is a thoroughbred V8 supercar, and you can just see how much more power, and it's probably just a little bit lighter than Radcliffe's car, so he pulls it away as they come down the main straight. So that is Hender as well in that Falcon. The aerodynamic difference between these two cars, obviously I'm not going to throw too much shade at the Falcon, but it's a bit of a brick in a straight line, so there's a lot of power to try and overcome that aerodynamic disadvantage. But here is Habib making the clean exit coming out of turn 4. McKee passed as well in that brilliant sounding straight 6 Barrow motor with a turbocharger on it as well. AU Falcons doing incredible things, Darren.
They are. They've certainly got their fan base, that's for sure. This David Hender car is driven brilliantly. It is a magnificent looking car. It's clearly got enough horsepower on board. It David Hender absolutely drives the wheels off that car and should be absolutely credited with what he can get up to. Just watching around the front of this race at the moment, Thomas Randall at 109.15, so we're heading in the right direction. Let's have a look at it on this lap. We'll keep the pictures on it. The Total Traction Drivelines car, De Vilbus and Sky Sands support. The Castrol FPR Supercars racer at the wheel, riding the ripple strips a little bit more gently this time around, not pushing the car out hard over the top of them as we look at the Victorian State Race Series sign up there at turn 4. But it is a magnificent clear piece of track in front of him. Ray Hislop in behind, rides the bumps. This bit here is just like amazing footage in the car there, and it doesn't look to be like he has wound it right up to 11 just yet. But certainly he's punching on 9.9, that's for sure. He wants to take it up to 11 because it can go to 11.
Yeah, he's doing a brilliant job. We should put a shout out to our good friend Heath McAlpine, who's no doubt tuning in from home. He's a big fan of Saabs, as you well know, Darren, so he'll be tuning in with great interest.
There's not a lot of Saab left on this one.
No, and that's a wheel off on the left-hand side.
There's not a lot of wheel left off someone's red wheel there.
Now, that's on the left-hand side coming out of turn 12, I believe, coming onto the main straight. So that wheel has parted company with a car. We'll get a little bit of clarification on that as it comes to hand as Greg Lynch and Ippolito go past the screen there as well. Two brilliant sounding cars. Actually, you had the privilege of witnessing on a safety car that's been called as well. So you can see Greg Lynch in the number 22 Commodore.
My question for you, Callum, is where is the car that is 3 wheels? Where is it? A red wheel? I think maybe Andrew Parker might have red wheels on his Commodore. But he's showing continuing on, even though he was down the back.
Yeah, we're hearing it might be Parker, so we're just waiting for some confirmation on that as well, on screen as well. But a safety car punctured race, unfortunately, and that throws a bit of a wet blanket over Tom Randall's efforts to lower that margin that he's done such a brilliant job of taking away that lap record. There's Kakauri in that Falcon. Just behind him is Michael Budge as well, introducing some new bodywork to that car in recent weeks as well, so as he continues to develop that Commodore. And just on screen right now you can see the Cool Drive VF Commodore, and there it is, Andrew Parker, unfortunately, on the left hand side, coming through the S's and through turn 12 onto the main straight, and the wheel has come off, and it must have done so exiting on the run between turns 9 and 10.
Yeah.
And the wheel has sailed on through the gravel trap.
I would agree with you, Callum, there. It was nicely parked up. It looked like it was waiting for the local tyre shop to come by and pick it up for a puncture repair, didn't it? So that's a shame. He's ended up buried himself in that 308 powered car. No dry sump on that, wet sump in the true vein of a Commodore Cup car. Ian Tate prepared engine on board. And Andrew Parker will play no further part in this one. In fact, 2 races in a row, the Parker car has brought out a safety car. So that's a shame. Andrew will be ruining that. That's not what he came to the track to do today. But there is Greg Lynch, a magnificently prepared car. Initially started the build, did many years in the HSV Owners Club. Darren Breeden started the build on that car, and then Dean Lilly, perfectionist personified, completed the build, and that car has won a race last year and did a brilliant job. Bit of the history behind the Hender car is that it is a TCM car, and it did run in Adelaide last year in his hands. So he's doing a tremendous job, and we thank Gary O'Brien from the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast for keeping those facts coming through to us. So thanks, Gaz. We'll be talking to one of the state rounds heroes from a couple of decades ago on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast this week, so keep yourself tuned.
You're keeping a firm lid on that one, aren't you, Darren? You want to spill some beans?
It's a sports car racer from many years ago. Yeah. So we're looking forward to getting a hold of him from the USA and having a bit of a chat. That narrows it down quite substantially. So thanks to Gary O'Brien for keeping us across that. In fact, Gary's been our fact checker. In fact, my fact checker, my own very personal fact checker. There is Gary. So we thank Gary O'Brien for keeping us across that lap record for Sports Sedans as well. But yeah, it did come off, as Callum said. The tyre is still parked up on the entry to the straight there, but came off between 9 and 10, and Andrews backed it into the sand trap there as we just watched Thomas Randall popping out from behind the safety car to get fresh, clean air into the intakes of the Saab 9.3, the Dream Motorsport outfit. And there it is, menacing in its silhouette.
It's a brilliant car, and look, had a quick look at it in the pit lane. Admittedly, I haven't had as much time this weekend to suss out some of the cars up and down pit lane, but this was one such car, and you can see just how far to the right-hand side of that car he sits. So he's basically, his shoulders rubbing against the door on the right-hand side, but that's because there is a big V8 engine basically to his left-hand side, so I have no idea what it's like to race a race car with an engine that's planted firmly to your left-hand side, and that's exactly what Sports Sedans have sort of boasted through its extensive legacy of racing in Australia. So it's nothing too unusual, but as you said before, Darren, there's not a whole lot of Saab left in that car, but that is a brilliant-looking car.
Yeah, look, you can tell it is a Saab, and that's very important because it's entered under the name Saab. But certainly over the years we've seen some wild sports sedans come through, and there's a bit of a groundswell of support for some historic sports sedans gathering pace. They'll be racing at Malala over the Anzac Day weekend. We've still got a few races to go here at the 888 Home Loan Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Sports sedans on track. Formula V up next for their final race. Improved Production also for their final race, and we'll round out today with the HQ Holdens, where we'll welcome a national treasure, David Amor, to the commentary booth to call all of that action. This is not what we want to see in sports sedan races. We love to see the big bangers of Australian motorsport, the gods of thunder, display their wares. At the moment, it's a little bit like a tour or a promotional drive from the pits down to Bathurst to promote the 12-hour or something like that. I believe that the last lap board is being displayed. So safety car lights are still on, so it will be behind the safety car. So anyone wants to grab points in this race, it'll just be a gentle roll around behind the Cool Drive Drill Pro Services outfit. There is Andrew Parker's car for the second race in a row, bringing out the safety car, and we will continue on for one more lap.
Good graphic on screen at the moment. So that's just outlining the calendar for season 2023 for the Vic State Race Series, and round 2 at Winton in Benalla, 22nd and 23rd of April. So, very much looking forward to that round. Then to Phillip Island for the first time this year, the 26th to 28th of May. Sandown once again in the 11th to the 13th of August. Back to Phillip Island from the 22nd to the 24th of September, and provisionally over the off-season, Calder Park was announced, and it's provisionally scheduled for the 27th to the 29th of October, but there's a few things to sort out before that event rolls around, so there's a few things that the track has to be sorted out.
Certainly, we run this series under the auspices of Motorsport Australia, traditionally known as CAMS, and that track needs to get to a level where it has a Motorsport Australia track licence. So that's all about facilities and track safety for the race drivers. That's not what we wanted to see, was the Sentinel number 14 car of Andrew Parker going back on a truck. Not at all, as we just see it disappear out of the back. Last lap board has been displayed. Cars remain behind the safety car, and I dare say it's been a very hot day on Friday, and there's some tired heads down there in the Sports Sedan paddock. They'll probably all retire to the Groove Train in Eastland and have a couple of well-deserved cool drinks and take avail of the relaxed atmosphere, providing all the flavour and authenticity that comes with wood-fired cuisine down there at the Groove Train. Full-service restaurant. Let Vin and his crew down there know you've been to the races and you saw the sports sedans, and are now enjoying a lovely environment at the Groove Train in Eastland to have a great meal before maybe going to the pictures right next to the Hoyt Cinema.
Absolutely. Fond memories of the Hoyt Cinema at Eastland. I grew up in Ringwood, so that was my local stomping ground when I was a teenager, and we had nothing better to do after school. We'd mosey on down to Eastland, and it's great to see there's a group.
So, you know, when I grew up in Ringwood, there wasn't even a Hoyt Cinema in Ringwood.
Oh, okay.
There was no cinema whatsoever. So, there you go, different era.
Did you have cinemas back then?
I think the nearest one was Knox or Croydon. The Croydon Twin was the big go-to in the early, mid-'80s.
Also got to give a shout out, sorry, just while I'm thinking about it, is you can see just how sunny and hot it is out there. So we've got to say big kudos and a big thank you to the volunteer officials out there this weekend, because in the quiet words of Hans Molman from The Simpsons, the sun surely is doing its job today. So it's very hot, very sweaty, and we sincerely hope they're getting lots of shade, drinking lots of water, and being well looked after by the race organisers here. Tom Randall across the line to take the checkered flag, albeit in safety car conditions, unfortunately.
Certainly, and I guess it's a tribute to the guy that now holds the outright lap record for sports sedans here at Sandown. I'm pretty sure that Thomas would have liked to have gone across the line there with full revs and just in enjoying a little wave to the checkered flag as well. Great to see the trackside officials also acknowledging the drivers, and vice versa as well. The drivers just acknowledging the great work that all of the volunteer officials do right around the track, whether it be in the pit and paddock and pit lane, race control, flags, recovery, fire and rescue on a hot day like Friday. Let me tell you, standing there in your full fireproofs with balaclava and helmet on is a tough gig. So big shout out to the fire and rescue crews, and also the flaggies standing out there often in the direct sunshine. But we wave goodbye to the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedan Series, and we cannot wait to see them at Winton in April. Still a couple of races to go. Formula V will be up next. Thanks, Callum, for your time with the Sports Sedans. And of course, we will see you very, very soon. We'll be back with Formula V's.
Viewers at home will be familiar with this face. This is Lee Partridge, and behind him is his Sabre 02, and he's very kindly agreed to take the microphone from me and give you a quick technical overview of what a Formula V is. So without further ado, here is Lee Partridge.
Cheers, thanks Callum. Yeah, so this is my Sabre 02, built by Ball & Racing Developments here in Melbourne. It's a local company. The car was built in 2010. It is a Formula V, which is a Volkswagen base category, a 1600cc Volkswagen engine, so early Beetle Volkswagen kind of engine and gearbox. Front of the car is also Volkswagen-based H-beam. That's all the controlled components that are in this category. We have all sorts of cool things though, like Penske shocks, rack and pinion steering, which is a bit more modern. This car does have full data, so we were able to have Motec data logging in the dash. Things like line lock and all sorts of cool stuff that Formula Fords have. This car actually shares a lot of componentry with a Ball and Formula Ford in regards to the chassis structure of how the car's built, and then they've adapted the Formula V stuff to it. So yeah, 1600 as I said, 4-speed H-pattern gearbox, which is straight out of a Volkswagen Beetle, just reverse so it can actually drive in a straight line forwards, because the engine is in a Beetle is the other way around. So slight modifications to make it work, but it's all fairly standard and very much control category. So there's lots of rules and regulations in the internals of the engine regarding piston weights and flywheel weights and all sorts of things like that. So have a fuel tank in there behind the seat, which is roughly about 15 litres capacity. We don't use a lot of fuel in these cars, being such a small capacity car. They're a controlled Dunlop tyre. In the back it's Penske shock as well. But other than that, it's very, very basic sort of car. Fiberglass bodywork, which half of it is off at the moment that you can see. But we run all sorts of cool things to try and get a leg ahead with the rest of the category. It's a control category, so everyone's effectively got the same speed. It's up to the driver's input to make them go fast. And yeah, other than that, Formula V, come and have at it.
Thank you very much to Lee Partridge and the Blendline TV team for that little package about what it is like to go racing in Formula V and how these cars work. And boy, hasn't this been entertaining for GR Motorsport Electrics Online this weekend, Dan McCarthy. It has been probably one of the categories over the last couple of seasons that's just grown slowly but surely in numbers, and then with it, the action has come along with it. We've had some first up winners, we've had some long overdue winners, and of course we've had the usual protagonists at the front of the field to go along with it, but it never fails to deliver action right up until the last lap.
Absolutely, we've seen some exciting battles in the first two races, bit of controversy, bit of drama. It's what we like to see. So yes, Reef McCarthy, last year's runner-up, has taken one victory. So yeah, title contender last year. And then at the other end of things, Partridge, who comes out of fourth in this one, just at the bottom of the screen there. He took his first win in over 2 decades. Yes, you heard that correctly, 2 decades. So yeah, very much a bit of changing of the guard, as you say, in terms of different winners, but then we've also got the usual gentlemen up there as well.
So McCarthy and Jones on the front row from Curran and Partridge, and then you've got Tyron Wiseman and Adam Nicholson, and then Heath Collinson. So he started up the pointy end of the field yesterday, fell to the back of the field, did not finish, had to fight his way through the field, a la like his teammate Andre Curran did. He's now in 7th place, so if a good start from Collinson can be pulled off, he will be in a position to have a go for not only the podium, but the race win here in the 3rd race of the weekend for Formula V. Set to go, just waiting on the lights, and we will be underway. Estimate we're probably going to get about 7 or so laps in this short, sharp sprint for Formula V, and off we go. There's already some yellow flags waving at the back. I didn't see if there was somebody that didn't quite get away cleanly, but here we go, already on the run to turn number 1. McCarthy with Partridge on what would be the preferred racing line. McCarthy with the inside running here. He'll hold sway into 1.
Yeah, of the front group is Curran, who made the worst start, and we've seen him drop back to 4th position behind the fast-starting Partridge, who will be looking for another race win. Now he's been shuffled back as well, Curran, behind Wiseman down to 5th position. But it's been these 5 up the front that have been battling away all weekend long, and I think in this final race, throw in Heath Collinson in there as well, in the black and green machine on the tail of Nicholson as they head up the hill. As we look, there's likely going to be a change of position, or at least a look here from Nick Jones up the inside. Nicely done, well executed, takes the lead on lap number 1.
The magenta and yellow artshop.com.au car goes to the front in the early running here. Partridge has picked up a spot as well. He's gone up to what is now 3rd place in the running order. Same for Tyron Wiseman. He's picked up 1 spot up to 4th place. And the man who has shuffled back in the order is the 32 machine of Andre Curran. So still in a good spot here, along with Adam Nicholson and Heath Collinson. There he is, the Collinson Black Angus Sabre 02, number 31. He's tacked on to this group, and the leading group of 7 is trying their best to break away from the next pack, which includes Nick Kerr, Rob Vile and John Casamati.
The slow car that caused the yellow flags at the start was that green machine at the back of the shot.
Brody Thompson then, that would be the one that was for the yellow flag.
See them hurtle around turn number 1. Curran looking to make up lost ground on lap number 1. He's up the inside of Wiseman, where he was overtaken last lap, and does so successfully. And we see Partridge take position number 2. So it's our 2 race winners from the first 2 races of the season out front, with McCarthy trying to pull a little bit of a margin. He's pulled out a little sizable lead on this first half of the lap, and he's pulling over to the far left-hand side to try and not give a toe to any of his rivals behind. They're all on the outside, the right-hand side as they're looking at it, and they're helping each other. Here comes Collinson up the inside of car number 95, Nicholson, and further behind Casamati, who had a shocking race number 2. 2 mistakes down here at Dandenong Road. This corner where we are now saw him finish way down the order, well outside the top 15, unfortunately, after what was a really promising start to the season yesterday and a brilliant end last season, taking a victory at Phillip Island.
Yeah, Casamati's second race this weekend was like a yo-yo, wasn't it? He was up at the top of the end, and then he went down all the way to the back, and then he went back up again, and then he ended up finishing down. So just like the yo-yo, up and down. So for him, hopefully it's only going in one direction this particular race, and that's forwards, which means up the order for him. McCarthy running solo has managed to pump in the fastest lap on lap number 2 with 27.9. Now these guys behind can't go on like this for too much longer. If they're going to really threaten for the race win here, they need to sort themselves out. They need to get the fastest car out in front. They then need to be able to slipstream and drag the other cars through and play a very, very smart game of leapfrog to keep inching closer and closer to the Beecham number 61 out in front. Right now, they're not doing that, and they are losing at least a couple of tenths a lap to Reeve McCarthy.
Yeah, it was actually a full second. Last lap around 1:27.90 for McCarthy. His nearest challenger was the man in second, Partridge, 1:28.96, so a full second faster than the chasing pack last time around.
This race might be over as McCarthy keeps going the way that he's going. He is absolutely chalking it up at the front of the field. He's look at the gap he's got at the moment. I reckon he's nearly doubled the advantage that he had across the line last time around at 1.3 seconds. It's got to be close to 2 seconds right now. With 7 minutes on the clock remaining, this race might just be all about who's going to finish second and third.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I can remember seeing a margin like that.
2.2 seconds this time around. So yeah, he's absolutely bolting away at the front of the field. This is a hallmark of Reeve McCarthy over the last couple of years. He's been able to run solo at a lot of places where typically the draft has a lot to play into effect. So that's here at Sandown and at Phillip Island. He just absolutely seems to just switch it on, and he can run without anybody really threatening him. Just put your head down, blinkers on like a racehorse, and just gone.
Absolutely, and we can see this battle for seconds intensifying. So it's now Partridge in second. Yeah, he was 9 tenths slower again on that last lap. So McCarthy's gone. I think it is almost a battle for position number 2 now. So it is Partridge from Jones, from Wiseman, Curran. Then we got Collinson and Nicholson. So it's a 6-car fight for second. This is going to be exciting stuff with 6 minutes to go.
You can see that Ash Clifford's made his way through from the rear of the grid in the black 17 machine there, just disappearing out of shot. He was a rear of grid starter, having a horrible second race of the day. He now finds himself running behind John Casamani in 9th. Last place inside the top 10 is Rob Vile. He's just flashed across the bottom of your screen there in shot. Then you got the Silver Fox Racing Sabre 02 of Nick Kerr, and he's engaged in combat here with Damien Spinello out of the Acura Motorsport stable. That car's actually fairly new to that group in the last couple of months or so. It's formerly the car actually campaigned by John Casamati for a good chunk of the last 2 years. He's now, of course, switched over to a Beecham prepared Sabre 02, the number 25, and that car now finds its home with the Acura Motorsport stable. In a good set of hands, actually. Spinello's done quite well for a rookie last year, stepping up into a different car this year. It's a whole new ball game when you go from a one car manufacturer to another, different set of driving style and different characteristics to get used to. And well, there's plenty of change going on here. Some more things for us to get used to. Wiseman now has the hold of position number 2 in the checkmate prepared by Paul Corcoran.
Only person to get within a second of McCarthy on that last lap, a 28.7, comfortably faster than anyone in the group around him, and that's why he's propelled himself to P2. But with the tow, Nick Jones simply slides his way back up the inside over the top of the hill. So it's very much a chess game at this point in time with 4 minutes to go. Where do you want to be come the start of the final lap? Not sure I'd want to be ahead. But then if you're ahead at the start, you might get it back up the back straight. It's very much a thinking man's game at the moment.
Oops, that's again, is Casamati been off there, I think, at Dandenong Road, or he's made a mistake and just bobbled it, so he's kept himself out of the gravel track. So looks like he's dropped a spot there potentially to Ash Clifford as they come to the line here. Actually, there is Ash Clifford, so he has dropped at least one spot, Casamati. We'll go back to position 9.
Four wide on the run to turn number 1. Kerr in the far inside. and Collinson's looking there as well. Oh, they all leave each other some racing room. That's good, clean racing. And it's Curran now from Wiseman, but Wiseman wants the outside. That'll be the inside for turn 3. Thinks better of it. Very awkward to get your wheels tangled in an open wheel around that tight technical chicane as they head down the back straight. Collinson, I thought with the speed we've seen from him in race number 1 and then making his way through the field in race number 2, I thought Collinson would be making his way towards the front of this group a little faster than he has.
I think he's finding it a bit more of a challenge to get to the front of this group than he ideally thought it was going to be, and he's having to sort of just keep a watching brief right now. He's going past Adam Nicholson in the number 95 Stinger FV. 2x2 going round the top of turn number 6, and they pop out the other side without tangling. Curran, I was worried it missed a gear coming out of turn number 1, and it was a little bit slow, but he's managed to hold them all off heading up the hill and now through Dandenong Road. So great driving, not just by the number 32 driver aboard the Sabre 02, but from everybody in that group to minimise any potential contact going through what is a very difficult and committed part of the circuit. 2 laps remaining in this race with just 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Well, Dan, what do you think? Where do you want to be in this group at the moment? Do you want to be sort of maybe second or third in the running order and sort of maybe pick one driver off at a time as you try to make your way to the front of the group? Or do you want to save it all for the last lap?
It's risky though, isn't it, being in third, because you might be overtaken like that. Wiseman third in the group, and now he finds himself in fourth. That's the thing. When you're in the middle, you got to look behind as much as you are looking ahead, and that's part of the issue.
This is the critical corner too. I think for this lap and for the next lap. Critical corner is turn number 4. If you can get the drive off that corner and you are at the head of this group, you might just have enough heading up the back straight to insulate yourself from a potential pass heading down into Dandenong Road. And I think just about everybody got a move done out of turn number 4. Jones looks like he's got the best of the drive out of turn 4 and the slipstream help. He's now gone to the head of this group, but for how long?
I don't think long, because what we've seen so far today is if you lead onto the pit straight coming out the last corner, you will lose the lead by the time you get to turn 1. The question is, will you lose that position before the finish line? That's what you got to think. If you lead out of here, let's look at it this time. We see Jones exit the final corner, and it looks like he's going to hold on across the line this time, just. So that's the key. So I don't think you're going to get the move done at the last corner before the line next time through. I'll probably be proven wrong. But yes, as we can see, easily overhauled by the time they get to turn number 1.
You have to make a mistake out of the final corner to really lose your position, because it's such a short run to the start-finish line out of the last turn. It's not like Phillip Island where you're carrying so much speed around the final corner and the draft becomes so powerful heading towards the main straight. And it's such a long run, it just keeps to like, where's the line going to come up? And for these guys, it's like, where is my next position going to come from? Collinson looks up the inside at turn 4. That's going to cause Nicholson and himself to lose momentum. Does that mean they've lost touch potentially with the group ahead of them? I think that's very, very crucial, losing the drive off of turn 4. I think it's now down for the podium spots. I think it's now down to Curran, Partridge and Nick Jones to settle it. Maybe Wiseman, just if the top 3 ahead of him just start to trip over each other a bit, but even he's starting to lose some ground right now.
See, it seems like it's going to be out of these 3. It's going to be crucial, the exit out of this corner into the final sequence of corners. It's Partridge from Curran, from Jones at this point in time.
Partridge, I think, has possibly done enough here. He's led it. If he leads out of Dandenong Road,
missing Collinson.
There's one. Oh, it's Collinson. Collinson's in the gone backwards at 9. McCarthy's going to take the win. The real battle is about what's happening for second behind. I was about to say I think Partridge has just done enough, and he has. He's done enough to hang on to position 2 here. Curran's going to get third ahead of Nick Jones, with Nicholson and Ash Clifford now the beneficiary of his teammates' unfortunate spin at turn 9. Seems to have been a major hotspot this weekend at turn 9.
Collinson is still not crossing the line. I thought he might have only lost a couple of places.
No, he hasn't got going yet. There he is.
There he is. So what's that going to be? Position number 14. What a shocker for the reigning champion. A DNF of 14th and a 7th. Yeah, 7th. Not good points haul for a man who was so consistent last year.
I don't know what to say. That is probably one of the shockers that I've seen from Heath Collinson for quite a while. So he's going to be very, very, I guess, downbeat about that particular spin at turn 9.
I thought his frustrations were showing on that last lap. He tried that move on Nicholson, that awkward little tussle at turn number 4. That was, to me, that was a sign of a frustrated move, just trying to make a move rather than thinking about the long game down the back straight. And then clearly it's all come to head down at Dandenong Road on that final lap.
Certainly has. Well, out of the 20 starters in this race, we actually got 19 of them home. The only car not finishing that one actually finished in the pit lane was Samuk Rudrapatna in the Acura Motorsport machine. But finally, the race is over. McCarthy will be your round winner ahead of Lee Partridge and Nick Jones, actually separated by a point between the two of them for second and third overall for the round, with Curran and Wiseman 4th and 5th overall in the points. We'll take a short break here in the commentary position, and there's only 2 more categories left for the weekend. This is one of them, the Prestige Hino Improved Production Cars, and then following them, the HQ Holden. So on the other side of this, we'll be getting very close to wrapping up round number 1 of the 2023 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
So we're shaking trees down here in the paddock, and look who we found. We found Tom Randall, who's current supercars driver in a Castrol Mustang. He's very kindly lent some time to talk to us about what he's doing here this weekend, which is...
Well, we are here racing my father's lovely Saab Sports Sedan. So it's been a while since we've had it out. It's been nearly 15 months. We took it out for the Phillip Island or Island Magic back in 2021. So yeah, it's been a while since we've had to dust the cobwebs off, but it's nice to get to drive that car. And you know, it's somewhat, I mean, maybe not with the new Gen 3 cars, but somewhat similar to the way you drive it. And it's just good to get more racing miles, because with the racing we do, you know, it's 12 rounds, so there's a few weekends that we have off. And yeah, thankfully the team let me drive it, and it's just a great weekend away with Dad and all the guys.
Did it take a little while to shake off the cobwebs?
My cobwebs or the cars? Probably took a bit shaking off my cobwebs, but no, look, the car's been really, really good, you know. Touch wood, it's been very reliable, which is great. I mean, everyone up and down pit lane who runs a sports sedan at some point has some form of reliability issues, but so far so good. And I mean, such incredible weather we've had this weekend at Sandown. I mean, Friday was too bloody hot. It's about 39 degrees, so hot in the cars, but the rest of the weekend's been really good. And it's just great to have so many categories here this weekend as well, not just the Vic State Sports Sedan Series, but you've got a mix of saloon cars, HQs, you've got the Formula Fords, Formula Vs, so I think there's a lot of great up-and-coming talent here at the Vic State Series, and that's where I started my racing career.
So, lap records, you got it in the bag. Are you going out for more success in race 3?
Yeah, it's like anything, you're pretty greedy, so we just managed to get it, and hopefully we can go a bit better. But look, the cars, I mean, to get close to it, everything's got to be sort of working for you, and it's tough because I guess we catch a bit of traffic pretty quickly, so it's really can only be done in sort of the first 2 or 3 laps, and then you might have safety cars, all that sort of thing. So we're pushing hard. Yeah, hopefully we can go a little bit quicker, but up to this point, as I said, the car's been pretty faultless, and we're just having a great weekend, all us boys.
No worries, thank you very much. There he is, all-round good guy, Tom Randall.
Just 2 categories left here at Sandown for race number 3 of the weekend. So HQ Holdens to come. Right now it's improved production. Let's have a look here at Sandown. So into turn 1, known hot spot. If you get it wrong, you can pay the penalty by either spinning or, in some cases we've seen this weekend, rolling into the gravel trap. Turn 2 and 3, always a hot spot. Over, sideways, under and down is potentially a way you get around cars through there, through all the way they make mistakes. Same way you can do it at turn 9. If you outbrake your opponent or they make a mistake, you'll be up the inside of that very famous piece of a racetrack coming down the hill towards Dandenong Road corner. It's a 3.1 kilometre trip with 13 corners, and look at that lap record, Dan McCarthy. I don't think we'll ever see that get thrashed again. That 1 minute 4.5 from John Martin. That is an incredible lap time around this circuit. We've seen Tom Randall get close in a sports sedan, but wings and slicks, wow.
Yeah, it's been great to see Tom Randall here this weekend taking a clean sweep in Sports Sedans. But yeah, as you say, the only person I think is going to beat that lap record is another person in an S5000. But other than that, I don't think, as you say, it will be broken anytime soon. As we see, this car went off at turn number 1 in our last race. That's the Parsons car. Not the bumper when he was going over the bumps and the bobbles coming back on the circuit, not the bumper off. And now damaged it, now they've ripped it off completely. So running with a little less aero for this final race.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. That will hurt just a little bit for Kyle Parsons. They did have a spare bar, I believe, in the truck, but they didn't sort of have the time to get it outfitted, and probably also, I wouldn't say, want to risk it having already got a bit of damage from an earlier race. They had all the bits. They actually had everything was brought back to them from down at turn 1, but of course it was all in a million pieces. He'd like to call it was an adult jigsaw puzzle, having to put it back together. So I think just for the safety's sake, leave the bumper off the car, just run, bring home some points, and there's no harm in that, because he has been sort of in that top 7 or 8 spots, and I don't think it'll probably be making its way further forward with all the big horsepower cars up the front. Bit of a different looking grid here for the last race for Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. Danny Timewell, first up win in the earlier race this morning. Cade Lehman actually finished second in that one. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo's been promoted to third through Ian McLennan's 5-second penalty that has culminated under safety car and cost him an extra couple of spots. Peter Dixon and Jinwook Song, then Parsons, Hogan, Valentich and Gorman, your top 10 starters for the final race for improved production. Can Danny Timewell walk it off the line nicely? Cade Lehman looks like he actually gets the better launch there. I think he just managed to beat Danny Timewell to the clutch pedal and the gas pedal combination and launch it beautifully, but now here comes the horsepower race. Danny's got a little bit more in a straight line, and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo's going to make this potential 3-way fight into turn 1. You saw this in the last race, and there was a little bit of curb involved when McLennan went up and over the curb and just avoided making some contact, but that was very, very, I guess, adult of them all to let Luke Gretsch-Cumbo just go through.
Yeah, very interesting, but this is also interesting for the round points. Timewell on 94 points coming into this one. Oh, sorry, that's if it stays the way it is at the moment. So what the points I'm trying to make is Lehman and Gretsch-Cumbo are very, very close on points coming into this one. It's basically whoever finishes higher in this one will take the second in the round overall, as we see Timewell trying to make his way back through, but Lehman says, no you don't, I'm going to swing around here and hold on to position. Brave stuff, nice respect shown between the two.
Yeah, very good respect shown there from the Bedigo door centre 26 and the time well spent number 11 going down through the S's heading towards Dandenong Road. And Danny, I think, has just got a little bit more mumbo in a straight line. Cage just a little bit better through some of these corners. So this will be about to drive off the last corner here. Now, you've seen a number of the drivers sort of using more of the ribbon strip on the outside of turn 13 to try and maximise their front speed straightaway, but they're all being very gentlemanly-like at that particular corner this time around. And here comes the horsepower advantage. But unfortunately, with horsepower advantage means you got to brake a little bit earlier. And in this case, Danny's not only had to put the brakes a bit earlier, but he's managed to get the high ground, get himself just in the right position to wrestle away P2. He can set his sights on the back of the GC Electrical Senator as he pounds the turn 2 and 3 curbs at the chicane.
And rolls onto the back straight. In fact, now it looks like Lehman coming under pressure from McClellan behind. After no penalty for no rolling start. Of course, 2 people have been done for that this weekend. Timewell in race number 1 and McClellan in race number 2 rolling at the time the lights went out, and both received 5-second penalties. So good to see that nobody's got that in this final race, and it's a clean pair of heels. No penalties in the front view.
No penalties at the front view. Rick Hogan heading into turn 6 along with Richard Valentich and Grant Ogle, who was a notable non-finisher in race number 2 in the Ford Focus. Couldn't get 2 more distinct cars. You know, look at that 70s Tirana and the early 2000s or mid-2000s Ford Focus XR5. Different strengths and weaknesses. And Richard likes to call the fact that this is the only genuine Holden power plant in the field at the moment, because of course it was a car produced in this country. He said in the paddock, he said, none of this LS3 rubbish or anything like this. We've got a proper
Aussie
built V8 under the bonnet of the Tirana.
And you can hear it roaring past the grandstand. Let's listen to it here. Awesome. How
Lovely
good is that
sound. Lovely sound.
As they break into turn number 1, the focus a lot better under brakes. You can see Ogle having a look to the inside. He's got a bit more time to think about it. It's a lot easier for him under brakes than the big, heavy Tirana in front of him. And yeah, in the corners as well. It's just in the acceleration and down the long straights where that Tirana pulls ahead with the big V8.
Yeah, the Ford Focus has got a good bit of acceleration off the corners, but just loses a little bit in the top end. And the hard part with the Ford Focus as well, as you see Luke Gretsch-Cumbo locking up into turn number 9. The hard part with the Focus is, I remember talking to Grant Ogle about the weight distribution of the car, and he said it's not so much where all the weight is, it's up high. It's actually in the roll structure in the roof, like physically how it comes from the factory. So you can't distribute that weight, so it has a bit of trouble cornering sometimes because it's a bit top heavy. So you have to counter that by playing with your suspension settings a bit more, and then obviously that comes at the detriment of overall grip and performance. So it's got its deficiencies, but of course it is a balls amount of fun car to drive, he says. So he really enjoys bringing it out when he gets a chance. And the battle at the front now is intensifying, as you've called it a few times today. There's been some situations in a number of races this weekend where it starts out all tame and then it starts to get a little bit more intense and a little bit more intense, and then culminates either in a fantastic scrap toward the end or it ends in tears. In this case, thankfully it hasn't ended in tears for improved production this weekend, but there's been some fantastic scraps all the way up and down the field. And here's another one of them. This was taking place in race number 2 earlier between Peter McLean in the BRZ and then Nathan Agar in the Pulsar. And look who they're behind, the same car they were behind earlier in the day. It's Stewie Dearden's number 100 Ford Falcon.
Of course, that car did, though, have a spin late on in the race, didn't it? And unable to recover. So hopefully that car can finish in this one. Yeah, only no points, sorry, to this point. No points to this point in time, so he's looking to get his first points on the board for this weekend. And we see Ogle having a look up the inside of Valentish, up the top of the hill. Not quite seen that in the camera, how that finished.
No, it didn't finish. It stayed the way that it was, but he had a much better run off of turn 4, it appears there. Timell's had a much better run off the final corner here on Gretsch-Cumbo and is firmly down the inside at turn 1. Job done. Now, for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, it's going to be a matter of, will the Senator hold together for the remainder of the race? We actually thought that there might have been a bit of a misfire with that car in the second race, and that was your call, Dan McCarthy. You were actually proven correct. It actually had dropped a cylinder. It was running on 7 of the 8 cylinders in its shape of V underneath the bonnet, and they managed to ID the problem pretty quickly when he got back to the pits, and hopefully it will hold up for the remainder of this race. Luckily, he was able to hold on to 4th on the road, which has become 3rd in the starting order based on when the penalty was applied post-race for Ian McLennan's start line infraction in race number 2.
So yeah, we see new leader at Timewell out in front. Lehman's coming into contention as well. He set his fastest lap on the last lap, and it was actually faster than Gretsch-Cumbo. So although Gretsch-Cumbo made a lightning start and looked good in the first couple of laps, the other cars are faster than the Senator at this point in time. As we see as well, McClellan with his fastest lap on that lap. He was 8 tenths faster than Gretsch-Cumbo, 6 tenths faster than Lehman, and he's going up the inside of Lehman now to take 3rd position, and does so using a lot of curb on the inside and a bit of curb on the outside. Had to use all of the road to make that move work, but he did. Has to go defensive into turn number 2, but that move is now made, and he'll be looking ahead, seeing if he can catch Gretsch-Cumbo, our race number 1 winner.
He's had a little bit of smoke just leaving the rear end of the car there at turn number 4. I just noticed as he applied the loud pedal to make it accelerate up the back straight. But he took a lot of curb on the inside at turn 1, which can be quite dangerous if you hit that curb at precisely the wrong angle. We've seen a rollover or 2 happen in the past in some categories, but these big heavy cars, you really have to absolutely slaughter it to really make it get up on 2 wheels and roll over. He's managed to hold position there, and there's been a change of position here. Ogle has managed to wrestle away what is position number 9 from Richard Valentich at turn number 1.
Very good stuff. So yeah, Focus makes up a move.
Late threat there. It was Agar nearly up the inside of the Wanted Engineering BRZ of Peter McLean at turn number 1. Door very firmly slammed shut.
Been a ding-dong battle between these two all weekend long.
This has been great. This has been a great battle. Good illustration of two 2-litre category cars. Different strengths and weaknesses. The BRZ sharing the same platform as a Toyota GT86, and then the Pulsars, which you most commonly see in New South Wales. I mean, there's God knows how many of them in that category, and it's got just as much poke and mumbo under the bonnet to hang with the BRZ.
There you go. I had a bit of a look there at the top of the hill, but to no avail, and lost a little bit of run down the hill as a result. So that's one of the things, particularly in a class like this, you can really see if you make a sort of half move because of the power, you just lose so much drive out the corner and onto the next straight. And there again, seeing a bit of a half move, and that will affect his run through the chicane and onto the back straight as a result. So yeah. And you see that in supercars a lot. If you make a half move, you ruin the next few corners. The flow's all gone.
Yeah, we've seen that in a number of categories as well. If you come off the slow corners and you get the exit all wrong, or you go in a bit too hot, you understeer through the corner, you end up in a bad situation. There's been a change of positions here as well. Is the GC Electrical Senator starting to ail again? McLennan has gone through to position number 2 in the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro, and we didn't get a chance to hear the engine note of the Senator going past, so either Gretsch Gumbo's made a mistake or it's got some more trouble. I think you're listening again, it sounds off, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's down to 7 cylinders once again. What a shame. Started so well the weekend for a 3-time Victorian Improved Production champion, but yeah, not ended the way he would have wanted at least. Fingers crossed if he can finish anyway, he will get some good solid points in the bag in round number 1 and move on to Winton.
That's the important piece of the puzzle here. Now the race leader's going to come across this ding-dong battle for what is currently 13th and 14th down the hill here. He's had some bad luck with the lap traffic all weekend long, Danny Timewell. Always seems to come across it at the wrong moment. This one looks like it might not be too bad for him. Up the little short chute between turn 9 through the kink at turn 10. And then on to turn 11 and 12. Oh, an opportunistic pass there, was there, from Nathan Agar in the back of shot on Peter McLean. There was. Wow. So took the race leader to wake up Peter McLean, create the little hole, and Agar says, thank you very much.
You often see, don't you, that there's lead changes when people come up to back markers. It's not too often you see it the other way around, that the back markers take advantage and make position when the leaders are coming by. So that was really good racecraft. Good use of the racing brain, and yet caught the 101 BRZ napping slightly there, but he's going to be caught on the outside here by McClellan, and that'll probably reopen the door for the BRZ, who looks around the outside at turn number 2. Not quite, but that was an awkward little moment for the Pulsar on the outside of the track.
That was extremely awkward with the race leaders going through, and this is where Lehman caught Stuart Dearden late in race number 2 and caused the safety car, but no such trouble this time around. He's also managed to find his way past Luke Gretsch Gumbo. This man is setting his sights now on the braking zone for turn 9, and it'll be a short distance from there to the start finish line, although he was very, very close to being out of control there coming down the hill into turn 9. He's had Jared McLeod working with him throughout the last couple of weeks and helping them fine-tune this car just to find a little bit more lap time, and it's paid dividends this weekend. First ever podium, tick. First race win in improved production, tick. First round win in improved production, tick. Danny Timewell home in P1 for the second time here on Sunday afternoon.
McClellan punch in the air. He's really happy with second position.
Oh, so he should be. That's a fantastic drive from Macca, who's been on the podium pretty much all 3 races apart from the one little incident earlier this morning.
I'm just looking at the round results. So Timewell takes it on 98 points, and then a
tie for second.
Yes, between Lehman and Gretsch Gumbo.
Here comes Carl Parsons. So, what's he picked up there? Actually, that'd be the tow rope, wouldn't it, sitting on the front of the car, because that's the only spot they could probably mount that. So he's going to come home in 7th place with Grant Ogle 8th. He's actually picked up a spot there, Grant Ogle, on Rick Hogan by the looks of things. So I don't know what's happening there. Oh, there might be some further dramas for Gretsch Gumbo here. Or is he just maybe made a little boo-boo trying to get into the lane? He might need a push, I think, here.
He seems to roll him backwards, and he's pulled the window net down. Thumbs up to the marshal. Let's see if he can get that moving, but the cars continue to stream over the line. There's Ogle in the Ford Focus at the back of the shot. The Apple Door Hyundai also crossing the line, and here is Hogan in 1-2-4. So not quite sure what happened to that machine. And then Valentish comes across the line in the old Tirana to round out the top 10. But yeah, Gretsch Combo certainly has an issue before re-entering the paddock, so might need a bit of a tow.
He will need a bit of a tow. So for Prestige Hino, Pro Cut Tree Services, DLL Photography and Design, and of course Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre. 3 races for the weekend for Improved Production have now concluded, with Danny Timon taking not only his first race win of his Improved Production career, but his first ever round win for Improved Production as well. Just the one race to go to finish up the program for the Victorian State Race Series round number 1 for 2023, with thanks to 888 Home Loans, and it's those guys sitting right there in dummy grid. HQ Holdens with the 2 treasures of Victorian motorsport getting ready to bring it to you in just a few moments. Back shortly here at Sandown.
Welcome back to the final race for the opening round of the 888 Home Loan Series here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Cars exiting the marshalling area as we get ourselves set here in the commentary booth. We've got Darren Smith, yours truly right here, and right next to me David Amor, and we are just about, we're like a shook up can of beer, mate. We're frothing, aren't we, just trying to get this race underway.
Well, we certainly are, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got to realise this is the big rumble. This is the roar of Holden HQ's race 3 for this weekend. Rod Rogers is on pole. Can anyone beat him? He qualified. He's on pole. We've got Steve Banks. Yes, he wants to have a go at him. Gavin Ross wants to have a go at him. Andrew Magilton in the 14 car wants to have a go. Ryan Woods in the Ready Rose car. Keep an eye on him, the Ready Rose car. Sponsorship for the 87 car, McDonald's for some 25, 28 years. Absolutely fantastic. Ready Rose, your carvery specialist. So Cranbourne, Carrum Downs and that, go and see them. Absolutely fantastic. Been sponsoring HQ for many, many years. Darren.
Sounds like they're a personal sponsor of yours too there, mate. You know their addresses, you know what they've got on the menu. You drop by. You're on your way home from the Groove train in Eastland, having the lunch with the sports sedanners. You get a bit of ready roast and Cranbourne on the way back to Gippsland,
Oh, mate, it's fantastic food, just like Mum and Dad makes. You know, it really, really is awesome. Value for money, affordable. Just like HQ Holdens, value for money, affordable.
There we go, taglines. Plenty, just there everywhere.
Plenty. Righto, our major sponsor for this year for HQ Holdens in Victoria is Tyre Power. Thank you very, very much, Tyre Power. Our round sponsors for this weekend is Ridelock, Windows and Doors Eastern, and GMG Automotive Services in Box Hill. Thank you, guys. We've got sponsors for every round, but as you can see, the windscreen sponsor, the number plate sponsor, Tyre Power. Thank you guys very, very much. Righto, we've still got a fairly good field. We've got Mick Magilton right at the back there. We're just looking at a few race dates that are coming up throughout the season. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a typo. Calder Park, Melbourne, Australia is back on the list, the 27th and 29th of October.
I reckon, Dave, if it was indeed Australia and not Australia, Calder Park would be the capital city of Australia.
Well, it's the capital city of motorsport when I first started.
Me too. You're out there every second weekend.
Yeah, that's
Calder
right.
Park, that's for sure. Have a look at this. Coming down to the grid, Rod Rajes. Will he do a clean sweep? It looks like he's got the broom in the back seat, so he's pretty confident he's just going to get it out and sweep him up on the cool down lap there as well. Steve Banks, he's not going to lay down until the end of this last race this weekend. Gavin Ross, we know, never lies down. Even in qualifying, he's willing to get a bit jiggy with it. So Gavin Ross, a really strong competitor. Andrew Magilton will get up and about around Andrew in this race as well too, because I know you're saving the best for last, David Amor, around that. Ryan Woods, Jake Beckers, Graham Crawford, Graham Francis on his return, starting out of 8th place in the number 85, a long-time campaigner. Tony Maloney, Andrew Lawton's pushed his way back into contention here this weekend. Phil Aitken, Ben Richards, James Kenner, John Mahoney, Tracy Molden out the back there, and Mick Magilton. I'm not sure whether Mick has joined us in this one.
Yeah, he has.
Is that him just popping out at the back of the field?
That's it, mate. That's the one at the far queue.
That's it.
Right?
He is lined up ready for that
green
queue
flag
that you just referred to.
Let the rumble happen, ladies and gentlemen. The Holden line is about ready to roar. We're waiting for the red to go out. Just waiting here.
Aren't we waiting for the red mist to come down?
Oh, Beckers! Beckers got a good start. Banks has even got a better start. Banks is side by side with Rocket Rod. Oh, Gavin Ross has had an average run. Come on, Banksy. Can he go around the outside of the Flying Dutchman, the 33 HQ? Come on, Banksy, right around the outside. Just drive it home, mate. Oh, here we go. No, he's got to let Rod. Oh, he's just let Rod in there. Magilton's up into 3rd position. Gavin Ross has gone back one. Ryan Woods and Beckers, the 2 young guns. In there, 4th and 5th, as you see him go through turns 2, 3, turn 4. Then we've got a little bit of a kink, and then we've got the back chute. It'll be quite interesting to see how close they can get him. Can they get Rocket Rod to make a mistake? The Flying Dutchman.
Well, I reckon the guy that's lined up behind him right now might be the one that is really got the taste for it, because Banksy has been what you'd call a tail gunner this weekend, and he wants to take that spot.
Yeah, certainly is. Just having a look there at Gavin Ross. He held the car out wide for a fair bit. There's Phil Atkin in the number 5 car going through.
Now, so Gavin Ross did a head gasket. Maybe he's just looking for some clean air this early in the race. Maybe he's got one eye on the temp gauge going, I can't line his team with these guys. I'm going to have to jump out and get the fresh air.
Well, that's for sure, but I hope that doesn't happen in lap 1, mate, because
you got some pain ahead of you, haven't you?
Yeah, you got a fair bit. We've got probably eight laps here at least, I reckon. HQ Holdens. There's Perry Beckers on the screen. Graham Francis riding behind him. Graham Crawford in the Andrew Williams car, the 68 car. Beautiful looking car. Have a look at that. That has certainly cut some laps, mate. There's been a fair few drivers in that car over the years. Righto, Rocket Ride through turn 1. We've got Banks, McLeod, Gavin Ross right behind. Oh, look at this side by side. That's Beckers and Francis. That's the old bull and the young bull there in the 90 and 85 car. Graham Crawford right in behind. Andrew Lawton, Tony Maloney, Mick Magilton.
Oh, the 85 just getting it right out there. The old campaigner. There is absolute fight left in this bloke. He wants to get on with it. Sideways through turn 3, points it up to turn 4, gasses it up, and that is a very clear signal to everyone around that saw it that he is on a move.
He certainly is. Up the back chute, you can see him over the top of the guardrail. You can have a bit of a look. You can see who's got the horsepower. Oh, we've got a couple of cars there, 6th and 7th, trying to go wide, too wide over the top. That's Graham Francis. Look at that. Oh, yeah, Graham Francis. He might not have youth on his side, but he certainly still likes driving the old 85 HQ.
Gee, I'll tell you what, he has certainly got the energy come the end of the weekend. This is... the sun's not exactly setting yet. This is the last race of HQs and the last race of the event, and he has absolutely lit up our screens over the last 3/4 of a lap. So Graham Francis is really bringing it at the end of the weekend.
Certainly is. 35 car there. We're having a good look at him also. Fantastic there of Lawton. There he is. Tony Maloney right behind him. Mount Noorat Freighters. Mick Magilton started rear of field. He's got up through a couple there. Look. Oh, the leader's coming through. Oh, smack a cone over the top. That was Woods. Still gathers it up quite nicely. Becker's in behind him. So it's definitely sideway action.
Certainly was there as we just get a quick shot of the Victorian State Race Series sign there at turn 4. The field streamed their way through. There it is. It's subliminally on there. You can see it. Victorian State Race Series emblazoned on there and our entire calendar.
Certainly is. Absolutely fantastic. As they come up the straight, have a bit of a look over the guardrail. You can have a bit of a look. See who's got a little bit of mumbo. You'll see him catching. Will they go 1, 2, 3 wide? Yeah, you can go 3 wide and HQ over the top there. Around about the 180k mark. We've got the top 5. Oh, here we go. Banksy trying to stick his nose in there, and the Flying Dutchman Rod Rogers just slapped it shut. Oh, he made Rod take a little bit more bitumen than he would normally do. Oh, Gavin Ross has gone out wide. Willie Woods a bit of a hoping chance up into 4th. That's 4th and 5th there. Banks. I reckon Banks is going to try and do it. It's about time. He's sick and tired of coming second all the time.
Gavin Ross has wrecked his flow onto the straight there, all the way at the exit of turn 9. If you get that messed up, you're down a couple of kilometres an hour at the moment, and he has got Rodney Woods ranging up behind him in the Ready Rose car. Rogers is not fastest on track. In fact, it's Banks, a 1:36.74. He is 5/100ths of a second faster than Rod Rogers. That's what matters at the moment. There it is, confirmation on our screens. Fastest lap, the number 76 Banks, a 1:36.7.
Well done, Darren. What comes out of your mouth is gospel, mate. It's good to see.
Absolutely confirmed on screen.
Yes, yeah, that turn 2. Look at this, turn 2, turn 3. Clip. Here we go into turn 4. Rocket Rod. We got Banks. Oh, Magilton. Keep an eye on Magilton. Magilton is coming. Magilton is coming, ladies and gentlemen. That's the 14 car. That's the pink and white Middies car. Keep an eye on him. Right behind him is Gavin Ross, GMG Automotive at Box Hill. He's a round sponsor as well, and also wants his name on one of the trophies for this weekend.
I tell you what, he's got Andrew Magilton standing between him and a trophy at the moment. He's still again looking out for some fresh air. Or is he just saying to Andrew Magilton, don't forget, mate, look who's here.
Yeah. Honey, look in your mirror.
Look who this is. It's old grey Bart, and I'm standing behind you. I'm not black Bart. I'm almost there. I'm dark grey, though.
Just look at Rod Rogers, mate. It's just pinpoint. He just about hits that stone on the track every corner.
Yeah, he doesn't want the trackies to sweep up that corner because his braking point will be removed.
Certainly will, because he is very, very cautious. He's neat.
It's deliberate, isn't it? Very deliberate racing. He puts the car right on the track where he wants to be, and he owns it. At the moment, Banks has got a lot of work to do. Steve Banks in P2, Andrew Magilton in 3, back to Gavin Ross in 4, Rodney Woods in 5th there, and that's our top 5. And it's sort of a bit of fresh air back to Jake Beckers, who, by the way, David, has acquitted himself brilliantly this weekend, kept himself out of trouble, driven to some good results, and at this stage we'll be driving it onto the trailer. Have a look at this, Gavin Ross sends it. Oh, Magilton, yeah, he left a bit of room there too. In fact, it was a bit of a gentlemanly open door there for him. You might want to do that twice with Gavin Ross.
Yeah, you can almost fit a 7-inch. Oh, I reckon Woods has clipped the wall.
I reckon he's at least taken the last layer of paint off.
He shaved something, I can tell you.
Yeah, he got the wall.
He got the wall. Oh. Last time we had a camera there, mate, that would have been good. Or a cameraman, I'm not sure.
No, there's never been a cameraman there.
Just
They're
a
remote
camera.
mounted, just a camera.
Just
a
a camera.
sacrificial lamb. Oh, look at this. Gavin Ross up the inside. It's only for the brave at the top of the hill in HQs. He's setting himself up for a run down into Dandenong Road. Last time he went wide and put dust up. Pulls it back in. Gets a run out of here. He knows he has to keep it on the straight and narrow. Up onto the ripple strip. That won't be any harm. Let's have a look at this. We'll have a look at the back of the Ready Roast car. Oh, yeah. He gave it a clout.
Yep.
Right on the circle next to the Pertec.
Yep, he definitely smacked it.
He
Definitely
did.
smacked it.
He
Right, coming onto the front chute, you can see the 33 car. Rod Rogers got a bit of a gap. He's got about 4 or 5 car lengths. Did he just miss a gear then when he come onto the front straight? Keep an eye on that. We reckon he may have missed a gear. So that'll be quite interesting to see what happens. Have a look at second, third and fourth. I'll make it interesting. I'll even make it closer, ladies and gentlemen. As we go down into turn 1, has Rod Rogers got gearbox problems? He definitely missed a gear coming onto the front chute. Banks, McGilton, Gavin Ross, and also the Ready Rose car there that's got a little bit of a flat right-hand rear quarter.
I tell you what, mate, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. I think the gear he was going for was 4th, and they don't have one.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think that's
Angel
right.
gear?
I think he didn't mess a gear change up, not at all. In fact, you're going to have to front him at the end of this one and say that you called that, not me.
I will, and I'll ask him. Not a problem, mate, with a straight
On
face.
lap 5, or sorry, at the end of lap 4, did you miss
Tracy
a gear
Mould.
coming onto the straight?
Yep, I certainly will. And I want you to be there just to make sure,
I
mate.
won't be anywhere near
I hate to be right all the time. Oh, look at Gavin Ross. He's trying to go 2-3 wide. Oh, have a look.
2 laps to go. Well, we're on the second last anyway.
Yep, it'll be the final lap as we start, as we go over the stripe.
Dave, you've been doing this for 35 years with the HQs. Is Rod Rogers going to... He has to make a mistake. He hasn't one. You called him... it might have been a faux pas. He's never made a mistake. It might have been a faux pas.
He locked the brake. He locked the brake. Oh, look at Banks. Oh, God almighty. Have a look at that. Banksy was close. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They go over the start-finish line for the final time. Here we go. After this lap. Here we go.
Last lap board out.
Oh, here we go. This is it. Rocket Rod, the Flying Dutchman, the 33, the fluoro wheels. Banksy, can he do anything? Can Ross get up into 3rd position?
I tell you what, if you're going to make a bold claim and paint your wheels fluoro yellow, you want to be in the front of the race, don't you? It's a pretty bold claim.
Well, red is fast, mate. He's shown us that all the way.
So it's bright yellow by the looks of things.
Yeah.
No brake dust on them. The Knox panel service people keep them looking brand new. In fact, he stayed out of trouble in this race only by a car's length. He has been as far ahead as 5 or 6 seconds, but the group has stayed with him as we wicket keep all the paint coming off the turn 4 wall there as they enter the back straight for the last time this weekend.
On screen we've got Phil Ackland, and then the 53 car there, Ben Ritchie's. He's from Colac. He absolutely breathes HQ racing. Been involved for only about 18 months, 2.5 years. So he's absolutely enjoying it. Here we go. Up the back chute, up over the top. Have a squeal of those Kenda tyres, ladies and gentlemen.
Steve Banks, 4 wheels over the back of the ripple strip. Have a look who's sliding into the back of shot there. It's the 27. Magilton now right all over the back of Banks. This is the run to the checkered flag. It doesn't look like Gavin Ross is got too much for it, but drives alongside Andrew Magilton. No, he doesn't. Tucks back in. You'd have to say the impetus has been taken out of any position change now. As Rajas rides the ripple strips, they all follow him through, and we drive it right down to the end.
Certainly do. Here we go. Rocket right over the start finish line. There's a checkered flag. Banks, Magilton, Ross, Ryan Woods there with a right-hand rear quarter, a bit flatter than normal. Beckers, Crawford and Francis. We're just waiting for them. There goes Crawford. There goes Graham Francis.
Great return to the game with Graham Francis. Should be really proud of his return here this weekend.
It certainly is. Tony Maloney, Mick Magilton, and also we've got Andrew Lawton there. Absolutely fantastic. He's also a round sponsor as well. But from HQRA Victoria, we'd like to thank everyone, Plenline TV, so everyone that can't get here can see it. and we really appreciate that, guys. We really do. And from Tyre Power, Rylock Windows and Doors, Eastern, GMG Automotive from the HQs, thank you very much, Darren. And it's always been a pleasure to sit beside someone larger than me. Thanks, Darren.
Larger in metaphorically, not in physical stature. I'll have the last word on that one as I turn David Amor off. It's always great to have a legend of our game up here calling races with us. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you've enjoyed the racing here. Don't forget to join us at Winton, and we will now see our afternoon out. It's down to you, Callum. Thanks, mate.
Well, that's it. That has been round one of the VSRS here at a very sunny Sandown International Raceway. There's been 30 competitive races this weekend, and there's been thrills, there's been spills, but ultimately there's been a lot of success, and we have definitely hit the ground running for season 2023. It's a big thanks to 888 Home Loans for jumping on board as a corporate partner for this year, and it's a big thanks to Cam McKinnon and the team for jumping on board. Round two coming up at Winton Motor Raceway. That's April 22 to 23. We sincerely hope you tune into all of the action when that rolls around in just a few weeks' time. It's a big thanks to all the competitors, a big thanks to all the volunteer officials, but ultimately it's a big thanks to all of you for tuning in throughout the weekend. Until we see you next time, I'm Callum Brannigan, and it's bye for now. Good morning and welcome.